The Statue of Liberty was gifted to the United States from France in 1886, but now some in France are saying they want it back. Raphael Gluckman, a member of the European Parliament, says that the United States, under the Trump administration, no longer represents the values for which France originally gifted it. He says that they should return it. He's also emphasized that the academics and researchers who are losing their jobs as a result of Trump's budget cuts could be hired by France, and that France would be happy to take them in and give them employment and fund their research. Now, many Americans are not thrilled about France saying they want this back, as the statue is very much an American icon, a symbol of American values. While it may have been originated and created in France, gifted to the United States, it's become part of American culture. We decided to speak with some of the tourists here in New York City and find out how they feel about France saying that they want the statue back because they don't approve of the administration of Donald Trump. A member of Parliament in France says we ought to send the statue back. What do you think?
No. They gave it to us. We should have it. America.
I can understand, like, with the geopolitical landscape that's changed. I can understand that there might be frustration because, obviously America, at the current political standpoint, doesn't seem like the values align with what the French are saying.
France says we should send the statue back because we no longer represent the values that they gave it to us for. What do you think?
I think we should keep it. It's ours. It's been here for like 1,000 years, man. Yeah, France can. They got the Eiffel Tower, right? What they need two statues for?
What do you think about a member of the French Parliament saying we should send the statue back?
Well, he can come and pick it up if he thinks he won it.
Yeah, well, he says that we no longer incarnate the values that France gave it to us for. He doesn't like Trump, so he says he wants the statue back. Are you insulted as an American?
I am, but also it's a free country, right? That's what we build on. So he's free to come and try and pick it up and take it. I know I'm not going to help him, but he can try.
He wants us to send the statue back. What do you think?
I think the Americans are enjoying it. It was a gift and it's dear to us. We'd like to keep it.
I think it belongs here in the United States.
It's ours. You can't have it back. It was a gift, right?
I agree. It was a gift, 150 years ago, and hopefully we get back to a point where the relations are comparable to what they were back then.
Little known fact, the Statue of Liberty is not of a person. It's actually of a goddess character that was invented in the early years of the United States, Columbia, the goddess of freedom. District of Columbia in Washington, D.C. is named for Columbia. And before we had our national anthem, the Star Spangled Banner, we actually had an anthem called Columbia, the Gem of the Ocean. And I guess back in the day, countries used to have mythical, iconic figures that represented them. They talk about John Bull as the symbol of Britain. We know about Uncle Sam, right? And I guess back in the day, Columbia, gem of the ocean, Columbia, the goddess of liberty, that was an icon. And it's kind of pagan too, right? It's a female deity representing freedom. Well, he says that he doesn't like Trump. He feels like we don't incarnate the values they gave us the statue for. What do you think? He doesn't like Trump.
Well, yeah.
And he says that we no longer incarnate the values of the statue. He wants it back. What do you think? Are you insulted as an American?
Yeah.
He wants us to send the statue back. What do you think?
Why?
Well, he says he doesn't like Trump, and he feels like we don't incarnate the values they gave it to us for, so he wants it back.
I'm the wrong person. I'm a Trump fan.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Are you insulted?
No, but I think it needs to stay right where it's at.
Yeah, what do you think about him saying that?
I can't speak on that. I don't know him.
Okay. And how do you feel about the statue?
I haven't been in there yet, but just from out here, I like it.
You feel like it's part of what it means to be an American?
Yeah, there's definitely history there.
What do you think?
It's ours, and we're keeping it.
Yeah, we're keeping it.
What do you think?
Yeah, we're definitely going to keep that.
Okay. Very good. Yeah, well, he doesn't like Trump, and he says we no longer incarnate the values that they gave us the statue for, so we have to give it back. What do you think?
His wife's really a man, so we get to keep it.
Okay. Do you feel it's kind of insulting for them to tell us we have to send our statue back just because they don't like our president?
No refunds over here, man. This is ours. Like, what? Yeah, disrespectful as heck, man.
I've never given anyone a gift and asked for it back, to be completely honest with you, so.
Oh, what kind of person takes the presents back? It was a present from French, right? So he can't have it back.
Yeah, do you feel it's kind of insulting for the French to say we should send like a symbol of America back just because they don't like our president?
Again, it's an overreaction. I don't think that's cooler heads should simmer down and just appreciate the relationship that's been together for over 100 years. So,
Heck, man, I can't even. Can I cuss on here? No, for real? Oh, fuck France, bruh. Like what? Why y'all trying to take our tower back? Like no. Well, yeah, that's really it.
All right, thanks. Are you insulted as an American?
I don't know about insulted. I don't think that that's necessarily true of all Americans. I don't know that Trump represents every American that lives here. So.
What do you think?
No, I'm not insulted either, and I mean that's their opinion, and that's the relationship that essentially the two of them have at this point. And what
It's unfortunate.
What my wife said is, I don't think it reflects, everybody's station where they are at this point.
El orden internacional, nacido del fin de la Segunda Guerra Mundial, que en buena medida es el que hoy prevalece, es heredero del colonialismo, de la historia de explotación, saqueo y esclavitud que enriqueció un conjunto específico de potencias coloniales y sus sociedades a costa del sufrimiento, el desarraigo, la destrucción, la sumisión y el subdesarrollo de los antiguos territorios colonizados. El imperio como sistema de dominación no es un fenómeno nuevo. Sin embargo, la era de la globalización neoliberal ha tomado formas más sofisticadas y menos visibles. Ya no se trata únicamente de la ocupación territorial directa, aunque esta sigue como práctica vigente, como sufren en carne propia los heroicos hermanos palestinos. Se manifiesta también en el control de mercados, recursos naturales, cadenas de suministro y sobre todo de la tecnología y la información. Las oligarquías que hoy dominan el mundo no solo acumulan riqueza, sino que concentran poder político, cultural y social, perpetuando un beneficio que favorece a unos pocos a expensas de muchos. Las grandes corporaciones industriales, los conglomerados financieros y los gigantes tecnológicos han tejido una red de influencia que trasciende fronteras. Sus decisiones afectan la vida de millones de personas, desde el acceso a medicamentos hasta la privacidad de nuestros datos. Estas élites no solo buscan maximizar su ganancia, sino también consolidar su hegemonía, imponiendo estándares y normas que perpetúan la dependencia de lo que crecientemente se reconoce como el sur global. Si bien se abolió el colonialismo casi absolutamente en la segunda mitad del siglo XX, sus condiciones y rezagos han prevalecido con nuevas modalidades. Esa es la esencia del orden internacional actual y explica la realidad inaceptable de que la brecha entre los países desarrollados y los subdesarrollados tiende a ensancharse, lejos de estrecharse, sin perspectivas de que cambie esa tendencia. Sobran los documentos, declaraciones, discursos y resoluciones de las Naciones Unidas y sus agencias que describen ese escenario. Las propuestas de cómo responder y qué hacer tienen ya una historia que data por lo menos de la década de 1960 del siglo pasado. Se conoce bien que la posibilidad de un cambio y la perspectiva de un orden internacional más justo y sostenible han encontrado la férrea resistencia de las grandes potencias económicas y militares, representativas en gran medida de las antiguas potencias coloniales. Las naciones en desarrollo, y en especial sus pueblos, tienen derecho a soñar que un mundo mejor es posible y tienen el derecho y el deber a luchar por él.
Fight on! Fight on! From St. Petersburg to Tampa. To Tampa. To Tampa. Fight on, Uhuru.
We want to bring attention to this issue that is happening, this very important case that corporate media is ignoring. Corporate media such as the New York Times.
The corporate media has not lit put any focus on this this trial and how important this trial is, and we wanted to highlight it at the citadel of the corporate media, being New York Times.
And they did an article about 2 years ago, but since that time, so many things have been happening. Like the very fact that they can't get the transcript.
Probably the most important trial in recent history in the United States, for the simple reason the United States professes itself as a democracy. Yet, if the chairman, Penny, and Jesse are convicted, that out the window. Any dissent that you have against foreign policy of the United States, they now would have the precedent to lock you up and say that you're an unregistered agent of whomever you're going against.
If they are found guilty, that means they can come after anyone. That means the freedom of speech in terms of being on paper, at least being written as a law, is gone. They are being charged with they're not being charged with espionage, they're not being charged with embezzlement, they're not being charged with illegal arms or anything like that. It is all about what they said. So that means what you and I are doing right now, they can criminalize that.
So like what's going on now with Venezuela, people who are speaking out with the US nonsense about the elections in Venezuela are ripe to be thrown into prison. People standing up again for the Palestinians, same thing. And so we could go down the line. So this is so important we don't have to agree on everything, but the fundamental principle of being able to put forward anti-colonial free speech is going down the pipes if these guys get convicted.
He has been doing this his whole life. He worked with SNCC back in the, I want to say in the 60s, all of his life. And in 1982, he's one of the people, his organization is the organization that popularized the term reparations.
There is the doula program, that's for training the women to help women in childbirth. There is the re-entry from prison, where they train people. They have a housing for them in St. Louis, where they train people to be in the culinary arts, because they have a food production, culinary arts building and store where they'll be selling pies and all kinds of food in St. Louis. We also have a market, flea market in St. Louis, as well as one in Philadelphia. That's called the one in Philadelphia. It's called the One Africa, One Nation Marketplace. So there's a flea market where people can build businesses outside the system, develop economic strength outside the business for the community. And obviously the other things that we do is, we have political education for the community every Sunday, both in St. Louis and in St. Petersburg. I mean, that's a little bit of some of the programs. Actually, also in South Africa, we're building a clothing factory there.
Because so many black mothers, the infant mortality rate is so high in St. Louis, Missouri. So they were working on a doula training program. In fact, they were going to be having that training the day after that they ended up being attacked, and they still have the training. They work on like a community kitchen, so that people, to create jobs, to create an economic base, not based on capitalism, but based on true community support. They have community gardens there.
Many people here in the United States disagree with the narrative about Ukraine and Russia. And Chairman, the party was up front, putting in context that this was part of the whole the colonial powers trying to destroy Russia, because Russia, as we know, Russia wants a multipolar world. Russia is against U.S. hegemony and Western hegemony, which is a threat, and which we as people fighting against colonialism are in solidarity with.
Fight on, Uhuru! Fight on, Uhuru! Never give give up. Never give up. Because we got your back. 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 We got your back. And how we gonna do it? The hard way. 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 Hooroo! 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 Down with the New York Times. Down with the rap sheet. Hands off Africa! Straight ahead. Right on, straight ahead, y'all. Good work.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So I wanted to give you, so at the DNC we have 2 books we're giving out. We're giving out 1,000 copies of these to the people protesting the DNC. We're going to leave them around the convention. So we have Chairman O'Malley on page 25, and we quote him about describing the raid. We have the Uhuru House.
Great.
So there's that. And then this is the other book we wrote about Kamala Harris that was banned from Amazon. So we decided to print it, and we have the All Out for the Uhuru 3 on the back.
Thank you
So
so
we'll
much.
be giving away 1,000 copies of both of these at the convention. So I want
You know what I have to just laugh and say when I first saw this, because just from a distance, it was like Jehovah's Witness. No.
After the rioting was done, U.S. media kind of forgot about those communities. Well, Uhuru, they went out there because they saw black and brown people like themselves that were out there protesting and rioting, and they stayed there. And they've been there since 2014, providing services in the community, giving these young people in the community something constructive to do, not just go out and break shit to raise awareness about the conditions they're in, but ways to actually feed people and serve the community. And they've been there in St. Louis since 2014 doing constructive work. They have really escalated these programs. They have a farmer's market. They provide classes and services to pregnant mothers, and in particular in St. Louis, Missouri, and in St. Petersburg, Florida. They're trying to undo the damage that the U.S. Department of Justice and the state police and the local police and all the forces have been doing in communities like Ferguson, Missouri. And at the same time that they've done this community work, the African People's Socialist Party has also taken a firm anti-imperialist stance. They support China. They support Russia. They support Cuba. They support Iran. And when the United States started piling weapons into Kiev, they defended Russia's right to intervene.
This defensive war in Ukraine that Russia is actually waging against world colonial powers, not Ukraine as a single entity, but the U.S. and all colonial powers who have an interest in colonially dominating African people right here in this country and around the world and extracting resources from the majority of peoples on the planet. That system, this current system, is in severe crisis, and they cannot rule in the same old way.
Because of that, their homes were raided. Then months later, the federal government came out with an indictment, and it's charging them with being Russian agents. And it's trying to allege that the election campaign that they ran in St. Petersburg, Florida, was somehow interference in the U.S. electoral process. 4 activists associated with the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement and the African People's Socialist Party have been indicted by the U.S. Department of Justice. The indictment from the U.S. Department of Justice accuses them of spreading Russian propaganda and cites simply some web conferences that they had, some Zoom meetings, some emails they sent out, as well as the fact that they have run routine election campaigns. Is this of concern to the Secretary General as an attack on human rights, freedom of assembly, etc.?
I frankly was not aware of the case before you mentioned it. Let me look into it and I will get back to you.
What's going on in Africa is directly connected to what's going on here. What's going on in Ukraine is connected to what's going on in Harlem. You know what I'm saying? It's an international global economy that's all connected.
Because they go to conferences in Russia, this constitutes Russian meddling in the elections. The whole thing is ridiculous. It's completely, utterly ridiculous. They've been running these campaigns for years, since before I was born. Back in the 1970s, they were running people for office. Their platform of reparations, I mean, Marianne Williamson, she's a major Democrat candidate. She also says she believes in reparations. I mean, it's not a unique message that they have in that sense, but they have been targeted because they're doing what you're supposed to do. I mean, you know, at all of our meetings, we have a picture of Fred Hampton up on the stage because Fred Hampton, he built a free breakfast program. He organized what he called a rainbow coalition, uniting low-income people, white, black, brown, Arab, Latino, into one organization, you know, trying to build up community empowerment, trying to do community service projects while teaching Marxism and socialism. You know, we look at Fred Hampton as a great example of the American revolutionary tradition. And, you know, the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, you know, they don't like that we wave the American flag. They don't like that we consider ourselves patriotic. They have their own kind of unique analysis. They talk about what they call the colonial mode of production. That's not traditional Marxist thinking. And we don't agree with them on a number of issues. but it doesn't matter. We support them.
We all have to stand up and oppose the ideology of division and support an ideology of unity based upon our material interests, you know what I'm saying, to work together.
People who can't understand that, people who can't get past, this or that, like, we got to put aside our differences and say that if they come for them, they come for all of us. If they go after them, they got to deal with all of us. That needs to be the attitude among anti-imperialists.
I shall now make a statement in my capacity as the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, today, the very foundations of the international legal order, strategic stability, and the UN-centric system of global politics are being put to the test. It will be impossible to resolve the conflicts that are multiplying without getting to their root causes and restoring faith in our ability to join forces for the common good and justice for all. Let us be frank. Not all states represented in this room recognize the key principle of the UN Charter, the sovereign equality of all states. The United States has long, through the words of its presidents, declared its own exceptionalism. This also applies to Washington's attitude towards its allies, from whom it demands unquestioning obedience, even to the detriment of their national interests. Rule America. That is the essence of the notorious rule-based order, which is a direct threat to multilateralism and international law. The most important components of international law, the UN Charter and the decisions of our Council, are interpreted by the collective West in a perverse and selective manner, depending on what instructions are handed down from the White House. And many Security Council resolutions are outright ignored. These include Resolution 2202, which endorsed the Minsk agreements on Ukraine, and Resolution 1031, which endorsed the Dayton Agreement on peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina on the basis of the principle of equal rights for the three constituent peoples and two entities. The sabotage of resolutions on the Middle East can be discussed endlessly. It suffices to mention Anthony Blinken's statement in an interview with CNN in February 2021 in response to a question about what he thinks about the decision of the previous U.S. administration to recognize the Syrian Golan Heights as belonging to Israel. And I will refresh your memory for those of you who may have forgotten. In response to that question, the Secretary of State said, leaving aside the question of legality, from a practical standpoint, the Golan Heights are very important to Israel's security, end of quote. And this, in spite of the fact that UN Security Council Resolution 497, which remains in force and which we are all very familiar with, qualifies Israel's annexation of the Golan Heights as illegal. However, according to those very rules, we should, to quote Anthony Blinken, leave aside the question of legality. And of course, everyone remembers the statement of U.S. Permanent Representative regarding the fact that Resolution 2728 of March 25th, demanding an immediate ceasefire in the Gaza Strip, is not legally binding. In other words, these American rules are more important than Article 25 of the UN Charter. In the last century, George Orwell, in his story Animal Farm, already presaged the essence of this rule-based order. I quote, "All animals are equal, but some are more equal than others," end of quote. If you fulfill and obey the will of the hegemon, you're permitted to do anything you wish, but if you dare defend your national interests, you will be declared a pariah and sanctioned. Washington's hegemonic policy has not changed for decades. Every Euro-Atlantic security arrangement, without exception, has been based on ensuring U.S. dominance. This has included the subjugation of Europe and the containment of Russia. The main role in this was assigned to NATO, which eventually subjugated the European Union, which was presumably created for Europeans, and shamelessly privatized OSCE institutions in flagrant violation of the Helsinki Final Act. The reckless expansion of NATO, despite repeated warnings from Moscow over many years, also provoked the Ukrainian crisis. starting with the coup d'etat organized by Washington in February 2014 in order to establish full control over Ukraine with a view to preparing an offensive against Russia with the help of the neo-Nazi regime brought to power. When Poroshenko and then Zelensky were waging war against their own citizens in the Donbass and were destroying Russian education, Russian culture, Russian media, and the Russian language in general through their legislation, and were banning the Ukrainian Orthodox Church, no one in the West batted an eye, nor did they demand that their wards in Kiev observe decency and refrain from violating international conventions on the right of national minorities, or the very constitution of Ukraine itself, which also contains these demands. It was precisely to eliminate threats to Russia's security and to protect those people who consider themselves part of Russian culture and who live on lands that had been settled by their ancestors for centuries, in order to save them from legislative and even physical extermination that the special military operation was launched. It is telling that even now, when multiple initiatives on a Ukrainian settlements are being put forward, few people remember Kiev's violation of human rights and the rights of national minorities. None of these initiatives include these aspects. Only recently did EU documents on the beginning of negotiations regarding Ukraine's accession formulate a demand to this end, mainly due to Hungary's principled position. However, Brussels' actual capacity and desire to influence the Kiev regime is questionable. We call on all those who are genuinely interested in overcoming the crisis in Ukraine to ensure that their proposals take into account the key issue of the right of national minorities, all minorities without exception. Silence on this issue devalues peace initiatives, and the racist policy of Mr. Zelensky receives de facto approval. It is typical that 10 years ago in 2014, Zelensky said, if the people in the east of Ukraine and Crimea want to speak Russian, let them be, leave them alone, let them speak Russian legally. Language will never divide our homelands. End of quote. Since then, the U.S. has successfully re-educated him, and as early as 2021, Zelensky, in one of his interviews, demanded that those who feel a sense of affinity with Russian culture get out and go to Russia for the future of their own children and grandchildren. I appeal to the masters of the Ukrainian regime, make sure that it complies with Article 1.3 of the UN Charter, which guarantees the fundamental rights and freedoms of all people without distinction of race, sex, language, or religion. Dear colleagues, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is not content with the war that it has unleashed against Russia through the hands of the unlawful authorities in Kiev, nor is it content with the entire OSCE space. Having dismantled the fundamental agreements in the area of arms control, the U.S. continues to ramp up confrontation. Recently, at the summit in Washington, the leaders of NATO countries reiterated their claim to a leading role not only in the Euro-Atlantic region, but in the Asia-Pacific region as well. The proclaimed intention is that NATO is continuing to be guided by the goal of protecting the territory of its member states, but in order to do this, they allegedly need to spread the alliance's dominance on the entire Eurasian continent and adjacent water. The military infrastructure of NATO is advancing into the Pacific region with the obvious goal of undermining the ASEAN-centric architecture, which for many decades was built on the basis of the principles of equality, recognition of mutual interests, and consensus. To replace the inclusive mechanisms around ASEAN, the U.S. and its allies are building closed confrontational blocs such as AUKUS and other quartets and trios. Recently, the deputy head of Pentagon, Mr. Hicks, stated that the U.S. and their allies must prepare for protracted wars, and not only in Europe. That is the end of the quote. In order to contain Russia, China, and other countries whose independent policies are seen as a challenge to its hegemony, the West is aggressively dismantling the global system that was originally built based on its models. Washington has done everything to blow up, including literally by organizing terrorist attacks on the Nord Stream gas pipelines, the foundations of mutually beneficial energy cooperation between Russia, Germany, and Europe as a whole. At the time, Berlin remained silent, but today we see another embarrassing period for Germany, whose leadership has unquestioningly complied with the U.S. in order to place U.S. medium-range missiles on its territory. Olaf Scholz said very ingenuously that the U.S. has decided to place high-precision offensive weapons systems in Germany, and this is a good decision. And amidst all this, Mr. Kirby spoke, the expert on media spoke on behalf of the U.S. president to say, we're not seeking to unleash a third world war. This would have horrific consequences for the European continent. A Freudian slip, as they say. Washington is convinced that if a new global war were to take place, it would be their European allies and not the U.S. who would suffer. If that's the analysis on which Biden's administration's strategy is based, this is a very dangerous illusion, and Europeans must become aware of the suicidal role that has been assigned to us. Americans are holding the entire West at gunpoint and expanding their trade and economic war with those they see as undesirable, having unleashed an unprecedented campaign of unilateral coercive measures that are hitting Europe first and are leading to a fragmentation of the world economy.
The countries of the global South, Asia, Africa, and Latin America are suffering from the neo-colonial practices of the West. Illegal sanctions, multiple protectionist measures, restrictions on access to leading technologies are counter to true multilateralism and create serious obstacles to achieving the 2030 agenda. Where are all those attributes of the free market where the United States and its allies taught everyone to follow? Market economy, fair competition, viability of practice, private property, presumption of innocence, free movement of people, goods, and capital, all that has been jettisoned. Geopolitics has buried the once sacred laws of the market for the West. Recently, we heard public demands from the officials of the United States, the European Union, aimed at China to reduce excess production in high-tech sectors because the West has started losing its long advantages in that area. And today, instead of market principles, we have the same rules. Colleagues, the actions of the United States and their allies are impeding international cooperation and the building of a more just world. They're taking entire countries and regions as hostages. They're not allowing peoples to fulfill their sovereign rights enshrined in the UN Charter, and distracting from the necessary joint efforts to regulate conflicts in the Middle East, Africa, and other regions, and reducing global inequality, eliminating terrorism, drug trafficking, and famine, and other problems. Of course, I believe that it's, with good faith it's possible to resolve these matters. In order to stop development following a negative scenario, we want to discuss steps in order to restore trust and stabilize the international situation. First of all, we need to deal with the root causes of the crisis that have unfolded in Europe. Conditions for establishing a stable peace in Ukraine have been set out by President Putin. I won't repeat them. Political, diplomatic solution must be accompanied by concrete steps to eliminate threats to the Russian Federation coming from the Western Euro-Atlantic direction. By agreeing to mutual guarantees and agreements, it will be necessary to take into account new strategic realities on the Eurasian continent, where continental architecture is being formed that is truly equal and indivisible. Europe risks falling behind from this objective historical process. We are ready to seek a balance of interests. Secondly, restoring regional and global balance of forces must be accompanied by active efforts to eliminate injustice in the global economy. In a multipolar world, there should not be any monopolists or in monetary regulation, trade, or technologies. The overwhelming majority of members of the international community share this view. It's very important to reform as soon as possible the Bretton Woods institutions and the WTO. Their activities should reflect the true weight of non-Western centers of development and growth. Thirdly, significant and qualitative changes must take place in other institutions of global governance if we want them to work for the benefit of all. First of all, this applies to our organization, which up to now, in spite of everything, continues to be the embodiment of multilateralism and has a unique universal legitimacy and recognize broad range of authority. An important step to restoring the effectiveness of the UN would be a confirmation by all its members of their commitment to the principles of the UN Charter, not selectively, but in their fullness and interdependence. About which form this kind of reconfirmation could take place, we could think together. An important work is being done by the group of friends in defense of the UN Charter established at the initiative of Venezuela. We invite all countries that still believe in the rule of international law to join this work. A key aspect of reforms of the UN must be changing the makeup of the Security Council, although this by itself will not lead to productive work unless there is a basic agreement on the methods of work among its permanent members. This thought, nevertheless, does not invalidate the need to eliminate geographic and geopolitical imbalances in the Security Council, where there's clear over-representation of the countries of the collective West today. What's been needed for a long time is to achieve broad agreement on concrete parameters of reform, which will strengthen representation of Asia, Africa, and Latin America. It's also important to implement changes in the staffing policy of the Secretariat to eliminate the over-representation of nationals of the West and their subservient nations in the administrative structures of the organization. The Secretary General and his staff, of course, must adhere strictly to the principles of impartiality and neutrality as demanded by Article 100 of the Charter, which we are constantly reminded of. Fourth, strengthen the multilateralism in international relations must be done through other multilateral organizations, including the G20, in which is represented most of the global majority and Western states. The mandate of the G20 is strictly limited to economic and development, so it's very important that a substantive dialogue on this platform is not include short-sighted attempts to introduce geopolitical topics. An increasingly important role based on the principles of the UN Charter is played by BRICS and the Shanghai Organization for Cooperation. It includes countries that represent various regions and civilizations that are cooperating on the basis of equality, mutual respect, consensus, and mutual compromise. This is the global standard of multilateral cooperation with the participation of major powers. Of practical importance for multilateralism are such regional entities as the CIS, Collective Security Treaty Organization, Euro-Asian Economic Community, ASEAN, the League of Arab States, the African Union, and so on. We see as an important task to develop multiple and diverse contacts between them, including with the support of the UN. The Russian presidency of the Council will devote a topic on its agenda to the Eurasian Regional Organization's colleagues. Speaking at the Parliamentary Forum of the BRICS on the 9th of July in St. Petersburg, Vladimir Putin said that the formation of a world order that reflects a real balance of forces is a complex and in many ways a painful process. And discussions on this topic, we believe, must be developed without devolving into pointless polemics. They should be based on a sound analysis of all the range of factors. First and foremost, it's important to restore professional diplomacy, culture of dialogue, the ability to hear and to listen, maintain channels of crisis communication. Depending on whether politicians and diplomats can formulate something like a vision of the future, millions of lives will depend on them. Whether our world will be multilateral and just it depends on member states. The foundation is the Charter of the United Nations. If everyone follows its letter and spirit, then the United Nations is capable of overcoming current divergences and to reach a common denominator on most issues. The end of history did not take place. Let's work together in the interest of the beginning of history of true multilateralism that reflects all the richness of culture and cultural and civilizational diversity of the peoples of the world. I invite everyone to a frank discussion. Of course, it has to be an honest one. Thank you very much.
I resume my function of the President of the Council.
Hey folks, so this is Caleb, and I wanted to do this video because I wanted to ask the question, why is it that the USA and the leaders of the USA don't seem to like Russia or China? What's that really about? Now, some people say, well, it's about human rights, right? These governments, the Russian government, the Chinese government, don't respect human rights the same way that US leaders do. We have, just a different perspective. We feel like the people of Russia, the people of China are being oppressed. But that's a pretty flawed answer to the question. Because if you look all over the world, there are governments that violate human rights very, very openly and are on very friendly terms with the U.S. government. Take Saudi Arabia, for example. It's a country that still cuts off people's heads in public. Most of the country are guest worker slaves with no human rights. You can go down the line. Saudi Arabia, is an absolute monarchy, no even notion of democracy or human rights. So we can just throw that one out there. It's not about human rights. And then some people will say, well, we just have a different culture. Those people in Russia, those people in China, they think differently than we do. We have our way, they have theirs. We're a big country, they're a big country, we just don't get along. I don't think that's correct either. But if you look at what's going on now, at the fact that we just put a huge economic tariff onto China, China's responding. You look at the fact that these diplomats were just expelled from the United States. There's this whole history, but what is it about Russia and China that Western leaders don't like? Well, you need to look at the history of the 20th century. When the 20th century began, Russia and China were both very, very, very poor countries. They were just deeply, deeply poor. They used to call China the sick man of Asia. Huge amounts of poverty, huge amounts of drug addiction. Russia was an agrarian country with very little industry, very little manufacturing. Mostly just an agrarian country, and it was, it had control over Azerbaijan, and Azerbaijan was selling oil to the rest of the world. It was where, these big oil fields that were controlled by the Rothschilds and British bankers and the Dutch, so that was Russia and China at the beginning of the 20th century. However, both countries had earth-shaking revolutions in which, there was an upsurge in which a government came to power that took control of the economies and essentially turned the countries into superpowers. Russia, you had the revolution of 1917, but ultimately it didn't start becoming a superpower until 1928, when Stalin launched his 5-year plans. And all of a sudden, Russia, which had had no steel industry before, was suddenly producing huge amounts of steel. Eventually got to the point they were producing more steel than any other country in the world, more tractors than any other country in the world. They were, it was just this huge, huge leap, and pretty soon they were defeating the Nazis, and they were in outer space. They were the first country to conquer outer space, and, the Soviet Union just became this world superpower. And then you had World War II, and they were even stronger, rebuilding the country, modern housing, modern electricity. You had a very impoverished agrarian, semi-feudal country turn into a world superpower. China, 1949. You have a revolution, the Communist Party comes to power. They start building steel mills, they start building highways, they start building railway, they start, constructing modern universities, wiping out illiteracy. They have a falling out with Russia, but gradually, and then finally with the rise of Deng Xiaoping, they really start growing. And China, another deeply impoverished country, another, country that was the sick man of Asia, full of mass poverty, malnutrition, hunger, illiteracy. All of a sudden, it's turned into a gigantic superpower. And that's what it's about, because when Russia and China were deeply poor, and when their economies were dominated by British bankers and Wall Street bankers, and the people lived in just extreme poverty, they weren't competitors. But now that these countries have become, just these huge, superpowers in the global market, now that they're doing that, they're competitors on the international market. At this point, Russia is producing huge amounts of oil and huge amounts of natural gas. In the 1990s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, their economy was just in a complete utter wreck. And then Vladimir Putin came in, and he had written, academic papers about the concept of what he called national champions. These are corporations or super corporations built up by governments and controlled by governments for the purpose of raising up the entire economy. He drew from Adam Smith, he drew from different economic theories, and he talked about creating Rosneft and Gazprom, which already existed, but transforming them and utilizing them as national champions. And essentially, Putin has turned Russia into an economic superpower once again. I mean, they were during the time of the Soviet Union, and he restored them to their level of being an economic superpower by controlling the oil and natural gas markets, using the state to plan out the economy. China, at the time of the revolution, 1949, they did not have a single steel mill. There was not a single steel mill in China in 1949. Well, today, China produces half the steel in the entire world. At this point, China has the biggest telecommunications manufacturer in the world, Huawei, the cell phone manufacturer that's making those phones. China is cornering the market. It's 26% of the global car market at this point. They are pushing electric cars like crazy. You see the fact that now people can buy their oil and their natural gas, people can buy their steel, people can buy their cell phones from somebody else. And that both Russia and China, by lifting themselves out of poverty, by coming together, seizing control of their economic resources and rising up from nothing and transforming what were previously poor countries into global superpowers. By doing that, they have cut into the market. They've cut into the profits of Wall Street mega corporations, right? Every ounce of oil and natural gas that the Russians sell is an ounce of oil and natural gas they did not buy from ExxonMobil. They didn't buy from BP or Shell. Every ounce of steel the Chinese export around the world is an ounce of steel that somebody did not buy from an American corporation or a Japanese corporation or a German corporation. That's what's happened. That imperialism, people think imperialism is about imposing culture. It's, imperialism is the fact that these countries have McDonald's in them, or the fact that people, around the world practice Christianity, not their indigenous faith. That's not the essence of what imperialism is. If you read Lenin's book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, imperialism is the dominance of the market by mega corporations and monopolies, financial powers in Western countries that carve out spheres of influence and keep countries as captive markets to sell their products to, whereas these countries are kept from ever developing, ever selling their own products. All that happens is their resources get stripped away, and the Western monopolies control the country and keep it in a state of chronic poverty and underdevelopment. That's what imperialism is. It's an economic relationship in which countries are kept chronically poor so that Wall Street bankers can stay rich. And Russia and China have both broken out of that system, and they've broken out of that system by having state control over their economies. And, the same reason that the U.S. government hates Russia and China, they hate other countries, who've done this on a smaller scale. You can take, for example, Venezuela, right? Venezuela has essentially done what Russia did in the 1990s. Their oil was nominally nationalized, but it was basically controlled by Wall Street bankers. But when Hugo Chavez came into office, he changed the laws around how the oil company worked, so the proceeds of the oil resources were going into the government budget, and he basically transformed Venezuela into a state-run economy centered around oil. And he then used that, to fund all kinds of social programs and to essentially, create a state that was independent of Western capitalism. They eventually set up an independent bank, the Alba Bank of Latin America, that was providing loans to different countries. Then they built huge amounts of housing. I've been there, I've seen it, right? So Venezuela also has taken control of its resources, restructured its economy in order to develop and raise people up out of poverty. Now, they've had some problems in recent years, but, Ecuador, take Ecuador, another country that had, did roughly the same thing. You can look at Bolivia. All these countries around the world, and they don't all have the same ideology, mind you. People will say they're all communists. No, the Russian government, absolutely, they do not consider themselves to be communists at all. They practice Orthodox Christianity. They're quite socially conservative, but at the end of the day, they control the oil and the banking sector. It's all under the control of the state. The state sets policy in the economy. Iran, there's another country that, of course, Western leaders just can't stand, the Islamic Republic of Iran. Well, what did Iran do? 1979, they took control of their oil resources, again, nominally nationalized, but then they seized control of them and started utilizing them to build up the economy. And I'll tell you, the Iranian government has done huge things for the economy. You look at some of these highways they have in Iran. You look at some of these power plants that they have in Iran. You look at the measures they've taken to provide electricity and housing to people in these rural areas, running water, the Human Development Index of Iran. They've done some really, really amazing things, and that's been through controlling their resources, through having control over their economy, through nationalizing their oil, centering the economy around the state, and planning to raise people up from poverty. Any country around the world, if they take control of their economic resources, they start planning their economy and start lifting themselves out of poverty, and they don't become just a captive market. They stop being a sphere of influence and start having a gravity of their own. If that happens, they're going to be targeted. And it doesn't matter what they call themselves. The Wall Street bankers are not sitting there thinking about ideology. They're not like, oh, this guy, he thinks about, this ideology. I do not agree with that. The Iranians, they call themselves Islamic revolutionaries. It's Shia Islam. But it has resulted in them taking control of their own economy and developing independently. Venezuela, they talk about Bolivarianism, Ecuador, Bolivia, Nicaragua. It's Bolivarianism. The Russian leaders are nationalists and Orthodox Christians. The Chinese are communists. They follow the teachings of Marxism, Leninism, Mao Zedong thought, Deng Xiaoping theory. They just added the new president Xi. They added his thoughts for a moderately prosperous socialist society to their constitution. But these are just words. This is ideology. But what the Western leaders are threatened by is a threat to their profits. If these leaders were extolling these ideologies, but their countries remain deeply impoverished in captive markets, they wouldn't be attacked by the West. But when countries take control, and when they start building up from poverty and developing, that's when they become a threat to the global financial elite. Now, why am I talking about this, right? I'm here in New York City in the United States. Who cares about this? Well, it matters to me because I'm an American, and I'm from Ohio. And if you look at what these Wall Street billionaire elites have done to different parts of the world, if you look at, what they did to Latin America, if you look at what they did to Africa, you can read, there's a very good book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, about how they've destroyed any notion of economic development in Africa. If you look at all of that, you'll see that the same thing that they did to the developing world, or the global south, or the third world, or whatever you want to call it, the same thing they are now doing to parts of the United States. Deindustrialization, crushing small businesses, crushing development, and driving into poverty. There's been this controlled demolition of the American middle class by this, financialist elite based in, Wall Street, New York, based in London, and they have essentially demolished the domestic economy of the United States and absorbed it into this global financial system. And if you look at this, this is what it's about. It's about beating people down deeper and deeper into poverty so that you can maintain a monopoly for Western corporations, for certain corporations. And for a while, we Americans, we had some skin in the game. Hey, if they beat down all these other countries, we were here in the USA, so we got a good lifestyle. That's ancient history. With the computer revolution, you don't need industrial workers anymore. There's no place at the assembly line for us Americans anymore. We don't have a place in this global setup. what they've done to the rest of the world, they're now doing to the United States. You know, for a while it was, you know, Western nations colonizing third world nations. We're at the point where these, you know, these billionaire financial elites don't have any domestic loyalties. I mean, you look at the Carnegies, the Morgans, you know, these financial elites, they're not patriotic to the United States. They're not loyal. If you read, you know, the Council on Foreign Relations, they talk about the open international system. You know, they talk about, you know, this kind of international capitalist system that doesn't really have any borders, doesn't really have any, you know, domestic regulations or nationalism. It's all just kind of one globalist system where we're all seeing ourselves ground deeper into poverty, and a small banker elite just continues to make lots and lots of money. That's the new global setup. And what are they most afraid of? Populism. That's what they're most afraid of. You read it, what is the enemy that this, you know, the folks, you know, like Anne-Marie Slaughter and the Council on Foreign Relations, what is it that they are so afraid of? What is it that they're just terrified of? Populism. And what is populism? Populism is when a government steps in and takes action on behalf of ordinary people against this elite. You look at all the great American populists, people like Huey Long, you know, William Jennings Bryan, Eugene Debs. These are leaders who, you know, who rallied the population against financial elite, against Wall Street, against the billionaire financialists, and they called for the state to intervene on behalf of ordinary people. That's populism. When the government takes action on behalf of the population against the globalist elite, against the financiers, against the wealthy, and on behalf of the population. That's what populism is. And there is nothing that this global financial elite is more afraid of than populism. And they call Putin a populist. And they call the Venezuelan government populists. And they call the Chinese government populists. Any leader around the world that they don't like, they call them a populist, because what they're carrying out is a program saying that we are going to control our economy and make it serve the people, not the interests of the profits. And that's the fight that's going on today. It's a fight between the open international system and the specter, the ongoing specter of populism, as people are completely unsatisfied with the emerging low-wage international police state that's emerging. People want a government that serves them, a government that serves basic interests, that starts providing, you know, peace and starts working for peace in the world, starts providing jobs, starts creating economic opportunities. They want the state to do what the state historically has done, to do basic statecraft and make sure the people, the population has a good life. That's been abandoned in this open international system, but that's what people overwhelmingly want.
Living as an innovationist. There's a story of the blind men and the elephant. And the story goes that there were a group of blind men, and they were all presented with an elephant, which they could not see, they could only touch, and they were all asked to describe the elephant. And they all touched different parts of the elephant. And one guy was asked to describe the elephant, and he said it looked like a snake. And another guy was asked to describe the elephant, and he said it was flat. And another guy was asked to describe the elephant, and he had touched the elephant's ears, and he thought it was very thin. And another guy was asked to describe the elephant. He said it was pointy, or, you know, because he touched the tusks, and that they were all correct. They had all touched different parts of the elephant. But what they were describing was different parts of one big thing, different aspects of one big thing. And you have to see the whole picture. You're seeing an elephant, but if you can only touch it, you're only going to touch one part, and you're going to project that part to be the entire reality. And that often when we're dealing with things like politics, religion, and philosophy, that's how it can be. That's how it can be. Is that you don't know exactly what everything is, and that there's one side of everything that sometimes people see one aspect of something and they blow it up into something big. And sometimes people see another aspect of something and they blow it up into something big, and they're not lying. They're seeing one aspect of reality, one aspect of the nature of the universe, but they're not seeing the whole picture. And that's often what things can be like. And that I've said many times on these streams that we need to get past judging people by what they call themselves, right? Right now in this world, there are Christians, people who speak in the name of Jesus Christ that are doing great things, and there are people who speak in the name of Jesus Christ and call themselves Christians that are doing awful things and playing a very negative role. There are people in this world who call themselves Muslims who are doing great things. And there are people in this world who speak in the name of Islam and call themselves Muslims that are doing awful things. There are people who call themselves communists in this world who are doing great things. There are a lot of people, especially in the United States and in the Western countries, who call themselves communists that are doing a lot of bad things, that are not playing a good role. And that if you judge people by what they call themselves, you're missing the picture. And that, increasingly, the Center for Political Innovation, we find that people who don't agree with us ideologically but share our goals are much easier to work with than people who say they agree with us. There are a lot of people who say they agree with us, or they say they agree with what we've said over the years or whatever. They're not very helpful in getting things done. Meanwhile, there are great people who don't agree with us, don't agree with our perspective, but they share our goal of peace with Russia, peace with China, building and constructing. Angela McArdle, libertarian who I really admire, was leader of the Libertarian Party, just a great person. And I really admire her, even though she does not agree with me about economics. She's from a completely different school of thought, libertarianism. But I greatly admire her, and she is happy to work with us at CPI. And, she had us be sponsors of the Rage Against the War Machine rally. I've been on her podcast, and, great things are happening. We have a very vibrant, active relationship with Angela McArdle. Whereas there are people who call themselves communists, and even people who call themselves the same kind of communists or whatever that we used to be, that do nothing but talk trash about us on the internet. And that you can't judge people by what they say they are. You have to judge people by what they actually do. And that all of these worldviews have truth in them. But none of them really are seeing the whole picture. And none of us really have the whole picture, but we're trying to do our best with what we know. And that's why I'm talking about the elephant. I'm talking about the elephant story because I'm gonna open this presentation tonight about living as an innovationist by basically showing different places where people have described similar things. And the first thing I'm going to start out with is Confucius. Right? Confucius is considered the genius of Chinese civilization. Right? He is very much the founder of traditional Chinese culture, just a greatly admired and respected figure, one of the most brilliant minds in history, really deeply influential on not just China, but on Korea, on Japan, on many societies in Asia, just one of the most important thinkers in world history. And there's one quote from him. He says, "The man who says he can and the man who says he can't are both correct." Meaning that, if you have the attitude of you're not going to succeed, you won't. And if you have the attitude that you will succeed, you will. I like that quote, but I'm actually tonight I'm going to use a much more complicated. Sorry, I've got some water here. Just a much more complicated quotation from the great Confucius that I think is a great way to start the presentation. And this is from the Book of Rites that was published in the 1st century BC, and one of the most important books of, Confucian teachings, one of the oldest ones. It's published, at least 100 years before Jesus Christ was born. Yan Yan, and it's a reminiscence of the great Confucius. Yan Yan was by his side and said to him, "Master, what are you sighing about?" And Confucius replied, "I never saw the practice of the grand course and the eminent men of the 3 great dynasties, but I have my object in harmony with theirs. When the grand course was pursued, a public and common spirit ruled all under the sky. They chose men of talents, virtue, and ability, and their words were sincere, and they were cultivated with harmony. And thus men did not love their parents only, nor treated as children only their own sons. A competent provision was secured for the aged until their death, and employment for the able-bodied, and the means of growing up for the young. They showed kindness and compassion to widows, orphans, and childless men, and those who were disabled by disease, so that they were all sufficiently maintained. Males had their proper work, and females had their homes. They accumulated articles of value, disliking that they should be thrown away upon the ground, but not wishing to keep them for their own gratification. They labored with their own strength, disliking that their strength should not be exerted, but not exerting it for only their own advantage. In this way, selfish scheming was repressed and found no development. Robbers, filchers, and rebellious traitors did not show themselves, and hence the outer doors remained open and were not shut. And this is the period that we call Great Unity. Now, what in the world does this mean? This is a very odd piece of writing. It's a very, very odd text. What he's saying is he's sad one day, and one of his followers, Confucius, is asking him, why are you sad? And he says, I'm sad because I'm never going to see the great course, which is the way he's teaching, urging people to honor their relationships and live in a moral way, etc. I'm never going to see it play out. And the ultimate conclusion of my philosophy and my teaching is going to be a world where people love not only their own parents, but everyone else's parents. And people love not only their own children, but everyone else's children. And that there's enough to secure that old people are taken care of until they die. And every person has a job and is employed. Every able-bodied person is employed, and every child is given education and a means of growing up. And there's kindness and compassion to widows and orphans and childless men and those who are disabled by disease. And they're all sufficiently maintained, and all the men are working, and all the women have beautiful homes. And there's a whole lot of wealth and value everywhere. And people aren't being wasteful, but there's also a huge amount of wealth. And people are able to just take that great wealth for themselves. And they don't need it for their own gratification. And they work because they want to be productive, and they want to create. They want to work, but not for selfish reasons, because they want to work in order to make the world a better place. And there's no robbers and there's no thieves, and there's enough to go around that everyone's happy. And there's no robbers and there's no thieves. And as a result, when he talks about the outer doors, we don't have to have big walls around our cities anymore. In fact, we don't even need a government of any kind. We can just, people can just do what they want, because there's no robbers, there's no thieves. Everyone has enough. Everyone has what they need to survive. There's no homelessness. Every child is taken care of. Every old person is taken care of. There's fulfilling work for everybody. There's great wealth everywhere. People have become selfless. There's no need to be greedy. What is Confucius describing in this text? Well, if you come at things from a communist perspective, that's communism. And the Chinese Communist Party now points to this to argue that communism is in line with China's great tradition. He's describing a world of vast abundance where no one is without, and as a result, the selfishness and cruelty that comes with scarcity, man's inhumanity to man, fades away. Confucius understood, it seems, that poverty is the basis of inequality and the need for the state and all of that, and that a world could be achieved where there was enough wealth for all, where everyone was taken care of, and there was not crime, and there was not cruelty, and everyone had enough, and everyone lived a fulfilling life. People worked because they enjoyed it. They found fulfillment in their work. They didn't have to work. No one was toiling to survive. And he's arguing that his teachings were intended to bring humanity that way. It was called the Grand Course. The way Confucius urged people to live, filial piety, relationships, loving each other, being frugal, etc. Confucius was hoping that his teachings could eventually set the stage, for building a world of peace and abundance. And that's the idea. And that's Confucius, right? And he says this, it's written in the 1st century BC. He lived much earlier than that. He lived in the 5th century BC, 500 years before Christ. You have Confucius laying out his vision of the Great Unity, which sounds a lot like communism. Sounds like the higher stage of communism. But it's not just Confucius. 500 years later, there's a guy named Jesus of Nazareth who comes along, and there's a movement called Christianity. And what does the Christian Bible says? Right? This is the book of Revelations. And I looked, and behold, a white cloud. And upon the cloud, one sat unto the Son of Man, having his head a golden crown, and in his hand a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the temple, crying with a loud voice to him that sat on the cloud, thrust in thy sickle and reap, for the time is come for thee to reap, for the harvest of the earth is ripe. And he that sat on the cloud thrust his sickle into the earth, and the earth was reaped. And another angel came out of the temple, which is heaven, also having a sharp sickle. And another angel came out of the altar, which had power over fire, and cried with a loud cry to him that had the sickle, saying, thrust in thy sharp sickle, and gather the clusters of the vine into the earth, for her grapes are truly ripe. And another quote from Revelations. And he showed me a pure river of the water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. And in the midst of the street, and on either side of the river, was there the tree of life, which bare 12 manner of fruits, and yielded her fruits every month. And the leaves of the tree were for the healing of the nations. And there shall be no more curse, but the throne of God and of the Lamb shall be in it, and his servants shall serve him, and they shall see his face, and his name shall be on their foreheads. And also Luke 17, 20, 21, Jesus Christ. And then he was demanded of the Pharisees when the kingdom of God should come. And he answered them and said, the kingdom of God cometh not with observation, neither shall they say, lo here, or lo there, for behold, the kingdom of God is within you. He's saying that the idea that you're going to, just sit back and watch the kingdom of God, this heaven on earth, come into existence, the harvest of the earth with a vast abundance, the idea that it's just going to sit back and come, that's not the point, right? You're not going to be able to sit back and say, lo here and lo there and behold, because it's coming from us. It will be human beings embracing our creative ability, human beings standing up and pushing forward and innovating and creating that will bring about the kingdom of God on earth. It is within us. And the kingdom of God is the reaping of the harvest of the earth. It is vast abundance that is going to be created. Kind of reminds you of Confucius. But then, of course, if you want to take it from the Marxist perspective, this is what Karl Marx explained. Right can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith the antithesis between mental and physical labor has vanished. After labor becomes not only a means of life, but life's prime want. Doesn't that sound like Confucius? After labor has become not only a means of life, but life's prime want. After the productive forces have increased with the all-around development of the individual, and the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed in its entirety, and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, and to each according to his needs. So what is Karl Marx saying? He's saying that there will come a time where with vast abundance, the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, that people will not have to work, right? After labor has become not only a means of life, but life's prime want, meaning people won't have to work, but they'll do it because they want to. After the productive forces have increased with the all-around development of the individual, and the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith the antithesis between mental and physical labor is vanished. Only then can we reach a society where people can just do what they feel like doing, from each according to his ability, and take whatever they need to each according to his needs. Again, doesn't this sound like Confucius? Doesn't this sound like the Revelation? Doesn't this sound like Jesus? The kingdom of God is within you. Doesn't this sound like Karl Marx? It's all pointing to the same thing. These are all parts of the elephant. And that's what I would like you to understand. These are all parts of the elephant. And that we are trying to build a society where people have what they need, where human creativity and brilliance is unleashed. We are trying to build God's kingdom on earth, the great unity, communism, whatever you want to call it. They're all talking about the same thing. And we're trying to create that. And the basis of that is increasing the wealth of society. It is human beings doing what we do, inventing, creating, expanding our life expectancy, expanding our living conditions. That is the road to this higher world. And you can see this in Confucianism, and you can see this in Christianity, and you can see it in Marxism. And it's just something that we have been innately aware of, is that human beings are builders. And if we continue to build, we can build a society without repression, without want and hunger, and without injustice. That is what human beings are capable of doing if we get our shit together, right? If we start living for the sake of others, if we start following the great course of Confucius, if we have a rationally organized economy where the means of production function for the good of society, not the wealth of private individuals, we rationally plan production. If we organize society in a healthy, rational way, we can unleash human ability and we can get to a society where people have what they need. And again, if you want to call that communism, fine. And if you want to call that Christianity, fine. And if you want to call it Confucianism, fine. We call it innovationism because there's a lot of people speaking in the name of all kinds of ideologies who are really not helping us get there, right? However, we are trying to build a movement that can help get America on the road and get the world on the road to building such a society. And it can be done. But the woke left is not going to get us there. The regular right wing is not going to get us there. We have to do it ourselves. And no, it's not going to be observed, right? Jesus said the kingdom of God is not to be observed. It's not just going to come down from the sky. The kingdom of God is within you. It is on us to build that movement. We have to build it. The idea that it's just going to come, it's just going to naturally, appear, right? It's not how these things work. We human beings have to innovate. And we have to utilize our willpower to stand up against injustice, to unleash human creativity and brilliance, and we have to make it happen. So that brings me to what makes humanity unique. Frederick Engels, he says, the animal merely uses its environment and brings about changes in it simply by its presence. Man, by his changes, makes it serve his ends, masters it. And this is the essential, final distinction between man and other animals. And once again, it is labor that brings out its distinction. Human beings force the environment to serve them. All the other species, they interact with their environment, but we force the environment to serve them. And this is also reflected in Genesis. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful, multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, master it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and the fowl of the air, and every living thing that moveth on the earth. And that human beings, we master our environment. We force the environment to serve us, and that we're constantly reinventing the way our environment serves us, right? First, we burned wood, right? The legend, the ancient Greeks, they have the legend of Prometheus. And Prometheus is the guy who brought fire to mankind. He taught human beings to burn wood, right? And that was the birth of human intelligence when Prometheus stole fire from the gods. At first, we were burning wood, and then we figured out how to burn coal, and then we figured out fossil fuels, natural gas, oil, petroleum. Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances. There's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project.
This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th where we're going to fill up the Midwest Convention Center in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for. And it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
To the masses! To the masses! To the masses! Dare to win! Dare to win! Dare to win! Dare to win!
I wanted to begin by saying I'm deeply honored to be part of this panel, part of this conference as a non-Muslim. And that points to the question that I get asked so often. People ask me, they say, Caleb, you know, you're an American guy from Ohio, you're a Christian, you're a leftist, you're a socialist. Why do you talk so much about the situation in the Middle East, the plight of Shia Muslims, about Iran? Why do you talk about this so much? And I've had to think about how I answer that question. And the answer that I've come up with is something like this. I tell the people who ask me this, I say, I want you to imagine that here in the United States of America, there was some kind of priest or preacher, and he was going around the United States and saying that he believed in not capitalism, but Christianity. And that he said that he was for the oppressed, and that his movement believed that all people were equal in the eyes of God, and that no racism could be tolerated, that no discrimination of any kind could be tolerated, and that his mass movement lifted up the most downtrodden people, and that he called for a war of poverty against wealth and mobilizing the poor for justice. And millions of people followed this movement and made great sacrifices, and that organizations were built called the Mobilization of the Oppressed that began building hospitals and schools and providing basic services to people. And I say to them, if such a movement was taking place in the United States, if you call yourself a progressive, if you call yourself a socialist, if you call yourself someone who is concerned about social justice, you would have to have something to do with that movement. Right? You might disagree with it on one point or another, but you would have to relate to it in some way. And I tell people that's what Imam Khomeini was in Iran, and that's what Sheikh Ibrahim Zakzaki is in Nigeria. Munir al-Nimr, the sheikh who was brutally killed by the Saudis, that's what he was doing as well. And that if you call yourself a progressive, you can't put up a barrier and say, well, these people have a different religion than me, I can't associate with them. Or these people, they think this way, or they disagree with me about this issue, I can't associate with them. That's not what progressive people should be doing. And I want to say that it seems like something that you can learn very easily when you look throughout history. That when you subjugate one group of people, and you subject them to demonization, and you stigmatize them, by doing that, you can effectively oppress all of society. Right? Take Bahrain, for example. Now, Bahrain, this is a country, the majority of the people are Shia, and they have a government imposed on them by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, an autocratic government. And there are all kinds of people in Bahrain who want democracy and freedom, and the right to associate with who they want to associate with, and the right to say what they want to say. There's all kinds of people who do that in Bahrain. But the way that the Western media and the way the regime there has been able to suppress the people in Bahrain who don't want to be oppressed any longer is to say, oh, this is Sunni versus Shia. This is an ethnic conflict. Don't pay any attention to it. This is something you can't understand. And you look at, Nigeria. This is a country that has been colonized. It's one of the richest countries on the African continent. At this point, it's actually the top oil exporting country on the African continent. But the people there are deeply impoverished. The life expectancy is very low. The rate of literacy is very low. Child labor goes on there at very high rates. You can look at some of the pictures of the Niger Delta region. This is the richest, most oil-rich region in all of Africa. And you can see beaches that are black with oil and children playing on these oil beaches with nothing. I mean, the poverty that people are living in. Such a wealthy country, but so impoverished by the rule of Western bankers and corporations. And how have the imperialists been able to keep the country so poor? By playing the Christians against the Muslims, right? By fomenting ethnic and religious divisions to keep the country impoverished. And yet you have Sheikh Ibrahim Zakzaki
a Muslim who was trying to bring together these two communities and create dialogue and was doing everything he could to move the Muslim community away from the terrorists like Boko Haram and to have dialogue with Christians and to try and bring people together. And now you have the military dragging him away, attacking Zaria, attacking the Shia community, the Islamic movement of Nigeria. Or you can take the situation in Yemen. You know, the way U.S. media talks about Yemen, they say, well, this is a war that you can't understand. That's their message to average Americans. This is too complicated. You can't understand it. And there are these people called the Houthis, and they're somehow involved with Iran, and it's just a big mess, and just look the other way. And in reality, if you look at the situation in Yemen, it's not just the Ansar Allah organization. It's the entire country. There is the southern movement of people in the south of Yemen that want to bring back the Democratic People's Republic of Yemen. There is the followers of the former President Saleh, nationalists. But all of them don't want Yemen to continue to be a colony of Saudi Arabia. But by whipping up this stigma and saying that this is simply a Sunni-Shia conflict, that this is simply the Shia versus the Saudis, and it's a way of marginalizing and obscuring the truth about what's actually taking place. And probably the most insulting way that this narrative is put forward.
All of our comrades, let's give a round of applause for all the great. So I'm just going to be presenting an award, and I'm really, really honored and excited to do that. And this award is called the Voice of Resistance Award. Wow. And this goes to a comrade that we met very shortly after the FBI raids in July 29th of 2022. There was a conference held by the Center for Political Innovation in Chicago. Yeah. Len and several other comrades went out to that conference where we met this person that I'm about to present this award to. The mystery is growing. And from that day forward, this comrade was, he was, as like Penny's poem, two-fisted in the fight for anti-colonial free speech. Every opportunity there was to say the Uhuru 3, drop the charges on the Uhuru 3, you need to be talking about this case, he was there. Julian Assange's brother and father came to Chicago, he was there. Any politician that was holding forums or anything online that was going on in the chat, it was flooded with comments from this comrade talking about the Uhuru 3. He's been to St. Louis many times, marched for reparations with us, been to our convention now year after year since then. We love this comrade. He is incredibly witty, incredibly bold, and incredibly principled. And we present the Voice of Resistance Award to John McCarthy.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess I'm supposed to say something tomorrow, so maybe I should save. But thank you for this, and thank you for giving me something to fight for. Yeah, it's been an honor to fight for you, because you're fighting for everybody.
Moving right along.
Of the slave owners, and so you cannot look for justice there. What you have to fight is the political thing that it revolves around. This is what we took to help the lawyers to understand. The lawyers kept saying, I've never seen anything like this before. I've never seen them do this kind of thing. I don't know why they take so long to make this ruling. I don't know, except because it's a political struggle. And they're dealing with the political situation in the world. Even that's why they're talking about Ukraine. Why in the hell are they putting me in jail because of Ukraine? Because we went against their objectives. Their objectives to dominate the world. They talking about. And I appreciate what John was able to talk about. Because you're on the precipice of a third world war that can destroy the whole damn planet, and they want to put me in jail for being opposed to the fact that they are using Ukraine as a war to make against Russia. And Russia is armed to the teeth. I saw a report, a Russian at one juncture was talking about, this is before Trump came to power, that Russia is the only country that could reduce America to a parking lot. You understand? So this is the thing, they're going to put us in this situation, and with the NGA being right down the street from here, if Russia decides to strike back, who the hell are they going to hit?
You understand what I'm saying? Where is it going to fall? Right in my neighborhood, where we're trying to do the Black Power blueprint. That's it. Finally, this. The right to speech, free speech is precious. But we're talking about anti-colonial free speech. And one of the biggest problems we've had historically is the fact that the colonizer white left, the colonial left, the left colonizers have also fought against the right of African people to define our reality. They fought harder. They've given logic. They've given ideology. They've given all of this to the reason why African people should not be able to fight for our own freedom on our own terms. This is what the biggest fight we have, and that's one of the reasons this is important. One of the reasons you're important. One of the reasons we have more than 130 odd cities right now, and people don't even understand some of what they see. The growing influence, the growing ability of white people to support reparations. People see this data, they don't know where it's coming from. They don't know that it's a part of the strategy of African People's Socialist Party to break us out of the isolation they've imposed on us. They don't know that in the middle of the most oppressed sector of the population, black people are coming together under some difficult circumstances to talk about the critical questions that's impacting the whole world. This is happening under the leadership of the advanced attachment of African And we made it hard for them. We made it hard for them. How you say that in St. Louis? Come on, say it hard. Is it hard? Hard? How you say that? We made it hard. We made it real hard for them to do that. I mean, by the time we got back to sentencing, the judge had received more than 1,600 letters supporting us. They're not accustomed to that. The dope pushers don't get 1,600.
And the Center for Political Innovation. And to start the day, we will be hearing a solidarity statement from the Center for Political Innovation.
Right on.
And yes, who have stood with the Uhuru Three since the day of the FBI raids on July 29th, 2022. John McCarthy is a longtime activist from the Chicago area, associate of Caleb Maupin, and member of the Center for Political Innovation. He's a fierce advocate for anti-colonial free speech and supportive of Hands Off Uhuru. Please help me welcome Comrade John McCarthy. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. The Center for Political Innovation is deeply grateful to the Uhuru movement for standing up to the FBI, for fighting back, for winning, and for showing the rest of us how it's done. The fact that you stood up to the FBI and won has given hope and courage to a lot of other people. Now here comes the controversial part. The fact that you stood up and fought and won has given courage to a lot of other people, including, it would seem, to the President of the United States. Like Chairman was talking about yesterday, when Trump ran in 2016, he promised to repair relations between the United States and Russia. Then all hell broke loose. The Atlanticists sent their intelligence community and the Democratic Party against him with all this lawfare. And his response was to cave. Yes. His people cut plea deals. They turned on each other. They ratted each other out. Instead of a fight back, they did damage control. This time, though, it seems to be quite different. He's meeting with Putin. He's defending parts of Putin's argument. He's negotiating a ceasefire, and they're restoring the consulates and the embassies that had been shut down or de-staffed. So what's different? The world has changed. What changed the world? The courage of the Uhuru Three and the fight back of the African People's Socialist Party.
Now, this isn't settled. we still may not change direction or stop this war. But what you have done has given us a fighting chance to stop this world-ending war. And the Center for Political Innovation thanks you. We salute you, and we vow not to waste the opportunity that you have won for us. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you so much for that solidarity statement. I mean, it really just shows how the party and the chairman is leading this revolution and is influencing the world as he always has been doing. But this is such an incredible time to be a part of the movement. And now I'm excited.
And political leadership, we had the ability to be able to start meeting with them. I think it was about a year in advance. So we went through a lot of pre-trial political education by the chairman, and I just think that the legal team, I just saluted it. They were magnificent. They did hear it. They internalized what the chairman was saying, and we can hopefully people can talk a little bit about that. But it was very, very important. I just want to, by the way, before I start, I want to really salute John and CPI, and I really appreciate that statement. I really appreciate that, and I think that was a really profound, insight into the significance of the Uhuru 3 case. I think S.G. Mwezi, the Secretary General of the party, Mwezi Odom, who is also the chair of the Hands Off Uhuru, made that second video, and that is just, I think, is very, very dynamic and really gives a sense of the whole movement.
We made it a point to say that we're not going to try to convince the court, the judge, that they should be African internationalists, that they should be opposed to colonialism. That's not our task. Our task is to raise up the fact that you say you have a constitution. That's your constitution. You wrote it when I was enslaved. It's not mine, First Amendment, it's yours, etc. And we're going to put it to the test. Do you actually believe in it? And guess what? There were a lot of people who we were talking about the cross currents that was happening in this country, the contest between sectors of bourgeoisie. Tucker Carlson. I was seen and heard by more than 3 million people in just a couple of days on Tucker Carlson. People say, you're talking to Tucker Carlson? I say, you're damn right I'm talking to Tucker Carlson. They say, you're talking to Scott Ritter. If he'll talk to me, I'm talking to Scott Ritter. I love talking to Scott Ritter because Tucker Carlson and Scott Ritter had a relationship with white people. The white left does not have a relationship with white people. They just have a relationship with other white leftists. I say if I can talk to white people, I know I can convince white people better what's in their best interest. And we can join this thing together. Fight on free speech. Fight on free speech. Do you believe in it or not? And so the white left say, hell no, I don't believe it. Shut up. That's what they would say. Say, we believe it as long as you don't listen to, as long as you don't have anything to do with Tucker Carlson. If somebody came up to us, and when we were in Washington, D.C. at a demonstration and said, because we had a relationship, I think might have been with John's CPI, that they were not going to have anything to do with quitters. I said, bye. CPI was first out of the damn gate in terms of defense of this movement and defense of the right to free speech. And we got people who are now, they're so thin-skinned. White people are thin-skinned. They're the ones who created niggers and goops and all these other terrible things, but you can't say anything. They're so thin-skinned. Their feelings were hurt. I'm living under the worst kind of terror, and all my food is in your refrigerator, and you mad at me because I tell the world that's the case. This is the most ridiculous situation. That's what we live with. That's what we used to live with, but we don't play that no more, and we ain't scared.
I wanted to ask you, Caleb, for innovationism, for those that don't know about it. You already sort of gave a brief introduction. Could you describe the theory and praxis that drives innovationism?
Okay, well, the main thing is that, if you read Marx, right, Marx refers to human beings as being an animal because that was the way people talked. And Marx, had correspondence with Charles Darwin, and they were rejecting any form of spirituality. They were hard materialists. Man was just another animal. But there's a very important essay that Frederick Engels wrote called The Role of Labor in the Transition from Ape to Man. And in that essay, Frederick Engels points out that human beings are unlike any other species because all other species simply interact with their environment, but human beings master their environment and force the environment to serve them, and that human labor power is about mastering the environment. And the whole history of human civilization, we have been reinventing our relationship with nature constantly in order to have a longer life expectancy, in order to increase our population, in order to have a more comfortable life. And we are constantly reinventing our relationship with nature. We're constantly innovating. And Marx touches on this. And his understanding of historical materialism is like, first you have hunter-gatherer civilization, eventually you have slavery, eventually you have feudalism, and then feudalism gives rise to industrial capitalism, which gives rise to imperialism, eventually socialism and communism. So he's understanding that that's the nature of humanity. But his focus is on the struggle between the industrial factory worker and the industrial factory owner. Well, nowadays, we live in a world where artificial intelligence is very rapidly eliminating human labor, right? Human labor has less and less of a role at the assembly line. Workers are more and more alienated from each other. Meanwhile, what Marx wrote about the contradiction between, what really, and this is the essence of what Marx wrote about. If you read, Capital, if you read The Poverty of Philosophy, he was talking about capitalism is the only system in history that has created poverty caused by abundance, right? Never before have people been homeless because there are too many houses. Never before have people been hungry because there's too much food. Capitalism creates a situation where the more wealth that is created, the poorer people get. And great technological advances make the problem worse because, self-driving cars should be a great thing. It should be great to have self-driving cars. But in our society, it would lead to millions of unemployed truck drivers, millions of unemployed Uber drivers, millions of unemployed state highway patrolmen and traffic court employees. And what sense does that make? It should be great that there's less human labor that's necessary because this chore called driving is no longer necessary. And so abundance creating poverty, that is the essential contradiction of capitalism, that human brilliance, eliminating labor, making human labor more productive because machines can do so much and we have to do so little, that should lead to vast abundance. And that ultimately points toward the necessity of creating a rationally organized economy so that human creativity can continue to soar forward and we can become wealthier as technology advances. And that's at the essence of what Marx wrote, but in his time, it had not fully developed to the point that it has developed now. Marx was talking about the struggle of the factory worker against the factory owner, but he was pointing to something that was even deeper than that, which is that contradiction between human creativity, etc., and how ultimately the necessity of the capitalist economic system and the drive for technology is going to be a rationally organized economy. That's the ultimate conclusion. Now, Nelson Peary, who was the leader of the Communist Labor Party, and eventually he formed the League of Revolutionaries for a New America, he wrote a very, very good book before he died, which I really recommend to people. It's called The Future is Up to Us. And in this book, he points out that the worker and the factory owner, they are both part of capitalism. But the merchant class that overthrew feudalism, they were neither slaves or serfs or landowners. And they were a new class that had been created by the rise of a new mode of production of capitalism. And that, the landowners that overthrew hunter-gatherer civilization, they were not part of hunter-gatherer civilization. They had land. They were a separate new class that had been created for a new mode of production. And what he argues is that it's not, the working class is an essential part of capitalism, the wage worker. It's not a class within the system that overthrows it. It is a new class created by a new mode of production. And what Nelson Peary argues is that capitalism, through the computer revolution, through artificial intelligence, is creating what he calls the new class of almost permanently unemployed workers that are almost like gig economy workers.
who are struggling every day to survive and are kind of small business owners. You know, they work, they set their own hours, and they kind of have to use their creativity and their innovation to figure out how they can hustle as much money from Uber or from Amazon or whoever in order to get by. That new class that has been created that really doesn't have a place in capitalism, is kind of fighting every day to just have enough. They're not lumpen, they're not criminal elements that are leeching off their own class. They're like fighting to just get enough to survive as they've kind of been cast out of the means of production. That new class, the precariat is what other people have come to call it. That new class will lay the basis for a new economy when society controls the means of production. And I've pointed to the rise of Javier Milei in Argentina. Awful leader. He has been awful for Argentina, but why did he win? He won because the left, the socialist movement in Argentina, the labor unions, the communist groups are very much tied in with the Peronist bureaucracy. And that Peronist bureaucracy crushes gig economy workers, right? They get treated as small business owners. Their taxes are what they would pay if they were a small business owner. They don't get union representation. And gig economy workers in Argentina have been royally screwed by the Peronist bureaucracy. If they were factory workers, they would benefit from the Peronist bureaucracy. But because they're gig economy workers, they have been totally screwed. And so libertarianism is much more attractive to them, right? I believe Javier Milei has gotten rid of a lot of the licenses that they have to pay, has lifted a lot of the taxes on them. And so the libertarian philosophy very much appeals to the precariat because the bureaucracy is intended to protect factory workers. And that Marxism and socialism was always intended to be a labor union adjacent movement. That's how Marx designed it. Social democracy originally, communism, Bolshevism was like the anti-imperialist wing of the labor movement, but it was always designed to be, there are workers in this factory that are organized into this union to demand better conditions, and this is the ideology of the labor union. This is the ideology and the political vision that accompanies the labor movement. We're in a period where the labor movement, it's still a factor, but it's very different. And so we have to kind of rethink things. And that's why innovationism is a celebration of human creativity, an understanding that we need a rationally organized economy, and that the computer revolution has created a deep crisis of overproduction. And that ultimately, I have raised the slogan, we need a government of action to fight for working families, right? We need a state that controls the economy in order to make sure there is growth. But there's going to be a lot of capitalists in that state. And if you look at any 21st century socialist society, all the actual communist governments have realized in order to have communism or socialism in our time, you need small business owners. And in fact, in Nicaragua, micro entrepreneurship is a big part. That's the success. The government loans money to Nicaraguans to start their own farm, to start their own business, and that's how it's flourished. In China, it's the same thing, and in Vietnam, it's the same thing. And North Korea would like to do that. It's just very difficult because of all the sanctions, right? Capitalism is an essential part of 21st century socialism. It's just controlled. It's not capitalism in the sense that profits are in command, but having a market sector and having innovators, people that are entrepreneurs with new ideas that go out and invent things, having consumers vote with their dollars on things, that's a part of the 21st century pro-growth, state-planned economies that are emerging, right? So by calling us innovationists, we're making clear we are not anti-growth. We're not opposed to creativity. We're not trying to, impose some kind of bureaucracy on working people. We want a state that controls the major centers of economic power to enable people to go out and innovate and be creative and build a new, beautiful world with their minds and with their creative power, right? It's a different kind of relationship. We need a state that is actively investing in the population and sees human labor power as the source of all wealth, and human creativity as something that needs to be nurtured and promoted at all costs.
This is Press TV. Hello, I'm Saeed Pourza. We're continuing our coverage of the U.S.-backed Israeli naked aggression against Iran for the now 7 days. The exchange of fire between the Israeli regime and Iran continues, with missiles from the Islamic Republic penetrating the skies around the Zionist entity. Calls for diplomacy, for a ceasefire, and a reining back of hostilities from global leaders, including from the United Nations. Well, let's talk about that with Amina Taylor, Press TV's producer and correspondent, who has hopped into the studio to help us keep the ball rolling. And via Zoom, all the way from the States, Caleb Maupin from an unspecified location inside the U.S. He's an analyst with the Center for Political Innovation and author of, among other titles, Where is America Going? And Caleb, thank you for being with us. Let me start with that same title. As far as this war of aggression, where do you think America is going?
Well, it's going in the opposite direction of where the overwhelming majority of people in this country want it to be going. Poll after poll has shown the American public does not want more involvement in foreign wars. Donald Trump was elected on a platform of ending involvement in foreign wars. His director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, joined his campaign because she said she wanted to be in a position to stop a new world war. And she herself testified before Congress back in March that Iran was not developing a nuclear weapon. Rumors are now circulating that Tulsi Gabbard, Trump's intelligence director, may even resign as a result of the reckless threats and deranged activities we've been seeing out of the White House recently. The American people don't want this war. Democrats, Republicans, red states, blue states, the American people do not approve of how dangerously the White House is acting about possibly getting us into a conflict and having, young men from Iowa and Texas and Kansas and New York and California come home in body bags in the defense of a foreign country, Israel, that is widely condemned by the world for its atrocities. It has no benefit for the American people. We have absolutely nothing to gain from coming to Israel's aid, and aid to Israel must end. And the will of the American people, that is at this point being represented in Congress mainly by MAGA Republicans, such as Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene, the will of the American people is to stay out of this and not escalate any further. The bluster coming out of the White House is insane. And it's crazy because we have our leader, Donald Trump, saying the exact opposite of what he campaigned on, threatening, making outrageous demands. And then when Iran's supreme leader responds, they're portraying him as being aggressive. Well, what is he supposed to say? What is the leader of a sovereign country that is under attack by a noted war criminal, Israel, supposed to do under these circumstances? He's supposed to say, oh, okay, we surrender. Oh, okay, we back down. Of course he's not going to say that. He's going to stand up for the very principles upon which the Islamic Republic was founded, which include resistance to Israel, resistance to Zionism, and solidarity with the Palestinian people. From the moment the Islamic Republic came into existence, there was solidarity with the Palestinians, opposition to Israel. Imam Khomeini called for the Day of Al-Quds. He spoke about how eventually Al-Quds would be retaken by the Muslim people of the world and Zionism would be defeated. The supreme leader has no choice but to stand firm in his principles. And if Donald Trump thinks that this kind of insane bluster and outrageous demand for unconditional surrender is going to lead to a peaceful resolution of this conflict, he's just out of his mind. This kind of bluster might work in a real estate deal. This is not how one should run international relations.
Very good point. And as early as today, the deputy foreign minister of Iran reminded the world that nuclear weapons do not have a place in Iran's defense doctrine.
And then we figured out nuclear power. And now we've got nuclear power, and hopefully soon we can have fusion energy. We're constantly moving toward a higher energy source as a species, right? And, just a moment to point out why the environmental movement is toxic, is they say, oh, we're just going to run out of natural resources. You know what? If we were still burning wood, if we were still at the beginning burning wood, we would have deforested the planet about 5 times over by now, right? And in Haiti, a deeply underdeveloped, impoverished country, they are still burning wood in order to heat their homes. And that's not a good thing. It's a problem. And yeah, they're in the potential of running out of wood. And if humanity was still burning wood to keep warm in the winter and burning wood to power ourselves, and that was our main energy source, we would have deforested the planet. Except we have innovated, and we learned how to burn coal and burn natural gas, and we developed nuclear power and nuclear power. And now China is getting helium-3 from the moon and figuring out and making great breakthroughs in nuclear fusion, cold fusion. So the idea that, oh, we're just going to run out of resources. No, we're going to innovate new ways to develop, right? We haven't run out of wood because we innovated beyond burning wood to survive. And, and we're not going to run out of oil because we've already innovated nuclear power and new ways to have energy. And and that is what we need to understand, right? Human beings are constantly reinventing their relationship with nature, increasing the population and increasing the life expectancy. Right? We are constantly, human beings live way longer than they used to. Human beings there's a lot more of us than there used to be. And at the same time, as we are reinventing our relationship with nature, we reinvent our political and economic system. We were hunter-gatherers for a long time. And out of hunter-gatherer civilization, we innovated agriculture, growing crops, domesticating animals. That led to a higher mode of production, a political economic system called slavery. And slavery led to a higher mode of economic and political system called feudalism. And out of feudalism came a higher mode of economic and political order called capitalism. And capitalism gave way to something that we live under now, which is, you could argue it's still kind of capitalism, but it's a new form of capitalism called imperialism globalism. Capitalism in its monopolistic stage, the rule of the world by big banks and monopolies based in Western countries. And imperialism globalism is in a crisis right now. And around the world, there is a new way of doing things that has emerged. And in the United States, we are calling that innovationism. And we'll get into what that new way of doing things is. But the imperialist globalist system is in an all-out fight against this new way of doing things, this new order that has emerged because of the BRICS countries, because of the Bolshevik Revolution, etc. And it's not classical Marxism, Leninism, but it's the new world that is emerging. And innovationism is the future. And we are building a movement to break free from globalism and imperialism and unleash humanity's creative power. And that movement in America is called innovationism. Now, there's a distinct difference between imperialism, globalism, the system we live under, and regular capitalism. Why? In regular industrial capitalism, it's the rule by factory owners. Some people own the factories and some people work in the factories. Now, factory owners can be very ruthless. If their workers want to raise and go on strike, they might shoot them down. They try to pay their workers as little as possible. They try to work their workers as long as they can. We're not saying factory owners are great. However, factory owners still have an interest in the wealth of society increasing because they have to sell products. They make their money by selling products. And if society becomes poorer and poorer and poorer, they are not selling more products. Now, are they? And there's an inherent problem with factory owner production, private, production, which is there's never enough wages paid out to buy the products that are sold. And we can talk about that. We've talked about that many times on these streams, the value crisis, the problem of overproduction, the tendency of the falling rate of profit. However, there is a fundamental difference between a factory owner and a banker. A banker wants to maintain economic dominance by staying at the top, and that includes holding back development. The factory owner needs society to keep getting richer so people buy his products. The banker is fine with society getting poorer and poorer and poorer, because the poorer people are, the more they're going to depend on the banker and his control of the purse strings of credit. Industrial capitalism, despite all of its problems, was pro-economic growth and in favor of development. However, what we live under right now, this monopolistic stage of globalism, imperialism, is anti-growth. And the main way it props itself up is by keeping countries in poverty, and it seeks depopulation. We'll go over some quick examples of that. I mean, the British, they went to India, and the people in India had been weaving for hundreds, thousands of years. They'd been weaving their own cloth. And so the British went to India and they said, wow, we're colonizing you and you're weaving cloth. So we're going to help you build up your mills and you can grow lots of lots of cloth, and we're going to turn India into a giant cloth factory, and we're going to have economic growth. Is that what the British did in India? No. The British went to India and they burned the textile looms, and they forced the people of India to import their cloth from Britain. They underdeveloped India and made it a captive market for their products. And Nigeria is a country on the African continent that right now is the top exporter of oil in Africa. No country in Africa is exporting more oil than Nigeria. So, of course, Nigeria is a super wealthy country. The people in Nigeria live in absolute luxury. They all live in palaces, and they're all super rich, and they're very prosperous, happy people. Is that the case? No. The people in Nigeria have a low life expectancy, a low rate of literacy. The infant mortality rate is through the roof. The people in Nigeria are living in utter poverty. Why? Well, the oil of Nigeria isn't going back into Nigeria's economy. It's going into the hands of ExxonMobil, BP, Shell, and Chevron. And big sections of Nigeria don't have electricity, and big sections of Nigeria don't have running water. And lots of Nigerians live in extreme poverty, even though their country is super wealthy, because it's under the domination of Wall Street bankers and corporations. Another example, right? Have all these countries that the USA has attacked, have any of them gotten better as a result, right? The USA invaded Afghanistan, overthrew the Taliban, and for 20 years, the USA was occupying Afghanistan. And did Afghanistan become more stable and more prosperous? Did it develop a strong economy? No. Afghanistan continued to be unstable, chaos and death and destruction. The drug cartels set up shop, ISIS, Al-Qaeda. It was a complete mess until finally, after 20 years, the USA walked away, and now the Taliban, the very people they overthrew, are in power. You look at Iraq. Iraq used to be a quite prosperous country. In the 1980s, Iraq had a very high life expectancy. Living standards were rising in Iraq because the Iraqi government had nationalized the oil and was using the oil to provide education, to provide healthcare. The USA put sanctions on Iraq during the 90s to crush their economy. The USA invaded Iraq in 2003, and as a result, Iraq has been blown to bits. Did Iraq get more prosperous? Did it become a wealthy, prosperous society with the Western investment? No, it got poorer. Libya used to have the highest life expectancy on the African continent. It used to be the wealthiest country in Africa. People from all over the African continent were trying to get to Libya to get some of the wealth that was there, because under the leadership of Gaddafi, they had built the world's largest irrigation system. They had wiped out illiteracy. They had electrified the whole country. They had just built Libya up into being a very strong country. And when the Libyan government was overthrown, and when the government of Gaddafi was overthrown, the result has not been Libya becoming a wealthier, more prosperous country. The result has been Libya has been degrown. It's been impoverished, and it's not electrified, and there's slave markets there, and there's chaos and murder and death, and it's awful, right? Imperialism is about degrowth. Imperialism is holding countries in poverty so that Wall Street bankers can maintain their dominance. That is what globalism, imperialism is about. Lenin wrote about imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Henry Charles Carey, the economic advisor of Abraham Lincoln, he wrote about the American system of industrialism versus the English system of impoverishing countries and underworking the Hindu and sinking the rest of the world to his level. He called it the English system. And he argued that slavery in the U.S. South, this barbaric, primitive way of doing things, was being propped up by the British, who needed that cheap cotton for their textile mills, and the Wall Street bankers, who needed to make money off those slave ships, insuring them. And that it was the English system. Alexander Dugin and the geopolitical school of thought that's rising in popularity in Russia and China talks about Atlanticism and civilizations of the sea, thalassocracy that controls the trade routes with a mighty military, versus tellerocracy or Eurasianism or continentalism or civilizations of the land that prosper by engaging in development and connecting different land masses and different people on land masses with trade. Empires of the sea versus empires of the land. And that's geopolitics. And I would argue, right, that this is all just the elephant, right? This is all this is the elephant. Whether you want to follow the Leninist way of understanding it, whether you want to follow, Henry Charles Carey's way of understanding it, whether you want to follow Alexander Dugin's way of understanding it. This is the elephant. They're all pointing towards the same thing. You can call it Atlanticism. You can call it imperialism. You can call it the English system. You can call it whatever you want. You can call it globalism. It's the same thing. It is the rule of the world by big monopolies and bankers that are keeping the world in poverty. And that is the system that we are living under. Globalism, imperialism. That's what we're living under. And you can call it whatever you want, but that's what it is, right? We're all referring to the same thing. These are all different aspects of the same elephant. And that one of the main things that the British Empire system, the globalist, imperialist, Atlanticist system is promoting is Malthusianism. The idea that there are too many people in the world. There are too many people in the world. And in order to get the world economy in order, we just have to depopulate the planet. And we need to reduce consumption. Everyone needs to be poorer. And they are pushing social engineering. The idea of breeding people like animals, right? Controlling people and getting people to depopulate, getting people to live on less with mind control, with different incentives. They view human beings as sheep. They view human beings as dogs. They view human beings as plants in their garden, and they want to eliminate us. And we have within our souls, we have human creativity. We have this drive to build and create. And so we're not accepting it the way they would like. And so they are trying to control us in order to keep us subservient and get us to just be rats in their maze, just be, just be their sheep, just be tulips in their garden so that they can stay at the top forever. We're refusing to do that. We want to be human. We want to create. We want to build. We want to make a better life. We want to build and innovate and create. We want to have more than we have. We want to have a better life. They don't want that. They believe humanity has gone too far and that they need to depopulate and hold the world, keep the world impoverished. Well, starting with the Russian Revolution of 1917, big sections of the world broke out of this system of globalism, imperialism. The Soviet Union rapidly industrialized, defeated the Nazis, invented space travel, and became an industrial superpower, not under the control of globalism, imperialism. They had a planned economy. Stalin had the 5-year plans. And their ideology was Marxism-Leninism, which was, they were part of the Marxist movement, which had started in Europe, but they were kind of deviants from it in their own way. Leninism was a whole new thing. They were not against regular capitalism. They were against imperialism. They supported oppressed nations. They had this whole theory of the party of new type. Bolshevism was its own thing. And starting with the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917, which was like an Eastern interpretation of the Marxist, the Western working class labor movement ideology of Marxism, you got the first country that broke out of globalism, imperialism. And as globalism, imperialism continued to have a crisis, you had World War II, and in World War II, the Soviet Union kicked ass, and it really proved itself in fighting Hitler and defeating Hitler, liberating Eastern Europe, and it was communists in Yugoslavia and communists in Albania and communists in China who fought against Japan and communists on the Korean Peninsula and communists in Vietnam and communists everywhere. People aligned with the Soviet Union, inspired by the Soviet Union. They just really did a great job in defeating Hitler. So coming out of World War II, there was a wave of anti-colonial revolutions, and countries that were aligned with the Soviet Union started breaking out of the domination of Western capitalism. And after a while, at first, they were all communists. They were all Marxist-Leninists. But soon that changed. You got Kwame Nkrumah in Ghana, and he was not a Marxist-Leninist. He was what he called an African socialist. And in the Arab world, you got Michel Aflaq and Gamal Abdel Nasser and Arab socialism and Ba'athist Arab socialism. And in Latin America, eventually you got Bolivarianism. And in 1979, you had Shia Islamic Revolution, not capitalism, but Islam.
The
Islamic Revolution of Iran was a very pivotal event, led to the creation of the Islamic Republic, a country that is now at the center of opposing Israel throughout the Middle East region, one of the main opponents of American imperialism around the world. Now, why is it that at the time of the 1979 revolution in Iran, when many different factions were organizing, why is it that Khomeini and his followers were the ones that ended up taking power and leading the country? Well, that's because the main issue in the Islamic Revolution was anti-imperialism, was the fact that Iran had a huge amount of oil, and that oil was under the control of British and American oil companies, while the Iranian people were impoverished. Now, in the 1979 revolution, there were many different communist factions, but none of them were able to take power. Only Khomeini and the Islamic Republic was able to take power. Why? Well, that was because the communists had not been consistent in their anti-imperialism. During World War II, the Tudeh Party, or the Communist Party of Iran, had collaborated with the British when the Soviet Union and the British Empire invaded Iran to overthrow the Shah, who was aligned with the Nazis. And the Maoist communists of Iran, organized into the People's Fedayeen guerrillas, they were aligned with China. And China was a huge supporter of the Shah. They saw the Shah's regime, the US-backed dictator, as an ally against what they called Soviet social imperialism. China welcomed the Shah's wife and family members and gave them heroes' welcomes. So because of the fact that the main Communist Party had collaborated with the British, and because of the fact that China was backing the brutal dictator in the name of opposing the Soviet Union, Khomeini and the Islamic revolutionaries, the Ayatollahs, they took power because they were the ones that were trusted, because they had been consistently anti-imperialist for decade after decade after decade. With their conservative Shia Muslim views, they had always consistently opposed the imperialists. And that's why they were trusted by the Iranian people. And that's why they lead the Islamic Republic today. U.S. media is always telling us how much they are concerned about the children of Ukraine. They demonize Russian President Putin and blame him for the number of Ukrainian children who have suffered since the Russian special military operation in Ukraine began 2 years ago. But what about these children? This is a monument created to commemorate all the children who've died since 2014. In 2014, the United States toppled the Ukrainian government. The elected president Yanukovych was overthrown, and they installed a fanatically anti-Russian government. And since 2014, that fanatical anti-Russian government has been bombing Donetsk and Lugansk and the eastern republics, the eastern regions. And for 8 years straight, these children have been dying. 2 to 3 million people from Donbass have fled into Russia. But U.S. media never talks about all these children that have died at the hands of the U.S.-backed government in Kiev. In fact, the Wikipedia page for this monument, the Alley of Angels, was taken down to make sure that you never knew about all the children who died at the hands of the U.S.-backed regime that was imposed on Ukraine. That the war is taking place now and fighting because of the fact that these republics have said after 8 years of being bombed, they don't want to be part of Ukraine anymore. They don't want to be part of a government that's tearing down the World War II memorials, outlawing their language and killing them. They voted to join with Russia. Why don't these children's lives matter? Why is it U.S. media has never told you about the Alley of Angels and all the children killed by the U.S.-backed regime?
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. سلام عرض میکنم، شب شما بخیر. خیلی خوشبختم، افتخاری است و توفیقی است الهی که بتونم این چند شب رو خدمت شما مخاطبان عزیز باشیم. کنفرانس افق نو رو این چند روز داریم، دوشنبه و سه‌شنبه و چهارشنبه، و میهمانان محترمی از سرتاسر دنیا. کنفرانس افق نو کنفرانس، حالا از زبون خودم بخوام ساده تر صحبت بکنم، منتقدین غربی که دیدنشون برای ما مفید هستش، کسانی که خودشون رو خرج کردن، نقدشون، صحبتشون، کلامشون، تخصصشون اکثرا نویسنده هستن، اکثرا فعال سیاسی هستن و کنفرانس افق نو امروز در تهران آغاز به کار کرد. این چند شب رو از ساعت 10:30 تا 11:30 خدمت شما هستیم زنده با میهمانان مختلفی از این کنفرانس. امشب در اولین شب ما 2 جوان رو انتخاب کردم برای شما، 2 جوان فعال سیاسی از شهر نیویورک، از منهتن، 2 جوان خوب میهمان کنفرانس افق نو امشب خدمتشون هستیم. آقای سیروس مکگولدریک، خیلی خوش اومدید. خیلی ممنون. و آقای کالب ماپین، خیلی خوش اومدید. Welcome to the program both of you.
Thank you so much.
و خیلی خوشحالم که جناب آقای یعقوب جوادی خدمتشون هستیم و از روی همین میز ترجمه انجام میدیم که با دقت بیشتری بتونیم همه چی رو داشته باشیم. کنفرانس امروز روز خیلی خوبی رو داشتیم. میهمانان محترم صحبت بسیار خوبی داشتن. آقای دکتر سعید جلیلی بودن، صحبت داشتن. آقای حجت الاسلام پناهیان، آقای مقامی، آیت الله آقای مقامی خدمتشون بودیم و لیستی از میهمانان دیگه، آقای گرت پورتر، استاد گرت پورتر با کتاب بحران ساختگی در مورد وضع هسته‌ای ایران از سخنان امروز بودن و تعداد زیادی که من الان وارد اون بخش نمیشم، وقت رو از دست ندیم. شروع میکنیم با آقای کالب ماپین که آمریکایی هستند، ایرلندی الاصل از اجداد، از منطقه، از ایالت اوهایو در واقع ایالت‌های مرکزی آمریکا، ایالت‌های مذهبی آمریکایی که به نیویورک مهاجرت میکنن. فعال سیاسی، موجساز جوان 26 ساله. هر دو این جوانان 26 سالشون هستش و میخواستم نسل جوان ایرانی رو با نسل جوان فعال سیاسی و بیدار شده رو آشنا بکنم. آقای کالب ماپین مسیحی هستن، آقای سایروس مکگولدریک مسلمان هستن و هر دو در رشته خودشون از کسایی هستن در سطح خیابون و در رسانه‌های ملی جهانی و محلی حضور فعال دارند. فکر کردم که برای شروع برنامه با این 2 بزرگوار شروع کنیم. خب با آقای کالب ماپین شروع میکنم. سوال اولم از ایشون که مختصر از انگلیسی به زبان انگلیسی هم باید سوال میکنم اینه که ایشون مختصری از خودشون بگن و چرا در نیویورک چه خبره، چه اتفاقی داره میفته. این سوالی میکنم، جوابش میگیرم، بعد یک گزارش 3 دقیقه از ایشون پخش خواهیم کرد که بینندگان بهتر بشناسن. Caleb, talk about yourself. Thank you for being in the program. Talk about yourself and what's going on in the New York scene? What do you have to contribute to our audience?
Well, New York City is the center of world Zionism. And as someone who has directly observed what's going on there, I can tell you this, that the Zionists and the imperialists and the bankers are currently plotting, as they have been for many decades, to overthrow the Islamic Republic of Iran. They would like to overthrow Iran. And if you look around the world, if you look at Syria right now, if you look at Libya right now, that's what's coming. If they were to succeed in overthrowing the Islamic Republic, they would bring chaos and death and destruction. And as someone living in the United States, I feel that I have a moral obligation to oppose and expose the crimes that my government is carrying out in my name. You know, there are millions of people in the U.S. who oppose what is being done by the government and oppose the continued support for the Israeli criminals. So I'm here and I'm honored to be invited to the Islamic Republic of Iran to participate in a conference about imposing Zionism, opposing imperialism, and fighting for justice.
Okay.
من از شهر نیویورک هستم. همونطور که استحضار دارید، شهر نیویورک کانون صهیونیسم بین‌الملل هستش و در این شهر هست که صهیونیست‌ها، امپریالیست‌ها و بانکداران دور هم جمع شدن. دسیسه‌ای که الان اینها در کنار همدیگه دارن ترتیبش رو میدن این هست که برای سرنگونی جمهوری اسلامی ایران دارن تلاش میکنن و میخوان همون داستانی رو که بر سر سوریه دارن میخوان بیارن و برنامه‌ای که برای لیبی پیاده کردن برای ایران هم پیاده کنن و اگر این اتفاق رخ بده نتیجه اون چیزی نخواهد بود به غیر از هرج و مرج، ویرانی و کشتار. من احساس میکنم به عنوان یک آمریکایی این تعهد اخلاقی رو دارم که این فساد و مشکلاتی که مقامات دولتی آمریکا رو دارن فاش کنم. کارهایی که دارن به نام من به عنوان یک شهروند آمریکایی دارن انجام میدن. میلیون ها آمریکایی باید به استحضار داشته باشین که مخالف سیاست‌هایی هستن که دولت آمریکا داره دنبال اون هست و حمایت‌هایی که از جنایتکاران اسرائیلی داره. من مفتخر هستم که در این کنفرانس از من دعوت شده تا حضور داشته باشم و دیدگاه‌هامو به اشتراک بگذارم و از دیدگاه‌های دیگران استفاده کنم.
متشکرم. اگر موافق باشید اگه بشه زودتر این کلیپ رو پخش بکنید از حضور آقای کالب توی صحنه، هم در رسانه‌های جمعی و هم در شهر نیویورک، اینو با هم ببینیم. آماده هستش؟
He's from the Workers' World Party, joining us live from the States. Caleb, Washington has renewed what it calls a state of emergency regime with Tehran.
Iran has opened a hand of friendship and diplomacy to the United States, wanting to resolve the hostility between the two countries. But the response of the U.S. and Israel to Iran's call for peace and negotiations has been hostility, and that's what we're seeing with this, this building seizure, the attacks on the new UN ambassador. It's all rooted in hostility. When Iran has made clear it wants peace with the United States and with other countries around the world, the U.S. seems to be committed to hostility toward the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Right now in this city, hospitals are closing. Schools are closing. All kinds of resources that people in this city use to survive are being shut down. Well, what are they talking about doing? They're talking about a new war against Syria. How much money is every single one of these missiles going to cost? At least $1 million. That could be teachers. That could be nurses. That could be doctors. But instead, it's going to a war. Do we want that?
But this is coming at the same time the U.S. continues to fund Saudi Arabia, which is committing crimes against the people and continues to get U.S. funds. At the same time, the U.S. is funding the Egyptian military, which is repressing the movement that brought down Mubarak. The U.S. supports all kinds of tyrants all over the world that support its agenda and economically, benefit the ruling elite of the United States, the oil companies. Iran has made clear for the last several decades that it has absolutely no intention of developing nuclear weapons, that it only seeks to develop peaceful nuclear power, and it has abided by every single requirement of it with the International Atomic Energy Agency under the Non-Proliferation Treaty, and yet this propaganda continues to go out, claiming that there's some kind of Iranian threat to world peace. Well, the reason that the United States, Israel, France, and countries like that are threatened by Iran is not because Iran is aggressive or anything like that. They're threatened because Iran seeks independent economics. The Iranian Revolution in 1979, the people of Iran rose up, they overthrew the Shah, who was a brutal US-backed dictator, and they began a course of independent economic development. The profits from Iranian oil go to the Iranian economy. They don't go to the bankers on Wall Street. They don't go to London Stock Exchange. They go to the people. They go to the Iranian economy, and they don't want independent economic development. And that's what the aggression against Iran is all about. And Iran has been more than accommodating. It's made clear it has no desire for aggression. When President Rouhani was at the United Nations, he made clear he was talking of a world against violence and extremism, making clear that Iran is not aggressive, Iran does not want violence, but it's clear that the Wall Street bankers and the corporations and the U.S. government, which represents them, is very, very committed to hostility toward Iran, and that's what we're seeing with these new sanctions.
خب دیدیم. من سوال میکنم از آقای کلب که صحنه رو توضیح بدن. هم اتفاقی تو نیویورک داشت میافتاد، سخنرانیشون تو خیابان‌های نیویورک و بعد رسانه‌های مختلف خارجی و داخلی که باشون مصاحبه کردن، اصلا قصه رو از زبان ایشون بشنویم. Caleb, explain to me what was happening in the street scene.
Well, that was last September when Obama announced that he had intended to launch cruise missiles to attack Syria. Mm-hmm. And there were many people in the United States who thought that that was wrong. And we decided to gather in Times Square, which is a center in New York City, and have a rally saying, hands off Syria. We pointed out that all throughout the United States, hospitals are closing, schools are closing, fire departments are closing, basic essential services are being cut. but yet the government was willing to spend millions of dollars on war. And currently, $18 million every single day are given to the state of Israel by the U.S. government. And we raised that issue. And that day was actually the only time I've ever appeared on CNN, the mainstream TV network in the United States. That was the only appearance I ever had. And when I appeared on CNN earlier that day, before the remarks that I gave in that video, I raised what the Syrian terrorist insurgents are doing. And I said that the Syrian terrorist insurgents were slaughtering people and murdering people. And that was one of the only times viewers in the U.S. ever heard that. That is something that was not permitted to be part of the discourse in the United States. People in the United States had no idea that the terrorist insurgents being funded by our tax dollars, being funded by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, were committing these horrible crimes. That was not raised or ever discussed. And the U.S. media portrayed the terrorists in Syria as if they were some kind of freedom fighters. It was very frightening. And there are some of us who follow international news and knew what was actually going on. And we felt we had to have a rally that day in Times Square to raise the truth and to make clear that if Obama had proceeded and launched those cruise missiles, that would have been a crime. That would have been horrendous. And we rallied, and luckily he did not take that action. Now, currently, Obama has moved into Syria under the guise of allegedly fighting ISIL. But that day, we felt as if we were with the people of the world and opposing the crime our government was hoping to commit.
این تصاویری که مشاهده فرمودید مربوط به تظاهراتی است که در سپتامبر سال گذشته رخ داد در شهر نیویورک ما برگزار کردیم. اون زمانی بود که رئیس جمهور آمریکا آقای باراک اوباما اعلام کرده بود که میخواد از موشک‌های کروز برای حمله به سوریه استفاده کنه. همون تصمیمی که کاملا اشتباه بود. ما تصمیم گرفتیم که در میدان تایمز نیویورک دور هم جمع بشیم و شعار هندز آف سوریا در به قول معروف سر بدیم، یعنی اینکه به سوریه کاری نداشته باشیم.
دست از سوریه کوتاه.
بله. و نکته ما این بود که وقتی که بیمارستان‌های آمریکا داره بسته میشه، مدارس آمریکا داره بسته میشه، ایستگاه‌های آتش‌نشانی داره بسته میشه و خدمات اساسی که دولت ارائه میده داره کاهش پیدا میکنه، چرا باید میلیون‌ها دلار صرف چنین جنگی بشه در سوریه؟ همونطور که استحضار دارید در حال حاضر دولت آمریکا روزانه مبلغ حدود 18 میلیون دلار به اسرائیل میده. ما این نکته رو برای نخستین بار یا برای تأکید در اون تظاهرات مطرح کردیم. من اون روز قبل از اینکه تو این تظاهرات شرکت کنم و سخنرانی داشته باشم برای اولین بار در شبکه تلویزیونی یا شبکه خبری CNN ظاهر شدم و اون تنها مصاحبه‌ای بود که من با شبکه خبری CNN داشتم. همونطور که استحضار دارید شبکه خبری CNN یکی از شبکه‌های اصلی خبری در ایالات متحده هست و من اونجا این فرصت برام فراهم شد تا بگم که تروریست‌هایی که به عنوان ستیزجو در سوریه حضور دارن مردم رو کشتار میکنن، مردم رو سلاخی میکنن و این برای اولین بار بود که مخاطبانی که در آمریکا بودن همچین گفتمانی را به قول معروف میشنیدن و همین صحبت‌هایی را میشنیدن و میدیدن که تروریست‌هایی در آمریکا در سوریه حضور دارن و چه کارهایی انجام میدن و پولی که تأمین میشه از پول مالیات دهندگان آمریکایی هستش. نه تنها پول مالیات دهندگان آمریکایی بلکه کشورهای منطقه‌ای مثل عربستان سعودی و قطر هم بخش دیگری از این جنایت‌های هولناک و دهشتناکی هست که داره در سوریه رخ میده. و متاسفانه رسانه‌های اصلی آمریکا این واقعیت‌ها رو بیان نمی‌کردن و می‌گفتن کسانی که در سوریه دارن فعالیت می‌کنن مبارزان راه آزادی هستند و در خبرهای بین‌المللی این واقعیت مسئله انعکاس پیدا نمی‌کرد. اما ما کاری که انجام دادیم با تجمع و تظاهراتی که در نیویورک داشتیم سعی کردیم تا واقعیت‌ها رو اونجوری که هست بیان کنیم. اون هم زمانی که آقای اوباما قصد داشت از موشک‌های کروز استفاده کنه.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do on July 12th the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach, if you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America, so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you. Some of you might be wondering what this painting is. Well, this is a painting from 1844, and this is from Horace Vernet, the American painter, and it's his depiction of the Hebrew prophet Jeremiah from the Old Testament of the Bible. This is Jeremiah, the weeping prophet. And this is his depiction of this Hebrew prophet Jeremiah. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, Jeremiah was born in the year 650 BC in the kingdom of Judea. And at that time, the kingdom of Judea was experiencing a lot of injustice, I guess you could say. At the time, the gap between the rich and poor in the kingdom of Judea was rising very significantly. And the rich people were becoming more and more ruthless. They were finding loopholes in the Hebrew law through which they could utilize poor people as slave laborers to build their great mansions. They also, according to the Hebrew law, they had provisions to care for widows and orphans, but those were being ignored, and widows and orphans were being left destitute and hungry. And at the same time, the rich were also engaging in human sacrifices, and they were burning infant babies, and they were engaging in all kinds of rituals and such. And Jeremiah was not from the priesthood. He was just an ordinary person. And he spoke up against the rich and powerful in the kingdom of Judea. And I want to point out something about that, because it's very, very easy to speak up against people who have no power. It's very, very easy to condemn people who have no power. And I hear that when you turn on CNN. You know, they'll sit there, some Hollywood celebrity. I'm so morally opposed to these people who vote for Donald Trump. These people in Texas and Alabama, they're bad people. I condemn them. I morally oppose them. It's just so wrong. And they sit there, and then the cameras go down, and they're like, all right, time to go party with P. Diddy. Time to get on Jeffrey Epstein's airplane. It's ridiculous. It's so easy to grandstand against people who have no power. But if you start calling out the rich, and you start calling the powerful, that's when the consequences begin. And Jeremiah did that. And in fact, one of the people who was the most opposed to Jeremiah was the priesthood. Why? Because he was calling out the priesthood. He was saying that the priesthood, they were complicit in the crimes of the rich. They were complicit. They were enabling the rich to get away with what they were doing. And so he called out the priesthood, and he built a movement. And all kinds of people in the kingdom of Judea started gathering outside the temples to listen to Jeremiah's preaching, to put on sackcloth. And the message was, we've got to change our ways. We've got to repent. If not, we're going to lose our country. And he said that if they could change, and if they could start caring for the widows and orphans, and if they could start having a society that was not tricking people into cheap labor, and if they could actually go back to their principles, they could save their country. He said, for if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, the widow, and you shed not innocent blood in this place, and neither walk after other gods to your hurt, then I will cause you to dwell in this place in this land that I gave your fathers forever and ever. That if you can turn things around, we can stay here. But if not, we're going to lose our country. And Jeremiah was building this movement of people in the kingdom of Judea, calling out the rich and powerful, and he got a great boost in social media terms. There was somebody who really liked what Jeremiah had to say, and that was the king, Josiah. The king Josiah was seeing that they had enemies and that there were other countries that could attack them, and that the way the rich were behaving and conducting themselves was tearing apart the social fabric they would need to resist a foreign invader. So King Josiah, who was himself from the rich and powerful class, decided he was going to boost Jeremiah. So he began promoting Jeremiah and encouraging people to listen to Jeremiah's speeches and promoting him. And Jeremiah was able to thrive and build this mass movement because he was trying to hold the country together. But then the king died. And after the king died, the new king who came in was somebody who was in with the rich and their human sacrifices and their parties and didn't want to hear what Jeremiah had to say. And so this new king did not protect Jeremiah from the priesthood. And the priesthood moved in to very ruthlessly begin to persecute Jeremiah. Jeremiah was publicly flogged, and he was placed into a pillory in front of the temple. And his family abandoned him and denounced him. And the priests even forbid him from ever getting married because they wanted to just stick it to him, right? Imagine such an awful thing to do to somebody, to deny them the right to get married. And if you read the book of Jeremiah, chapter 20, he's crying out to God as he's in the pillory, as he's being humiliated, as he's being persecuted. He's crying out to God and saying, I wish I didn't have to say this. I wish I didn't have to speak the truth. And he says, I wish that I could just have held it in and not said these things that would get me in so much trouble. He says, then I said, I will not mention him nor speak any more his name. But his word was in mine heart as a burning fire shut up within my bones. And I was wearying of forbearing, and I could not stay. He couldn't hold in the truth. He knew what was going on. He knew how unjust it was, and he just couldn't hold back. He had to keep speaking despite all the persecution he was facing, despite losing his family, despite being put in a pillory, despite not being allowed to marry. He had to keep speaking up. And he's saying to God, why can't you just let me not say it? Why are you not letting me just hold back? That's Jeremiah. And what happened? Well, after Jeremiah was subjected to all this persecution and was isolated, was made into a social pariah, what happened? Well, Babylon invaded the kingdom of Judea, and the Israelites were subjected to 70 years of enslavement. And everybody knew that Jeremiah was right. And the whole reason we have the book of Jeremiah is because somebody, it's funny, this painting is inaccurate. Jeremiah was illiterate, so there's no way he could have been writing. This is an inaccurate painting. Back then, most people couldn't read or write. But Jeremiah, at that point, everyone realized he was right, and he fled to Egypt, and a scribe named Baruch transcribed his very poetic sermons so they can be preserved. And for the 70 years that the Israelites were held in captivity, they were all saying, Jeremiah was right. If only we had listened to Jeremiah. He was right. He was warning us that if we didn't turn around, we were going to be destroyed. We were going to lose our country. But we didn't listen. And look what happened. Now, it's kind of a sad story. But the reason it's important is because Jeremiah became kind of the archetype, right? Fast forward 600 years to when John the Baptist was going around, the voice crying out in the wilderness, wearing camel skin and eating locusts. Well, everybody knew he was modeling himself on Jeremiah. Jeremiah was the archetype that all the Hebrew scholars studied. And later, we've all heard that one of the famous deeds of Jesus Christ is driving the money changers out of the temple. Well, what did Jesus Christ say as he was driving the money changers out of the temple? He says, you have converted my Father's house into a den of thieves. Well, he was quoting Jeremiah. And to the people that were listening to him in the temple, the scribes, the Pharisees, that word ringed well because Jeremiah had said those very same words in that very same place. So Jesus was quoting Jeremiah. But what does this all have to do with America, right? We're thousands of years in the future. Well, I think that has quite a lot to say about our time. But why do we have the Second Amendment in the United States? Why do we have the right to bear arms? We have the right to bear arms because our country was started by English religious dissenters. In England in 1649, there was a war between the Parliament and the King. And the King aligned himself with the Church of England. And so the Parliament, which represented the emerging capitalist system overthrowing feudalism, aligned itself with the Puritans and the Roundheads and the Muggletonians and the Ranters and the Quakers and all kinds of radical street preachers who didn't go along with the Church of England. And they rallied and they protested and they built an army and they defeated the King of England and they cut his head off in 1649. They cut the head of the King of England off. Oliver Cromwell led the English Civil War in which the King of England was beheaded. The English Civil War was quite wild. There was one of these religious dissenters was the Diggers, and they seized control of St. George's Hill, and they created an agricultural socialist commune in England. Very temporarily, and it was just a radical uprising. And at the time, information technology had really changed because this thing called the printing press. And there were thousands of pamphlets being distributed all over England as people were reading the Bible for themselves and reading pamphlets about politics and arguing about who should have the right to vote. It was an upsurge of democracy that these radical preachers, these English religious dissenters were part of. So after all of that was over, and after Oliver Cromwell died, they wanted to kind of cool things down in England. So what did they do? They brought the son of the king who had been beheaded, they brought him back, Charles II. He was fled to France. They brought him back and they put him on the throne. One of the first laws that Charles II made was that no religious dissenter could own a gun. No religious dissenter may own a gun. Why? He didn't want to get his head cut off, just like his father. Well, at that point, a lot of the English dissenters said, now they're taking away our guns. And that's because they don't want us to be able to defend ourselves when what comes next. And they started packing up and fleeing to the New World, to the United States. And when the American Revolution happened, we had the Constitution. Well, you'll notice that the first time the Constitution was proposed, the 13 colonies didn't accept it. They wouldn't ratify the Constitution unless it had 10 amendments to it, changes. And the First Amendment was, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, meaning there will not be a church imposed on you, no Church of England imposed on you. You have the right to be religious in your own way, and you will never have a state religion imposed on you. Or restricting free exercise thereof, meaning we will never repress your right to practice your religion as you choose. And then the Second Amendment was, you'll never take our guns away, and you'll never render us defenseless. We fast forward to the time we're living in now, and we think about the moment that we're in now, where it seems like the question of the American Revolution, and a question that has hung over U.S. society, is once again back. Are we going to be an imperialist country, or are we going to be a country where working families come first? Are we going to embrace the English system, or are we going to embrace the American system? Or are we going to be a civilization of the sea, or a civilization of the land?
Thanks for that, Caleb. Caleb, I want to get you to react to the following, which is the U.S. officially removing Colonel Nathan McCormick from his position at the Joint Chiefs of Staff for posts calling Israel a death cult and saying America is acting as Israel's proxy. He's not the only person to do it. Academics have done it. We have mentioned Professor Jeffrey Sachs numerous times, who has been saying over and over again that the American foreign policy has been run by the Israelis for the good part of now 30 years.
Well, that's important because it points to what is being widely acknowledged right now, is that there is opposition to U.S. involvement in Israel's violent attacks against Iran from within the Pentagon itself. And this individual who's been forced out was giving voice to what I'm sure many other officers and leaders of the U.S. military are saying themselves, not publicly on social media, but behind closed doors. There is a widespread understanding that this foreign policy of backing Israel and its atrocities is increasing the amount of terrorism in the world. It's increasing hatred for the United States. Many of the people in the military signed up because they wanted to make sure that their family members didn't die in something like the 9/11 attacks. They wanted to keep their country safe. They loved their community. They loved their country. And they didn't sign up to defend Israel. And they did not sign up to make sure that Israel could continue bombing and destroying children, in Gaza. That's not what they signed up to do. And we will recall a similar situation about a decade ago, a little over a decade ago, 2013, Barack Obama was talking about bombing Syria. And there was a kind of social media uprising from rank and file soldiers
who obscured their faces and released photos saying that they did not want to be involved in that. And that had a big impact in making President Barack Obama reach a deal with the Syrian government to give up its chemical weapons and backing away from actually bombing Syria in 2013. And opposition to the war is widespread. Opposition to foreign involvement is actually larger among U.S. military personnel than among the general public. If you looked at when Ron Paul, the congressman from Texas, who ran on a non-interventionist platform for president, he got more donations from the military than any other candidate received. And you have a lot of voices within the U.S. military that are opposed to this involvement. And, I know people in the military, and books about the role of the Israel lobby, books about the kind of conspiracy and who might really have the power. Those get passed around military barracks and the Navy and the U.S. Marine Corps like crazy because they are the ones that actually have to go and fight these wars, and they want to know what they're fighting for. And I must say that many of the loudest voices calling for the USA to jump into this conflict and spark World War III, essentially, in defense of Israel, are voices that speak in the name of Christianity. However, there are millions and millions of Americans who can read the Bible for themselves and know that Jesus Christ told his followers to love their enemies. Jesus Christ said that one should care for the least among us and have compassion, and that jumping into a conflict to aid a murderous, bullying power like Israel is certainly not something one should be doing in the name of the Bible and of Christianity. And there are many voices on the American right, like Candace Owens and others, that can see through that have called that out, and that a lot of the powerful evangelical Christian institutions in the United States are completely captured by Israel. But many Americans can read the Bible for themselves, can see Israel's atrocities, and don't buy the arguments that they're hearing from the pulpit, that to be a good Christian, one must support the murderous crimes of Israel. That is not something that many Christians accept, even if they're hearing that from the pulpit. So U.S. society is very, very divided, but mainstream media doesn't reflect public opinion. I must say, as somebody whose history, I come out of the U.S. left, that's my background, I am very disappointed in many of the so-called leftist voices. Thank goodness for Thomas Massey, the U.S. congressman from Kentucky who's put forward opposition to this war. Thank goodness for Marjorie Taylor Greene, the member of U.S. Congress from Georgia who's a MAGA Republican. But Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the so-called socialists, the Democratic Socialists of America and the Democratic Party, they were completely late to the game. And even today we have Bernie Sanders saying it would be okay. It's okay for Israel to attack Iran if that's what Israel wants. We just shouldn't get involved. That's the anti-war stance he's finally taken after days of saying nothing. I mean, it's absolutely tragic to see that socialism and leftism as a movement in America has become almost completely co-opted. We're seeing barely any anti-war opposition from leftist voices in Congress. It's almost exclusively coming from the MAGA and the Republican crowd. And that says a lot about how U.S. discourse is changing, that leftism in America has become the voice of powerful institutions that have to get checks from Zionist foundations, whereas the MAGA movement, even though the people running it and Trump himself seems to be quite loyal to Israel, rank and file MAGA people say America first does not mean Israel first. That's what your average MAGA person believes. And if you read the comments of any conservative website or conservative blog, you can see a lot of awareness about the disproportionate amount of power the Israel lobby has. But when it gets down to it, we need bravery. I mean, people, this general, this military leader you just reported on was brave enough to get fired for speaking the truth and speaking against Israel. That's courage. And that's what we need now more than ever. We need courage. We certainly do. People who are in positions of power, people who are in the military, people who are in positions of influence within the administration, who know the truth, need to speak up, and they need to speak up now, because the fate of the world could be in balance. If you think that a conflict between the United States and Iran is going to stick to just the United States and Iran, you're wrong. I mean, look at what the Shanghai Cooperation Organization is saying. Look at what's being said by Russia. Look at what's being said by countries all over the world. Iran has massive support right now. Pakistan has nuclear weapons, and they say that they would protect Iran. There are many countries. I mean, support for Iran in the face of this cowardly, brutal, unprovoked attack by Israel is massive. And in the 20th century, over the course of the 20th century, from 1917 all the way up until today, really, but throughout the 20th century, the foundations were laid for a new economy outside of globalism, imperialism, the rule of big bankers of London and Wall Street, a pro-growth economy. The globalists, imperialists are trying to keep countries in poverty and beat down and colonize countries. What you got in all these countries, the reason they broke out of imperialism, globalism, is they wanted to build. And Stalin built some of the biggest power plants in the world, the biggest hydroelectrical facilities. He built, modern universities. He wiped out illiteracy. He electrified the whole country. And Cuba has the greatest medical school in the world. They were kept in poverty by the domination of Wall Street, and they seized control of their country and they built. These were pro-growth revolutions. These were innovationist revolutions. The essence of what these countries wanted was economic growth. Now, the Soviet model, the Soviet system, the way of doing things, that was what was popular during the Cold War. And it's commonly called Stalinism, or sometimes really existing socialism, or real socialism, or Cold War communism. And that's in terms of industrializing countries, it's very, very good at what it does, right? The Soviet Union became a superpower. All across Eastern Europe, countries wiped out illiteracy, countries paved their roads, they built power plants, they built hospitals, they built up basic industries. USSR became an economic superpower. The founding of China's rebirth, China started on the course, people in China saw a doctor for the first time in their lives because of Mao's Barefoot Doctor program. Illiteracy wiped out. However, once you get over that first hurdle, once the roads are paved, once illiteracy has been wiped out, once the universities have been built, once the country's been electrified, then the rate of growth starts to slow, right? The rate of economic growth starts to slow once the foundations, the industrialization has been achieved. And on top of that, then you start to have a layer of disgruntled, high-achieving people, engineers, scientists, doctors, artists, and professors. And this is how it was in all the communist countries during the Cold War. Once they got over the big hurdle, right? In the 1930s, the Soviet Union was a powerhouse. It was go, go, go. And they built, power plants. They set world records in producing steel, and they were building because they were building their country up from nothing. And then they were invaded by Hitler, and they had a war, and they fought for their lives, and they rebuilt the country again, and it was go, go, go. But after a while, you get into the 1960s, and you got a generation of people that have, they grew up. There's always been electricity. There's always been running water. They don't remember it before. And the way that in this system, the way that people are driven to produce is there's like a spirit of hard work. They had in the Soviet Union, they called it Stakhanovism. After a guy, a coal miner who had dug record numbers of coal, and his name was Stakhanov or something like that. I'm probably butchering that if anyone who speaks Russian is watching, but he dug so much coal, and so Stalin gave him a big medal. And if you worked harder than anyone else in the factory, you got a big cash bonus and you got a big medal. And Stalin came to the factory and shook your hand. And they, if a woman had more than 10 children, she was a mother of the Soviet Union, and they gave her a special medal for having more than 10 children. And if a basket weaver weaved more baskets than anybody else, and you have, it's like in what you call really existing socialism in the Soviet model, the state is a giant corporation, right? It's like 91% state ownership. The state is a giant corporation, and you have a really charismatic CEO at the top who goes around rewarding everybody for working really, really hard. Right. And, you dig the most, and you build the most if you're a construction worker, and you have a charismatic CEO who's just going around the country rewarding everyone for working really, really hard. And everyone's really inspired because the country used to be dirt poor and suddenly it became industrialized, and they're electrifying places that never got electrified, and they're teaching people to read who've never had the chance to learn to read. And that's the Soviet model is very effective at industrializing countries that have been kept in poverty by globalism, imperialism, Cuba, North Korea, China. I mean, the
the industrialization is very effective. After that, there starts to be a problem, which is that people are now, they take it for granted. They're like, hey, now we've got these things, but we want to have fun. We want to have fun. We want to do more things, and especially high achieving people, doctors, engineers, scientists, artists, professors, they feel very stifled. If you go to Cuba, it's very likely that if you get in a taxi, your taxi driver is a doctor, is a guy who's gone to medical school. Why is a guy who's gone to medical school driving a taxi? Well, Cuba, they have a system set up where anyone who tests in can go to their great medical school, but they don't have room for all of them in the medical field, in the medical system. So, if he's, he may not end up actually getting to be a doctor, and he's going to be very frustrated if he went to medical school to be a doctor and he ends up driving a taxi. And there's many examples of problems like that in the socialist system, right? Or, a college professor, he's very smart and he has new ideas, but he's just told, you're just going to teach the party line. You're just going to teach what you want, right? And that, or somebody who works in the clothing field and they design a great new dress that women could wear. And the government says, nope, we have planned production here. We only make these kinds of dresses. Your plan is not approved. No. And he's not allowed to go start his own factory and make the kind of dresses that he wants. He can't do that because it's a planned economy, right? And that the Soviet model hits a block. It hits a roadblock once you've laid the foundations. Basically, the Soviet model is not good for things that make life fun. It's good at electricity. It's good at steel. It's good at paving roads. It's good at building hospitals. It's good at building schools. But it's not good at building, designing exciting, fun new forms of clothing that people want to buy. It's not good at children's toys. It's not good at candy and sweets. It's not good it's not good at enabling innovation in areas where you do kind of need people to vote with their dollars, right? You need people to not be under the domination of a state central planner and be able to go out and have their new idea. And you need people to be able to say, well, I want this and buy it, or I don't want this and not buy it, right? That when it comes to things that make life fun, the service sector, hotels, restaurants, certain commodities that are life, for enjoyment, the market is better, really, at producing innovation than the state central plan. That doesn't mean the market should have dominance, right? That doesn't mean that the market should have dominance, but it means that the market can play a role in an overall planned economy. Now, in the Soviet Union and the Eastern Bloc countries, the disgruntled layer of people, the doctors, the engineers, the scientists, they all kind of laid the basis for the protests that eventually brought down these governments. However, in China, starting in 1978, they had the reform and opening up. And in China, they said, poverty is not socialism. To be rich is glorious. And they said that we're going to have an economic system that is focused on creating economic growth. And we're going to use the market to do it. And they still have government-controlled industries. They still have 5-year economic plans. The government controls banking, but they bring in foreign investment. And they bring in foreign corporations, and and the people start their own business. And the government has helped create a gigantic corporation called Huawei that makes the best phones in the world. And the government has helped create the China Railway Corporation, which makes the fastest trains in the world. And that by utilizing the market under the control of a state central plan, under the control of a revolutionary state that oversees and ensures economic growth, China has become the second largest economy in the world, and 800 million people have been lifted out of poverty. They call this system socialism with Chinese characteristics. Now, in Vietnam, they've adopted a similar economic system called the socialism-oriented market economy. And it's very similar. The government has built the infrastructure. The government provides the education. The government has a 5-year economic plan to ensure economic growth, but there's all kinds of private hotels and all kinds of private restaurants and all kinds of people having their own idea. There's a tech sector that's growing in Vietnam. It's very vibrant, and it's been very successful, and they call it Vietnam's economic miracle. In Latin America, you have Bolivarian socialism. In Nicaragua, their socialist government has been very successful with its micro-entrepreneurship program, wiping out illiteracy, electrifying the country, enabling Nicaraguans. Nicaragua produces almost all of its own food now. They have a vibrant farming sector because the government empowers Nicaraguans to start their own business, their own farm, and produce their own food, and they sell it. And Nicaraguans eat their own domestically produced food. They eat very, very well because the government, through its state central plan, has enabled millions of Nicaraguans to become farmers and build and construct. In the Middle East, in Iran, they call it not capitalism, but Islam, and resistance economy. That's what they call it there, but it's a very similar economic model. The biggest economic entity in the country is the Islamic Revolutionary Guards. There's a huge market sector, but the market sector is controlled and regulated by the government. This political model of countries breaking out of Western capitalism and building with a planned economy that includes a market. This is the new way of doing things. Now, what does it have in common? Well, it's a state, a government that is rooted in an anti-colonial revolution and controls the economy. So, right, these countries have all, China, Nicaragua, Venezuela, Cuba, Vietnam, Iran, they've all had revolutions against globalism, imperialism, and they all have a very popular government that came out of that revolution that controls the economy. And then that government brings in, it gives stimulus. In fact, they provide funding for people to start their own business, stimulus to small business owners. They basically create and enable small business owners to come into existence. They bring in foreign investment. They bring in foreign companies to come and do business. And they do it all in line with a central plan that is created by this revolutionary state. And the state maintains a very active and loyal population to enforce the government's agenda, to carry out 5-year plans, etc. So all of these governments, this is one thing where it gets a little controversial, it gets people fired up. But I would say if you really want to get technical about it, democracy means the rule of the people. And in some ways, according to that strict definition of the word, the rule of the people, China is more democratic than America is. Iran is more democratic than America is. Nicaragua and Cuba are more democratic than America is. They don't have the same level of freedom that we have, but the population is more involved in governing. If you go to Nicaragua, every neighborhood has a citizens' power council, and people in that neighborhood are involved in carrying out the goals of the revolution in the neighborhood. They're having a meeting every week to determine, this is what the revolutionary government, the Sandinistas, wants to get done. And they're going throughout the neighborhood to enforce it. And then the Sandinistas wouldn't be in power for a minute if they didn't have a well-organized population doing their bidding and carrying out their rule on a local level. And the same in China. The Chinese Communist Party has 90 million members, and they are in every neighborhood, every apartment building, every workplace, carrying out the goals, reporting back to each other, getting orientation. And the Chinese government would not be in power for a minute if it wasn't for a well-organized population.
Let me explain to you what's going on. All right, people are looking at the world. They're seeing fighting going on in Nicaragua. They're seeing a big war going on in Syria. They're seeing a whole situation going on in Yemen, bombing, civilians being killed. Chaos is taking place. They see the USA getting more and more hostile to both Russia and China. What's going on here? Well, I'm going to explain it with a phrase that I think pretty much sums it up. They want to keep the world poor. That's really what's going on here. They want to keep the world poor. Now, I know that might be a little bit confusing at first. People are like, what do you mean that they want to keep the world poor? Who is they? What are you talking about? Okay, let's back up. All right, let's go case by case. Syria. Until 2011, Syria was one of the more prosperous countries in the Middle East. In 1981, about 42% of the population was illiterate. But according to the U.S. Library of Congress, by 1991, 10 years later, the Ba'ath Arab Socialist government had wiped out illiteracy in Syria. The Ba'ath Arab Socialist government of Syria, they built a huge hydroelectric power plant with the help of the Soviet Union. They built this huge power plant. and provided electricity and running water to the population. They engaged in huge amounts of construction. And in fact, in 2007, China started investing in Syria, and they started investing in oil and natural gas, and building up a huge natural gas apparatus with the assistance from China. Just big efforts were made to raise the standard of living of the population, build up domestic industries, and kind of, build an economy in this impoverished Arab country. But now, everyone knows Syria is a mess, right? Refugees fleeing, huge swaths of territory in the country controlled by terrorists, mass, poverty and suffering, key infrastructure has been blown up, power plants destroyed, hospitals destroyed, schools destroyed. People are fearing for their lives, right? Syria was in the process of trying to make itself a more wealthy country with an independent government. Now, it's a mess. Nicaragua, Mike. Until 3 months ago, Nicaragua was the most prosperous country in Central America. They were having growth rates there that were just unprecedented, right? 5% GDP growth annually. They had the Sandinista government with the slogan of Christianity, socialism, and solidarity had reduced poverty by roughly 30%. They were seeing increases in the life expectancy. Even the World Happiness Index, that's a study done by the United Nations to determine what countries where people are being more satisfied with their lives, showed that in 2016, the greatest increase in happiness was in Nicaragua, where the socialist government, working with China and Russia, was building up infrastructure, enabling people to start their own businesses. They had a special program enabling craftsmen and indigenous people to open their own businesses. Nicaragua was doing very, very prosperously. It had an independent government, and unlike Guatemala, unlike Honduras and other countries throughout Central America, it was doing very, very well. And so now, all of a sudden, riots, Western media calling them revolutionaries, people running through the streets, tearing things up, blowing things up, killing people. Now, lo and behold, after 3 months of rioting, in which Western media was cheering for the rioters, in which American NGOs were funding what they called protests that involved, murdering police and all kinds of violence, right? So now, after 3 months of that, Nicaragua is wrecked, right? And their economy's ruined, and the socialist government of the Rosario Murillo, they're trying to pick up the pieces and get things back to where they were. But they were the most prosperous country in Central America until about 3 months ago. Right? Look at this. This is a pattern here. Right? Yemen. A government comes to power, in the aftermath of kind of an ongoing uprising there. You have a new government, the Revolutionary Committee, comes to power on a platform that they want to utilize Yemen's oil reserves, its untapped oil deposits, start using that to develop the economy. That's what the Houthis are about. That's what the people in coalition with them, the Southern Movement, different forces, that's basically what the Revolutionary Committee that seized power in Yemen is saying. They're saying, look, we want to use our economy and we want to use our natural resources to make a more prosperous country in Yemen. In fact, on the logo of the Houthis, or the Ansar Allah group, they actually have a shaft of wheat. And I was explicitly told by people who are Yemeni that shaft of wheat on their logo, along, parallel to the firearm and the hand representing God, it stands for economic development. That's what they're about. They're about economic development. Yemen is a deeply, deeply poor country, probably one of the poorest countries, if not the poorest country in the world, but they've got huge amounts of oil. And so the people of Yemen have been saying, why don't we use that oil? Why don't we just start selling it? Why don't we build up a prosperous country in Yemen? So that government seized control, and so now Saudi Arabia has been bombing and destroying Yemen with U.S.-manufactured weapons, U.S.-manufactured bombs, Pentagon generals advising them in Riyadh, blowing the country to shreds, basically. Why? Because they want to keep the world poor, okay? If a country develops itself, it starts, selling its own oil on the international markets, starts producing its own steel and selling that on the international markets, they're a competitor, right? Let's go over the history of the 20th century real quickly, right? Beginning of the 20th century, Russia was one of the poorest countries in the Western world, in Europe, barely any manufacturing going on there. Come along, 5-year plans, 1928, The Soviet Union, Stalin mobilizes the population. Pretty soon, they're producing more steel at that point than any other country in the world. They've got the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, the Dnieper Dam. The population is being mobilized, and they're just building like crazy. And the rest of the world is having a Great Depression in the 1930s. The rest of the world's having a Great Depression, but Russia goes from being a deeply impoverished country to being a global industrial superpower. China, right? 1949, China's the sick man of Asia. Deeply impoverished country, not a single steel mill. Well, they have a revolution, 1949. The Communist Party gets in there, they start building. Today, China produces half the steel in the entire world in their government-controlled steel industry. China has the biggest telecommunications manufacturer in the entire world. At this point, China's producing the majority of the world's aluminum and the majority of the world's copper. The people in China, 700 million of them, have been lifted out of poverty. Right? So you have two, countries that used to be impoverished countries that became wealthy countries. This is what you have to understand. When the British went to India, and they colonized India, they didn't go there and look at those vast textile mills and looms that they had and say, wow, this is great, we're going to put you to work making some cloth for us. No, they burned down the looms and the textile mills of India and forced the people of India to start importing their cloth from Britain, right? Imperialism and monopolism and the rule of Wall Street is about keeping the world poor. It's about keeping the world in a situation where it is deeply poor. And when you're poor, you're dependent. When you're poor, you're not creating your own products, you have to import your products. When you're poor, you have to depend on Western corporations. When you're poor, they get to have a monopoly, a captive market, and they can charge you whatever price they want, and you're dependent on them, right? And that's what it's really about. It's about keeping Western corporations, Wall Street and London corporations, at the center of the world economy, so that everyone who wants to do business has to do it through them, through no transactions going on in which they don't make a profit. That's what it's all about. Right? Imperialism is basically forces based in the Western countries trying to keep the world poor so that they can stay at the center of the world economy. That's what it's really about. And whenever a country establishes an independent government, seizes control of its economy, whether it's Venezuela where they seized control of the oil, whether it's China where they seized control of the domestic manufacturing and began building, Nicaragua, they were working with China to build a canal to counter the Panama Canal. You can go down the line. Any country that seizes control of its economy and starts developing and building itself up gets attacked, gets bombed, destroyed, and attacked, right? The USA has no problem with Honduras. Honduras is a deeply impoverished country, one of the highest murder rates in the entire world. Very, very poor, but the U.S. government and the Honduran government get along just fine because the people of Honduras are being kept in chronic poverty. They're not building themselves up, they're not developing, they're not a competitor, they're a captive market. And you go there and Honduras imports all kinds of American goods, buys from American corporations. Honduran corporations barely compete, barely exist almost. The domestic economy almost doesn't exist. It's just a captive market for Wall Street. Go to, Guatemala, similar story, right? But Nicaragua had established independence and was working with Russia and China to try and build itself up like Russia and China did during the 20th century. So now Nicaragua is being targeted. Syria had tried to build itself up, and so it was targeted. And now, hundreds of thousands of people are dead. The country's reduced to civil war because they want to topple a government that was trying to develop and make the country wealthier. This is what it's all about. It's about making the world poor so that Wall Street and London can stay rich, can maintain a monopoly. And right now, the same thing that they did to these developing countries, keeping them in a state of chronic poverty, keeping it so they can't develop infrastructure, they're starting to do to countries in the Western world. We're seeing the deindustrialization of the United States. It's just disgusting. That's what's really going on here. Global monopoly capitalism. The rule of Wall Street and London bankers depends on keeping the world chronically poor.
Hey folks, a lot of young people in the United States are interested in Marxism. It's very widespread. Polls come out, a lot of young people in the USA consider themselves to be socialists, more so than ever in my lifetime. People, polls come out, millennials in particular, they don't like capitalism. They think capitalism is the problem. This is big. However, if you go to the university and you take a course in Marxism, you're not really going to read Marxism. You're not really going to come to understand Marxism. Sure, you might read Marx's writings about alienation. You might get kind of a vague understanding. Maybe they'll show you the Communist Manifesto. But if you take Marxism in the universities, you're going to learn postmodernism. You're going to read Herbert Marcuse. You're going to read Jean-Paul Sartre. You're going to get existentialism. You're going to get this, this critique of alienation and society and how there's different narratives, and you're going to get something that's not really Marxism. What you're going to get is the ideology of the 1960s New Left. The people that protested the Vietnam War and used lots of drugs and thought that ordinary working class people were a bunch of squares and straights who just didn't get it, man, and we're trying to do this cultural thing, and that's what you're going to get. You're going to get Susan Sontag. That's the ideology you're going to get. But the young people that are interested in Marxism in the United States aren't looking for Marxism as a way to be liberal and define their individuality. Instead, they're looking for Marxism because they want real answers. Right now, in the United States, we have seen a drastic decrease in the standard of living. The next generation of workers in the United States is facing a lifetime in low-wage, short-term service sector jobs, far lower standard of living than their parents had. Plus, we're seeing an escalation of the police state. And furthermore, as the United States continues to get poorer and our roads are crumbling and our water's not being properly purified and everything just seems to be falling apart, public transportation's falling apart, our trains are falling apart, as our economy is just falling out below us, we're seeing China and Russia rise on the global scale and just continue to get richer and wealthier and more prosperous. And young people that are criticizing capitalism would like to see that change. A lot of them are saying, look, we're interested in socialism or communism or Marxism because we're looking for an answer to this crisis. They're not looking for some way to be free and individual. They're looking for a way out of the crisis. Well, if you want to understand Marxism and what Marx actually wrote and how those principles can be applied, you shouldn't be reading Herbert Marcuse. You shouldn't be reading Noam Chomsky. This is what you should be reading. You should be reading the writings of President Xi Jinping. He's the president of China, and he's a Marxist. China is the success story of Marxism. 1949, China was one of the poorest countries in the world. Vast amounts of malnutrition. Most of the country were illiterate peasants. They lived in huts without any running water or electricity. They didn't have a single steel mill. They had barely any industry of their own. Now, 700 million people have been raised out of poverty. China is the second largest economy in the entire world. At this point in China, they're making half of the steel on Earth. Half of the steel output in the world comes from the state-controlled Chinese steel industry. China is the biggest telecommunications manufacturer in the world. At this point, state-controlled enterprises in China are making the fastest trains in the world. They've got trains in China that can go over 350 miles an hour. I mean, huge leaps are happening. China is funding artificial intelligence research and all kinds of research. They have the most efficient supercomputers in the world. They have the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant, the Three Gorges Dam. I mean, China has taken itself from being one of the poorest countries in the world to being one of the most prosperous countries in the world. At this point, the second largest economy in the entire world. It's a success story. You can criticize it all you want, and they're the first to tell you that they need reform and that they're trying to fix things up. They've got a big crackdown on corruption going on right now, but China has vastly improved the lives of millions and millions and millions of people, and they've done it because they understand Marxism. The Chinese Communist Party was founded with less than 30 members. They were meeting in the basement of the women's dormitory of a university. Today, the Chinese Communist Party has 90 million members, and their president, President Xi, he's actually got a degree in Marxism-Leninism. And all over China, people are studying Marxist principles. They're studying the Soviet Union and what went on there and what went wrong and what went right. I mean, Marxism is everywhere in China, and they are using Marxism to raise their country up from poverty. And they have had huge, huge amounts of success. No country in history has this rapidly turned around. President Xi Jinping, he talked about the Chinese dream of taking a country that was poor and making it into a global superpower and improving people's lives. This is Marxism applied. In the West, the way people think about Marxism is that, that if you're a conservative person who follows all the rules, you're right-wing,
If you're liberal, then you're more open-minded, and if you're super individualistic and non-conforming, then you're a Marxist. Being a Marxist is like a statement of non-conformity against society. If you want to do your own thing, man, and smoke a lot of weed and, march around and protest and give the middle finger to the most of the people in your country, that's what being a Marxist is about. That's not what Marxism meant to Karl Marx, and that is not what Marxism means to the people in China. In China in 1911, you had a huge upsurge led by Dr. Sun Yat-sen, the nationalist KMT movement, based on three principles: nationalism, democracy, and the people's livelihood, or kind of a vague understanding of socialism. And all over China, millions of people were rising up and saying, we don't want to be a colony of the British bankers and the American bankers anymore. We want to make a better country for our people. And how do we do that? And then that huge upsurge was betrayed. You had the rise of Chiang Kai-shek. It was a puppet of the West. And it was the Chinese communists who said, if you really want to carry out what Dr. Sun Yat-sen put into practice, if you really want to make China a prosperous country and drive out the foreign capitalists and build a better life for all the people, if you really want to apply that, you need to join the Chinese Communist Party. You need to understand Marxism-Leninism and Mao Zedong thought. And that's the tradition of the Chinese Communist Party. And it's about striving to build a better country, raise the standard of living for the people, and let history keep marching forward. In the West, in both the left and the right, there's this belief that historical progress is a bad thing, and that we've gone too far, and that history shouldn't advance. That's kind of the way people are thinking. People are thinking about the good old days. On the left, they're talking about the good old days when we weren't polluting the environment so much, and the right is talking about the good old days before gay marriage. Everyone's looking to the past. China is looking to the future, and Marxism is an ideology about looking to the future and understanding that the irrationality of greed and the fact that we have an economy centered around making profits for a bunch of rich people and not rationally planned out by people that are scientifically thinking and trained in science, that is what's holding back human progress. China has embraced human progress and embraced Marxism. They understand Marxism in China. Xi Jinping's thoughts for building a socialist society and socialism with Chinese characteristics are the cutting edge of Marxism. If you're interested in Marxism not as a way to be independent and do your own thing and show that you're free thinking and you're a radical, but if you're interested in Marxism as a method for improving people's lives, you have to read President Xi Jinping. And you have to understand what China is doing right now and what they've done over the last 30, 40, 50, 60 years. What China has done is unprecedented. No country in the world has ever gone this far in turning itself around. And they did it with Marxism. And they did it by embracing scientific thinking and dialectical materialism and historical materialism and the kinds of things, that Marx wrote about, not the kind of things that Herbert Marcuse wrote about, not Susan Sontag, not liberal alienation, but actual scientific Marxism rooted in historical progress. China has done it. China is the greatest success story. And they are being led by President Xi, who is a Marxist to his core. He just gave a beautiful speech for the 200-year anniversary of Marx's birth. Beautiful stuff. So if you want to understand Marxism, you need to engage with what the Chinese Communist Party is saying right now. You need to read President Xi Jinping's writings. That's the cutting edge of Marxism. There's no excuse for that. Marxism is not postmodernism. Marxism is not liberalism. Marxism is a scientific ideology for raising people out of poverty by controlling the economy. Marxism has not failed. It's been largely successful, and China is a testament to that success. Real Marxism is being practiced in China right now. And even if you don't agree with that, even if you're highly critical of the Chinese system, and the Chinese are first to tell you they need reform, they're constantly looking to improve their system, they're having a crackdown on corruption right now, they're constantly reforming the way they interact with human rights. But even if you don't agree with what I've just said about China, you should still be engaging with it, because no country in history has had the results that China has had. In Christianity, Jesus Christ very famously said, "Know them by their fruits." Well, China's Marxism has had results. It has had real results. If you go to the United States, all the socialist and communist groups, the fact that people are interested in socialism is widespread. If you look at all the socialist and communist groups in the United States, they're all weaker than ever. They all have very little influence whatsoever. But China, the Chinese Communist Party with 90 million members, has achieved real solid results in creating a very prosperous society, taking one of the poorest countries in the world and making it a superpower. If you want
to understand Marxism and use it to build a better life for the people of your country and the world, you should read what President Xi Jinping is writing right now and what the Communist Party of China is doing.
The other, to increasing wealth, comfort, intelligence, combination of action and civilizations. One looks toward universal war, the other toward universal peace. One is the English system, and the other we may be proud to call the American system. For it is the only system ever devised, the tendency of which was that of elevating while equalizing the condition of man throughout the world. And such is the true mission of the people of the United States. And Henry Charles Carey was describing how at the time that England was emerging as a colonial power, it was holding back economic development. British bankers were using their monopoly to keep countries in poverty. He talks about underworking the Hindu. That's about the brutal colonization of India. What the American Revolution was really, really about, right? If you know that the 50 states, that's the 50 stars, but the 13 stripes are for the 13 colonies. And the 13 colonies wanted economic development. Whereas the British Empire just wanted them as a temporary trading hub, as a holdout, a trading post in their global sea-based empire. And you could argue that there's a very extreme similarity in what Henry Charles Carey was describing about the English system and the basis of the American Revolution and what was written by Vladimir Lenin when he wrote about the Bolshevik Revolution and when he explained his theory of imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. And actually, I wanted you guys to go get another flag that I have. I have the Chinese flag. It also has stars on it, no stripes. But the Chinese flag, on the Chinese flag, this star represents the Chinese Communist Party. But these 4 stars, they represent what was called the block of 4 great classes. The workers, the peasants, the urban merchants, and the national capitalists. The block of 4 great classes that Mao built in alliance against imperialism. Classical Marxist theory was it was the workers versus the capitalists. But Lenin came along and he said, actually, capitalism has entered this stage of imperialism, of monopolies, holding countries in poverty. And that the revolution isn't going to come from the Western countries, and it's not going to be the workers versus the bosses. It's going to be nations that have been kept in poverty fighting to break free and establish their economic independence. And that was the Leninist theory of how socialism would come into the world. So thank you very much. And what's also interesting is that now, if you go to China, you go to Russia, standard classical Marxist-Leninist stuff isn't as popular, but there's a rising school of thought called geopolitics. And geopolitics talks about civilizations of the East versus civilizations of the West, and civilizations of the sea versus civilizations of the land. And they talk about how there are empires in history that are sea-based, that build mighty navies and control trade routes. And there are empires and civilizations that are land-based, and they control great land masses. And that they have a fundamental difference in how they orient people. Because if you're simply controlling the trade routes, all you need to do is build up a mighty military. Whereas if you're developing on the land, you have to build roads and you have to connect different ethnic groups and different nationalities and different religious groups with each other. And that if you compare the civilizations in China's history and the civilizations in Russia's history, if you compare the Persian Empire that existed in ancient Iran with the Roman Empire that was based on the Italian peninsula, a sea-based empire, or with the British Empire that later emerged, their economic relationship was different. And their culture developed in a different way. We associate the East with more collectivist ideas and a more collectivist notion of what it means to be a person, whereas we associate the West with more radical individualism. And that this school of geopolitics, how our relationship with the land affects how we relate to each other. This is being.
A couple years ago, I wrote a book that made a lot of people on the internet very, very angry. It was called BreadTube Serves Imperialism. I had information about how some top socialist YouTubers online were being advised by an individual who was tied to the U.S. intelligence apparatus. Now, after I've written that book, a lot more has come out. First of all, Grayzone found receipts and revealed that Abigail Thorne Philosophy Tube is actually being funded by British intelligence outlets. In addition to that, ContraPoints, who laughed at the idea she would have ties with imperialism or the deep state, has done a special TV program with none other than Hillary Rodham Clinton, the woman who destroyed Libya and cheered about the death of Gaddafi. Oh, and I was widely mocked for bringing up the certain proclivities of a certain YouTuber who goes by Vosh, and we see how that has gone. So I was right. I was more right than even I realized at the time. There's no question at this point that the deep state is using BreadTube as a vehicle for deprogramming young people and trying to move them away from narratives that oppose the U.S. imperialist establishment. So where is my apology? Where are the people coming forward and saying, oh, Caleb, we laughed at you, we mocked your narrative, but you were 100% correct? I'm waiting for your apologies. Meanwhile, my book, BreadTube Serves Imperialism, which focuses mainly on debunking their political beliefs, that book is still available. You can get your copy today.
In the United States, many left-wing activists and students are very inspired by the Cultural Revolution that's happening. The Progressive Labor Party in the United States, they support the Cultural Revolution. They think it's great. The Revolutionary Action Movement, they support it. The Workers' World Party supports it. And many point to it as proof that China is more revolutionary than the Soviet Union. You know, and the Little Red Book, among Students for a Democratic Society activists, the Little Red Book becomes kind of almost like a thing that everybody has. And at SDS conventions, they're waving the Little Red Book around like they're in China. And in the United States, anti-Vietnam War protests and black liberation protests are really escalating. October 21st, 1967, hundreds of thousands of people march against the Vietnam War. Abby Hoffman is a countercultural figure who leads a breakaway march, and they go to the Pentagon, and they're you know, protesting at the Pentagon. And Abby Hoffman is this kind of cultural figure. He says he has something called the Youth International Party. Another figure associated with it is Jerry Rubin. And they are promoting drug use. They think drug use is very revolutionary. Yeah, and interestingly, there's a TV interview with Phil Donahue, where Jerry Rubin's being interviewed by Phil Donahue.
Can we take another one? Hi, you had a brief question for Jerry Rubin.
Yes, Mr. Donahue. First of all, I'd like him to know that that he is speaking to one of his peers. I'm 23 years old and I'm a college graduate, and I followed his movement closely. And since he seems to advocate man's humanity to man, I would appreciate his being more polite to me than he has been to previous callers. First of all, Mr. Rubin, how long do you think you would stay alive were you to advocate your policy in Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Russia, or Red China for that matter?
Well, I wouldn't be advocating when I'm advocating now. There, hey, why don't you finish, man? Why don't you let me finish? You're interrupting a lot. You're really interrupting a lot. You're very nervous. I'm so nice to her, and you treat me... Okay, go ahead, talk to her. Go. I advocate a revolution in all those countries except China. I advocate a revolution in those countries. I think that we need a world revolution. I think that's what's happening.
Basically, in the minds of the yippies, or the radical hippies, there was a feeling that China was the one true communist, society. And all over the United States, Students for a Democratic Society is growing in big numbers. Martin Luther King Jr. is assassinated on April 4th, 1968. He's assassinated, and in response, there's uprisings and rebellions in almost every major urban center of the United States. So Mao issues another statement supporting Martin Luther King. He says, some days ago, Martin Luther King Jr., the African-American clergyman, was suddenly assassinated by the U.S. imperialists. Martin Luther King was an exponent of nonviolence. Nevertheless, the U.S. imperialists did not, on that account, show any tolerance toward him, but used counter-revolutionary violence to kill him in cold blood. This has taught the broad masses of black people in the United States a profound lesson. It has touched off a new storm in their struggle against violent repression. The storm of the African-American struggle is taking place with the United States in a striking manifestation of the comprehensive and political and economic crisis now gripping U.S. imperialism. It is dealing a telling blow to U.S. imperialism. This is, Mao is supporting the uprising. And it's interesting because if you read his statement, Mao makes it pretty clear. He's undisputed in his mind that the U.S. government killed Martin Luther King. And in the African-American community, that was the feeling in the United States. Among radical circles, that was the feeling, was that it was just assumed that it had been the U.S. government that had killed Martin Luther King. The final years of Martin Luther King's life, he was, speaking against capitalism.
denouncing the Vietnam War, saying that the USA needed to adopt a democratic form of socialism. I know the filmmaker Michael Moore tells the story of when he was a teenager. The night Martin Luther King was killed, somebody was out at their car, was heating up their car, and heard on the radio outside of the church that Martin Luther King had been killed. And so when the crowd of people were coming out of the church after the evening prayer service, the person shouted, someone shot Martin Luther King, and all the people coming out of the church in this very small town in Michigan, was very conservative, all started applauding. And there was a feeling among the conservatives in the United States that Martin Luther King should be killed, and the FBI had gone after him, right? COINTELPRO. And so Martin Luther King's assassination touches off a huge storm of rebellions. In April, later that year, Columbia University is shut down by protests by Students for a Democratic Society because the university is planning to build a new gym and evict a whole bunch of residents of Harlem from their homes, and they're also cooperating with the military to do military research and stuff. August of 1968, you have the Students for a Democratic Society protesting the Democratic National Convention in Chicago because they're going to nominate a pro-Vietnam War candidate, even though millions of students in the United States oppose the Vietnam War. And of course, the students are very brutally beaten up outside the convention. It's very ugly. So, 1969, back in China, after the Cultural Revolution has been in full swing, has the 9th National Party Congress. And there are 1,512 delegates from around China that come to this party Congress. However, most of them are not members of the Chinese Communist Party. They're Red Guards, right? It's a whole new party, basically. All these young activists that have never been part of the party. And at the new Chinese Communist Party Congress in 1969, they pass a new constitution for the Chinese Communist Party that declares that when Mao dies, Lin Biao will become the new leader. They enshrine into the Constitution that the theory of continued revolution under the dictatorship of the proletariat is officially part of the Chinese Communist Party's belief. Mao is very old at that point, and he barely speaks. He just kind of shows up and waves. That's what happens there. June 18th of 1969, Students for a Democratic Society has its national convention in Chicago. And at their national convention, there's a big fight between the Progressive Labor Party, which is pushing for a worker-student alliance, urging young people to get jobs in factories, and Progressive Labor Party doesn't support the Black Panthers. Right? The Black Panthers have sprung up, and they're former members of the Revolutionary Action Movement that are engaging in armed patrols and following the police around, and they've become kind of this symbol of black rebellion in the United States, the Black Panther Party, right? It's a very radical organization. Well, the Worker-Student Alliance doesn't support them and wants young people to get jobs in factories. This other faction, called the Revolutionary Youth Movement, supports the Black Panthers and urges young people not to get jobs in factories, but to engage in ultra-left street fighting and street violence. So the Students for a Democratic Society convention, it ends in chaos, right? It breaks apart. The Revolutionary Youth Movement faction is famous for their manifesto that they wrote, which is called "You Don't Need a Weatherman to Know Which Way the Wind Blows." People refer to them as the Weatherman faction. At the convention, everyone's waving around the little red book, and they're all beating each other up, and chaos is erupting. The Weatherman faction calls for days of rage in Chicago, in which thousands of young people are supposed to gather in Chicago to fight the police. Well, a grouping within the Revolutionary Youth Movement thinks that's kind of a bad idea. And the Black Panthers also think that's a bad idea. And they say, well, instead of going out and doing chaotic violence in the streets, you should do survival pending revolution. You should go into working class neighborhoods and organize and try to build a new communist party, right? Fred Hampton, a leader of the Black Panther Party of Chicago, is very critical, and the Black Panthers largely don't agree with what the Weathermen do. Right?
The Weatherman SDS has been trying to give the impression that the Black Panthers are on their side, but the Panthers deny this.
We believe that the Weatherman action is anarchistic, opportunistic, individualistic, it's chauvinistic, it's custoristic, and that's the bad part about it. It's custoristic in that its leaders take people into situations where the people can be massacred, and they call it revolution. And it's nothing but child's play, it's folly. We think these people may be sincere, but they're misguided, they're muddleheads, and they're scatterbrained.
All right, Revolutionary Youth Movement 2 is formed by people within the Revolutionary Youth Movement faction who don't agree with them. October 8th, that's the day that the Days of Rage are supposed to start. Roughly 300 people assemble wearing football helmets and carrying chains and baseball bats, fight the police. 200 of them are arrested. December 4th, Fred Hampton, the leader of the Black Panther Party of Chicago, is murdered. He's killed in his bed while he's sleeping, right? He's organized the people of Chicago into a gang truce, right? He's formed a Rainbow Coalition. He's doing a free breakfast program, feeding school kids. He's not calling for violence. He's calling for building community organizations. He's emphasizing the need to teach Marxism. And at that point, Huey Newton, the leader of the Black Panther Party, is calling for basically, what he calls this theory of intercommunalism. And it's this idea that first they'll have the Black Panther Party among the African American community, then they'll have a Puerto Rican organization, they'll have a Chicano organization, they'll have a gay organization, and he's going to work with Revolutionary Youth Movement too, and they're going to build a white working class organization, and eventually they'll all merge into one multinational new revolutionary communist party for the United States. But people need to organize their own communities first, and then they'll enter together, and that's a way to make sure that the problems that he blames the old Communist Party. He says in the old Communist Party there was a feeling that a lot of the African American members felt like they were being used or not given proper autonomy, and that'll kind of resolve that difference by giving people autonomy and control of their own organizations. Eventually a new Communist Party will be formed based on these different organizations among specific communities first. Well, Fred Hampton is gunned down in his apartment. They call it a vicious Panther attack on the front page of the paper. But of course, if you look at what happened, it wasn't a Panther attack, it was an assassination. I mean, it's very well documented. They just killed him. The family has won settlements in court. So shortly after that, the Weathermen, they call their National War Council in Flint, Michigan, and it's a big rally in which they're calling for more ultra-left street fighting violence. Bernadine Dohrn, the leader of the Weathermen, actually hails Charles Manson, who recently went on a killing spree. And she says, quote, "First they killed those pigs, then they ate dinner in the same room with them, then they shoved a fork into Pig Tate's stomach, wild. And the Weathermen start saluting each other with a fork salute, in honor of Charles Manson and his fork killing Sharon Tate." Shortly afterwards, the Weathermen disappear, and there's roughly 30 of them left who go on an underground bombing campaign for like a decade, doing symbolic bombings. However, the Revolutionary Youth Movement 2, which is the group within SDS that had supported the Black Panthers but didn't agree with the Weathermen's street fighting tactics, they at that point say that they want to go into communities and start building a new communist party that will fight for the working class. And they lay the basis for what will be my next section, which is where I'll talk about the new communist movement. So I want to discuss that.
I wanted to just talk to you all about a recent event. Nicaragua is a country in Central America, and it is a Christian government. In their Constitution's preamble, it acknowledges the role of Christian faith in their founding. The leader of Nicaragua, Daniel Ortega, not only did he cut ties with Israel, but he gave a very impassioned speech.
Es increíble cómo al frente del gobierno de Israel se encuentra un primer ministro que es hijo del demonio. ¿Por qué? Porque lleva en la práctica una política de terror y es Hitler, ¿sí? El primer ministro de Israel es Hitler, allí instalado, llamando a destruir a los pueblos, al igual que el que preside Ucrania es otro nazi, otro hijo de Hitler, queriendo comprometer a la OTAN para irse a la guerra contra la Federación Rusa. Lo que están haciendo los gobernantes norteamericanos, utilizando a Israel, armando a Israel, lo que están haciendo los gobernantes norteamericanos junto con gobernantes europeos, porque ahí están los imperios se han unido creyendo que de esa manera van a poder derrotar a los pueblos y no se dan cuenta que al final de cuentas o llevan al planeta a una guerra total o sencillamente no les queda más que esperar la derrota.
Not only is it a Christian country, but it's also a socialist country. In fact, the slogan that Daniel Ortega and his wife, Rosario Murillo, who's now vice president, have used is Christianity, socialism, and solidarity. They have overseen the full electrification of the country. Even the most remote and rural areas of Nicaragua have been electrified. They've wiped out illiteracy in the country and enabled the people of Nicaragua to have the ability to read with universal schooling and education. They've launched land redistribution so that the people of Nicaragua can have access to the land and it's not all owned by wealthy landowners who go back to the time of Spanish colonialism. In addition to that, they have a micro-entrepreneurship program. That's right, a socialist government is going out of its way to help people start their own businesses. And the micro-entrepreneurship program of Nicaragua is one of their most successful programs, where the socialist government loans people money to start their own businesses. And many Nicaraguans have been very, very successful and seen their living standard go up. They see Israel as an outpost of a global financial system, a system that is leading wars all over the world and grinding countries into poverty. And they view their revolution in Nicaragua, based on principles of Christianity and socialism and solidarity, as a fight against that system. So they stand with the Palestinians because they see the Palestinians as also fighting against that system. I think by looking into Nicaragua and what its Christian and socialist government has achieved in terms of industrializing, raising people out of poverty, and now standing with the Palestinians, can really enlighten people about thinking beyond the left and right paradigm of American politics and getting to real solutions. And this is in a lot of different lives. This question comes up. People ask me to answer this. Let me go ahead. A does not equal A. A does not equal A. There is no way this first A can be the same as this second A. No matter how close I drew them, they were going to be different, because nothing in the universe is exactly like anything else. Dialectical materialism is the philosophical basis of Karl Marx's beliefs. All right? Karl Marx began in philosophy, and then he moved into economics. And Karl Marx believed that all that exists is matter, but that matter is constantly in a state of motion. And that history is driven forward by contradiction, right? So Marx was a follower of Hegel, right? The philosopher Hegel, the German philosopher, who had this belief that history is driven forward through conflict, through contradictions. When there are things, and he was talking mainly about ideas, when there are ideas that cannot coexist with each other, they clash, they contradict each other. If you think one thing and I think something else, that's a contradiction. And that the first idea is called a thesis. The second idea is called an antithesis. And they contradict each other. They clash. When they clash, the result is called a synthesis. And the synthesis then becomes a new thesis, and then an antithesis emerge, and they clash. And you get a new synthesis, and then the synthesis becomes a thesis, and that's how history is driven forward. And that history is advancing, and the way it advances is through contradiction. Right? That is the dialectic. That's a Hegelian concept. Hegel thought that history was advancing, that the German nation state was the most advanced thing to come into existence. Christianity was the most advanced religion. Europe was the most advanced part of the world, but that the world was constantly in motion. That is the Hegelian dialectic, and that's the basis of Hegel's thought. And there were right Hegelians and left Hegelians. Karl Marx was a left Hegelian. But Karl Marx was also a follower of the Greek materialists. Right? In Greece, in ancient Greece, there was a big debate. The debate went on like this. Does the mind create reality, or does reality create the mind? Right? The idealists believed that the mind creates reality. Right? That our consciousness, our thoughts create the world. That's the belief of idealists, right? The most prevalent form of idealism is religion, right? That we exist as a reflection of God, right? That God said, let there be light, that human beings came into existence as the reflection of God's thoughts or wishes, right? That's idealism. Or, furthermore, right, there is, the belief that, and this is very widespread, that there's like the secret, right? People that believe if I just picture money and go, money will appear, right? They call it the idea that thinking makes it so. You can do anything you want if you just try hard enough, that thinking, if you think it, it will happen. You can create things will happen because you think them hard enough. That's idealism. I believe Descartes, the philosopher, very famously said, I think, therefore I am. That's idealism. And Karl Marx was from the opposite school. He said, I am, therefore I think. Friedrich Engels, explaining Marx's beliefs, said that thought is inseparable from matter that thinks, right? And that rather than reality being a reflection of the mind is simply a reflection of reality, right? What we think is based on the world around us. Our ability to think is because we have this thing called a brain that thinks, right? And that all that exists is matter, right? That's materialism. Is the world made up of matter, or is the world a reflection of spiritual and ideal forces? That's the debate. So those are two big debates in philosophy: dialectics and materialism. Materialism versus idealism, dialectics, whatever, right? That's the debate, right? Historical progress, change through conflict, and what is the nature of reality? And Karl Marx combines the two of them into one philosophy called dialectical materialism, which is the belief, on the one hand, he's following that materialism, right? That all that exists is matter in motion, and that thoughts and ideas are a reflection of matter, so materialism. But that matter is constantly moving and constantly in a state of motion, and that conflict drives forward history, dialectics. So it's dialectical materialism, right? Heraclitus was one of the biggest influences on Hegel, developing his concept of the dialectic. He said, you never step into the same river twice. I've quoted that many times before. You never step into the same river twice, right? This is dialectical materialism. That's the philosophical basis of Marxism. And for the most part, I agree with it. However, I would disagree. I do believe in God. I do believe that there are spiritual aspects to reality. I do believe human beings are not purely motivated by economic determinism, and that spiritual forces do exist. I'm not a solid materialist, but the dialectic is very true. And, that's where I'm at. And so I was asked to answer that question. I just gave you an answer to that question.
They give you little bullshit amounts of money for working, wages and so forth, and then they steal all that shit back from you in terms of the way he got his other things set up. His whole credit gimmick society, man, consumer credit, buy shit on credit. He give you a little bit of shit to cool your ass out, and then steal all that shit back with shit called interest, the price of money. Motherfuckers in non-producing, non-existent, industries, motherfuckers who deal with paper. There's a cat who will stand up and say to you, he's in mining. And he sits in an office, man, on the 199th floor in some motherfucking building on Wall Street, and he's in mining. And he has paper, certificates, which are embroidered and shit, stocks, bonds, debentures, obligations, he's in mining. And he's sitting up in Wall Street, and his fingernails ain't been dirty in his motherfucking life. He went to Phillips Andover or Exeter. He went to Harvard. He went to Yale. He went to the Wharton School of Business, and he's in mining. And the motherfuckers who deal with intangibles are the motherfuckers who are rewarded in this society. The more abstract and intangible your shit is, i.e. stocks. What is stocks? A stock certificate is evidence of ownership in something that's real. Ownership. He owns and controls and therefore receives, the benefit from. That's what they call profit. He fucking with shit in Bolivia. He fucking with shit in Chile. He's Kennecott. He's Anaconda. He's United Fruit. He's in mining. He's in what? He ain't never in his life produced shit. Investment bankers, stock brokers, insurance men. It's motherfuckers who don't do nothing. We see that this whole society, man, exists and rests upon workers, and that this whole motherfucking society controlled by this ruling clique is parasitic, vulturistic, cannibalistic, and is sucking and destroying, man, the life of motherfucking workers, and we have to stop it because it's evil.
There's a lot of confusion amongst white people in this country, amongst white workers in this country about who the enemy is. The same contradictions of overproduction, the same contradictions of increasing production are prevalent within the white working class. But because of the immense resources of propaganda, publicity, radio, television, journals, magazines, and so on and so forth, which can be drawn upon, white people tend to get a little bit confused about who the enemy is. If you take a look at, white workers in Flint, for instance, in the automobile industry, who are pretty hard pressed because the Buick plant up there is whipping their ass. And it's whipping their ass about twice as hard today as it was 5 years ago. But who do they think the enemy is? The nigger on the street. Crime in the streets, was a problem. Or black people, moving into our neighborhood, causing housing prices to decline and threatening to rape our wives and daughters, And as a result, you get a cat like George Wallace who comes along, and George Wallace is not the first of the populist fascists in this country. And George Wallace talks about how the big fat cats of Wall Street are messing up the country. It's a little man that's suffering because of, the big, rich financial bears of Wall Street in conjunction and in alliance with the niggers. And the white folk, the white workers tend to buy that shit up. They tend to eat it up. They tend to love it. That's not in Birmingham, Alabama that I'm talking about. That's in Flint, Michigan. As a result of that kind of thing, millions and millions of white workers in this country just don't understand what's going down and end up becoming counter-revolutionary, even though the contradictions which they face every day would say that they should be the most staunch revolutionaries. Black people represent, the most forward and progressive and militant movement inside the plant, which are calling not for, in reality, they ain't calling for the destruction, of, the white working class. The demands which are being presented, are demands which are calling for an uplifting of the working class as a whole. And the actual fact of the matter is that the movement of black workers is a class movement that's calling for a total change in the relationship between workers and owners altogether. And what it's saying is that certainly we don't want all the shitty and lowest paying jobs in the plant. Certainly we don't want to be, most exploited people in the plant, but we aren't calling for anybody to be exploited. We're calling for the elimination of exploitation in the plants. We're calling for the elimination of racism in the plants. We're calling for the elimination of any kind of conditions inside of the plant, which are bad, for the basic, health and enjoyment, of life. We are not calling for the replacement of the black proletariat, with white workers, who happen to be in a higher stage in the ladder. We are not calling for a situation in which white oppressors will be replaced by black oppressors. We are calling for the ending of oppression altogether. Basically the reason that they're racist is because of the fact that they're afraid, that the little bit of niche that they got in society is going to be lost. But ain't nobody been trying to demonstrate to them that rather than being against the black movement and being enemies of the black movement, that they should be in favor of the black movement and supporters of the black movement, because the things that the black movement is doing inside of industry are basically in their interests. The kinds of demands and the kinds of movements, which black people are making inside of the plants are not inimical to the interests of the average white worker.
Involved in the process. Now, this is, again, it's not free democracy. If it just means rule of the people, that's involvement in the people in governing. The anti-imperialist states are far more democratic. They don't have the same level of freedom that we have. And that's a different question. But in terms of people running the government, people in power, the rule of the people, these countries are technically more democratic because people are heavily involved in ruling, and the small businesses flourish in alliance with a revolutionary state. You have a revolutionary state that controls the economy, that stimulates small businesses and oversees economic growth. That's what this new model is. And, in China, they call it socialism with Chinese characteristics. In Latin America, they call it 21st century socialism. In the Middle East, they call it not capitalism, but Islam or resistance economy. It's the same thing, right? You can go there, that has different names, that has different ideologies, different religions backing it. In Russia, they used to be communist, then they had a counter-revolution in the 90s, then Putin came in, and it's like this. This is how it is in Russia, where the government controls the oil and natural gas and uses the revenue to, stimulate the different industries and build the farming sector. And, they don't call it communism in Russia, even though they have a big communist party. But whatever you want to call it, this is the system that exists in opposition to capitalism, imperialism around the world. Right. And it's going to have a different name in every country, and it's going to draw from all kinds of different wells of national culture, national history,
religion, etc. It's going to be unique in every different place. In America, this movement is called innovationism. And we are building this movement. We're building something like this, whatever you want to call this. It's different in every country. It's unique to that nation, to that people and their needs, but it is pro-growth. It is pro-humanity, and it is against globalism, imperialism, and it's about having a strong state that emerges out of a struggle against globalism, imperialism, right? And it has a different name everywhere. In America, it's called innovationism. Now, in the Western countries, not just the United States, but Britain, France, Germany, Australia, places like that, there's a big divide in the political apparatus right now. And the division is between the ultra-rich globalists, the World Economic Forum, etc. They want degrowth, depopulation, social engineering. They want a low-wage police state, and they want an all-out war to crush the BRICS countries. You'll own nothing, and you'll be happy about it. You'll eat bugs. You'll live in a pod. Depopulation, etc. Right? They are creating a high-tech dark ages to stay at the top of the world, and they're high-tech dark ages. They need to make us poorer. They need to make us stupider. They need to, reduce our population, reduce our consumption, and they need to mobilize us for an all-out war against the countries that are not under their domination. Whereas the new right, they just want to make money. Donald Trump just wants to make money. And they want deregulation. They want the government to get out of the economy. And they want the free market. And they want to trade with the BRICS countries because they can make money doing so. There's a lot of wealth in China. So if American businesses can go to China and make money, great. If American businesses can go to Russia and make money, great. They're not invested in an all-out war to keep the globalist imperialist system intact. They're just thinking short-term about making money. So they want the deregulation and free markets, and they want to trade with the BRICS countries. Now, neither of those groups have what we need. Obviously, the ultra-rich don't have what we need, but the new right, they don't have what we need either, right? Deregulation isn't going to do it, right? Privatizations isn't going to do it, etc. What we need is a pro-growth, pro-peace, pro-humanity, anti-monopoly coalition. All the forces that want economic growth, that want to break the world out of the domination of globalism, imperialism, need to be brought together. Working people must align with small business owners, lower-level capitalists, with the BRICS countries, with pro-peace factions of the military and the policing agencies, all to break the power of the ultra-rich. We don't need a government that just steps out of the economy. That's what libertarians think. We need the government to just step out. They understand that the government is a degrowth mechanism trying to make us poorer in the hands of the ultra-rich, and they think, well, we just need to get the government out of the way. No. We need a government that will kick Wall Street's ass. That's what we need. We need a government that will break the power of the big monopolies by mobilizing a coalition of working people, small business owners, people in the military, people in the policing agencies, everyone who rejects the high-tech dark ages, rejects the low-wage police state, rejects the march toward World War III, an anti-monopoly coalition, a coalition against the big bankers and monopolies that are leading humanity towards a new world war. We need an anti-monopoly coalition. That is what is needed. We need a government of action that will fight for working families. That is the answer to defeat the deep state, to stop the march toward World War III, and stop the emerging low-wage police state. That is what is needed. Now, we are not left, because leftism comes from the French Revolution, and leftism invokes rebellion, resentment, libidinal and Oedipal impulses, rage, and vengeance. Now, leftism, the terms left and right, they come from the French Revolution, right? After the king was overthrown, they created a national assembly, and the people who were more loyal to the king sat on the right, and the people who were really excited about the revolution, they sat on the left. Leftism is kill the king, overthrow the king, cut his head off. Leftism is rage and anger and sexual desires unleashed. It is jealousy, resentment, vengeance. That's leftism. And those are destructive, toxic emotions. You cannot build a movement that's going to make society better by appealing to those emotions. And if you look at the communist governments of the world, they learned that the hard way. The Cultural Revolution in China was all about unleashing those feelings. And the Chinese government now says that was a huge mistake. And Stalin defeated Trotsky. And instead, he built a 5-year economic plan and he mobilized. And, Stalin's Russia was not about getting Russians to be resentful and jealous of each other. It was about building, etc. So, the left aesthetic is not what we are. Leftists say at this point that growth is bad and they promote degrowth. And there's all kinds of books by leftists saying that about degrowth. Degrowth is the main, it is everywhere. If you go to Barnes and Noble and you look for books against capitalism, you're going to find Degrowth, A Future Against Capitalism. You are going to find books promoting degrowth because that's what leftism is all about. Growth is bad. Leftists tend to focus on atomizing society, breaking people down into narrow identities, obsessing with peculiar minorities. Leftism is always looking for a new minority to champion, a racial minority, an ethnic minority, a religious minority, a sexual minority. They're always looking for some obscure group that is a victim of the majority, right? They see the majority as bad, and they want to find some oppressed person that they can champion against the majority. Leftists think that mass movements on behalf of the majority are fascist, right? If you're fighting for the people, the 99% against the 1%, that's fascism, right? Populism is the worst thing leftists have ever heard of, right? Populism, oh my God, you can't have that. No, because we need to find some special minority with which we can say that the majority are bad, which we can put more restrictions on the majority. That's what leftism is very much about. And leftists then oppose patriotism, traditional families, community identity, anything that brings people together in a common interest they're against. They want to break people down into you're this special kind of LGBT, you're this ethnicity, you're from this oppressed group. They want to atomize people. Now, all of this, you could argue, is largely contrary to what communism used to be. But that's irrelevant, right? I could go to a church. There are various churches I could go to in New York City, and I could get up and I could say, you are contrary to what Jesus taught. And what good would that do? They've got a church. I'm a guy, and you can go around and say, well, I'm the true communist, or I'm this or that. Well, you can do that all you want, but that doesn't change the nature of reality. It doesn't change the fact that the communist groups largely believe in all this crap. Right? The communist groups, they won't denounce this. They won't fight against it. And for the most part, they all pretty much are like this. They all are opposed to patriotism, opposed to traditional families, opposed to community identity. They think mass movements on behalf of the majority in America are fascist. They are obsessed with narrow identities and peculiar minorities. They think economic growth is bad, right? Because that's capitalist. You want more. And they hold on to the mindset and the aesthetic of the French Revolution. That's what communism is in America. So we're not left and we're not communists, right? Because that's what communism has become. But we're not right-wing either, because the right wing tends to celebrate deregulation and the free market as magically creating growth. This is a big thing. Like the right wing, they really believe all this free market crap, that if we just privatize everything will be fine. I've heard, and the amount of free market crap that has nothing to do with economic reality that I've heard from right-wingers is so sad. Right? There would never be a monopoly, Caleb, if there wasn't for the government. Well, that's funny. That's because why do we have antitrust laws then? Why does the market naturally lead to some winning and some losing? No. It's only, there's no such thing as a natural monopoly, right? It's only the government that creates monopolies. There's all kinds of things that libertarians and advocates of free markets will say that are just so contrary to reality. And they all deny that under the state central planning, we saw Russia and China become superpowers, and that all of that just doesn't exist as far as they're concerned. No, everywhere communism's ever been tried, it failed. That's not actually true, right? Russia and China became superpowers. Libya had the highest life expectancy in Africa. But no. None of that's true. No. La, can't hear you. And so, and then they just believe, you want to understand why we are calling ourselves innovationists, and we have moved away from the communist label. One great example would be the phrase working families. Back in the 1990s, the labor unions did a lot of polling, and they discovered that if you wrote about fighting for the working class, or fighting for workers, or fighting for working families,
people had a different reaction. Polling showed that people overwhelmingly responded more positively to the phrase working families than they did just the phrase working class, workers, etc. And why? Because when you think about the family, you think about warmth and community and brotherhood and connection. And so during the 1990s, the various labor unions started using the phrase working families to promote themselves, and so did the Democratic Party. And at the time, the various communist organizations denounced this move. They said that the phrase working families somehow was anti-LGBT. Now, LGBT people certainly have families. There's no reason that the phrase working families is anti-LGBT. Perhaps what they probably meant was that at the time, conservatives in the United States were talking about family values, and they felt that the phrase working families played into conservative rhetoric about family values. But when it really gets down to it, this revulsion with the phrase working families from communists who objected to it, it signified something deeper. They don't like the feelings that one has when they hear the phrase working families. Communism has attached itself to this spirit of deviance, this spirit of revolt, this spirit of rebellion. And the kind of feelings that people have when they hear the phrase working families, fighting for working families, protecting working families, caring for the needs of working families, are different than the kind of feelings that communists try to evoke. Communists want to evoke feelings of rebellion, feelings of destruction, feelings of rage and libidinal release. And the phrase working families unleashes feelings of empathy, compassion, kindness, community, and brotherhood. This is one great example of why in the Center for Political Innovation, we no longer use the term communist to describe ourselves. We advocate a rationally organized economy where the needs of the people come first. We oppose imperialism, but we can't be communists anymore because communism has attached itself to an aesthetic, to an emotion that is toxic. And that emotion, that aesthetic that communism has attached itself to is the main force behind wokeism. Woke people, they don't advocate socialism. They don't advocate a planned economy. They're just very angry. They're angry about different people being oppressed. They're angry about different issues. And it's simply that spirit of resentment, divorced from the actual economics of Marxism and socialism. And we want to do the opposite. We want to put forward economic policies that will benefit working families. We want to oppose the global imperialist system of monopoly capitalism. But we want to break from that rebellious, dark, satanic aesthetic that is attached to it in communism. We want to build a movement. And when we founded the Center for Political Innovation, the slogan that we promoted everywhere was, "We need a government of action that will fight for working families." And we embraced that phrase that communists had opposed because we wanted to break with that mindset, the mindset that comes with rejecting that phrase. So if you want to understand kind of what we're doing with innovationism and with CPI and why we're not communists anymore, think about why some people would oppose the phrase working families, but why we embraced it.
I will say, you know, my whole life, my whole childhood, my whole teen years, everyone said to me, "Caleb, you're going to love college. You're going to love college. College is going to be so amazing. You're a bookish guy and oh, you're going to love college." I hated college. I was not happy at college at all because the reason my relatives and family members were all telling me I was going to love college is because they were from a different generation. And in the past, academics, university, that was where people went to dissent, right? It was the anti-Vietnam War movement had been on the college campuses, and that most of the population had this like support the government, love it or leave it, you know, if you don't like it here, move attitude. But the universities were the place where people learned to think more critically, right? That was kind of the role they played in Cold War America. That role has completely flipped. And now it's the population that is questioning things now, largely. I mean, Trump just won the election, and a lot of people among the population are very angry, and their living standards are going down, and people are questioning why things are happening. And the university is where you go to get vetted, to make sure you're not a dissident, to make sure you can be trusted for a job in that cosmopolitan middle class, and universities are actually places where people think more in line with the establishment than most people among the population do. It's interesting to see how that flip has worked. But the kind of the neocon era, the rise of neoconservatism was this attitude of, yeah, people on the campuses and intellectuals might be disagreeing, but the bulk of the population are just kind of blind believers in the system. And now the universities are where people are blind believers in the system, where you learn to be a blind believer in U.S. foreign policy. You learn to repeat the lies against whatever country is being attacked. You learn the human rights talking points and diversity, equity, and inclusion and all that stuff. And among the population, people are like, my living standards are going down. I don't trust the government. I'm questioning things. And that's one thing that I think is worth pointing out, that we have kind of a new setup in the way dissent is being managed in the United States. Universities, college campuses, et cetera, are ground zero for all the regime change wars. And they're also the places where people are taught that, certain things are conspiracy theories. And I always tell people, I mean, I am so tired of arguing with people where they can't refute what you're saying. You know, the facts are the facts. They can't refute that, but they argue against you based on, well, you sound like somebody who might be repeating Russian propaganda. Or this sounds like something that Russia might say. Is it true or not? Or this sounds like something a Trump supporter might say. Okay, but is it true or is it not?
Why
or
do
this,
you think that's
this sounds like a conspiracy theory. Is it true or is it not? I mean, and that's the way they train people to argue in college. There's certain sets of bad people you're not supposed to sound like: Russian propagandists, conspiracy theorists, Trump supporters. And if you sound like those people, you're not going to get a promotion in this cosmopolitan middle class world. So you get vetted, and that's what the universities have become.
Why do you think it flipped like that? I mean, because you're right, that wasn't always the case. I mean, initially it was, and I'm blaming the left on this because this seems to be more of a left thing. Why do you think that happened? I mean, in the old days, you had people like Noam Chomsky, the First Amendment is for people to say things that the rest of the people, the very point of the First Amendment is to protect speech that you don't particularly like. Nobody needs to protect speech that everybody likes. You used to get lefties who used to dissent, like even Martin Luther King, for God's sake. I mean, like, people forget he was a socialist. On top of that, I mean, they even carved that aspect of who he is out of it and just break it all the way down to civil rights. How do you think it got to be that way? If you listen to, for example, the Democratic Party today, the Democratic Party, they associate this notion of being left with diversity. And I don't mean diversity in a negative sense. I mean it in the sense where you're carving up nationalities as if these things are very different from each other, despite the fact that all of them have this kind of economic base that everybody cares about the economics of these things. I've noticed that among Democrats, they would say, well, that sounds like Putin, or that sounds like the Syria apologists. And you're right, where I would point out, yeah, but it's true. Like, regardless of who says it, Hitler likes dogs. Okay, so just because you're a dog lover doesn't mean you also like Hitler. That's not really the case. You may say something that just so happens to be a true thing. Just because Putin believes 2 + 2 is 4 doesn't mean it's not 4. It's kind of that assessment. Where do you think that degradation of thought has come from? I mean, do you think that's something that is being pushed by schools or just a liberal thing? I mean, I see this more among liberals than I do among anybody else on the political spectrum.
Well, I think there's been an economic shift since the Cold War. During the Cold War, what held U.S. society together was a very comfortable industrial middle class of auto workers and steel workers and people who worked in good paying industrial jobs who had a very high standard of living. And that kind of bought their loyalty to the American government and the American system, right? And we don't have that anymore. I mean, since the 1980s, especially, and more especially since the 2008 financial meltdown, we just don't have that stable, prosperous industrial middle class we once had. So the people who may have been part of that at one point, who lived a comfortable life, and they're not there, and they're not getting that comfort. The other thing is that I think during the Cold War, the universities kind of played the role almost of like the troubleshooter of U.S. society. Their job was for people that got education, and they were there to kind of point to the problems in U.S. society and fix them, and be kind of the critic who was there to kind of make things better. Whereas now the universities, I think, are a part of the apparatus of maintaining the institutions of the U.S. society that do exist, right? It's not like they're there to play the role of the critic. They're more there to kind of vet people for roles in this kind of government bureaucracy, or in the NGO apparatus, or in the kind of institutions that carry out these policies, which are now much more essential.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed, to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium, and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, And it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you. The Party for Socialism and Liberation advocates a position that is pretty indefensible. According to them, violence against fascists is always acceptable. Now, they take this position from their roots. It was originally pioneered by Sam Marcy, the founder of the Workers' World Party, in his book, Klan and Government, Foes or Allies. The position back then was that black people and other oppressed communities have the right to defend themselves from the Ku Klux Klan. That's a perfectly defensible position. But as a party that panders to liberals, the PSL has expanded the definition of fascism to mean anyone who opposes abortion. In addition, they have expanded the definition of fascism to include all Trump supporters. In fact, if one looks at social media, according to PSL, even other socialists and anti-imperialists who disagree with them, such as my organization, the Center for Political Innovation, we are fascists as well. Now, this isn't a very well thought out position. If one looks at the map of the United States and all of those red states, if one looks at the thousands of Muslims who attend their pro-Palestine rallies and are opposed to abortion, The idea of killing all these people is not very practical or logical. PSL obviously doesn't want to kill the thousands of Muslims who attend their pro-Palestine rallies that they hold. In addition to that, I think they probably, if you really press them, don't want to kill every Trump supporter. But that shows how repugnant and stupid their politics really is. If you actually listen to them, the only good fascist is a dead one. Anyone we label a fascist deserves to die. And then they label half the country as fascists. Every Trump supporter, everyone who opposes abortion, even socialists who disagree with them are fascists. The millions and millions of people that PSL openly advocates killing and jokes about killing, this is pretty scary. The idea that we should murder people just because we disagree with them is particularly repugnant, and it's not a position that any serious political party takes. However, PSL has no problem putting forward statements that lead to that logical conclusion. Why? Because they're not a serious political party. They are a woke counter gang. They are a group of people trying to help Joe Biden and Kamala Harris beat back the uprising from the lower level capitalists. They want to help U.S. imperialism clean up its image and have a woke makeover. And it's particularly disgusting. PSL should make clear that it doesn't advocate killing every conservative, every anti-abortion activist, everyone who disagrees with them, and every socialist group that maybe strays from their wokeism in one way or another. Maybe they should come out and say that fascism is a serious word with a serious definition, and it's not something you should just throw on to everyone you disagree with.
Capitalism's never existed. If we just privatize absolutely everything, and I mean, free market insanity is dished out, widely among right-wingers, and they are absolutely wrong. The right wing tends to demonize groups like Muslims and immigrants and panders to fear of such groups and scapegoats them for problems that are not created by Muslims and not created by immigrants. They're created by globalism, imperialism. Yes, it's true that there are many immigrants piling into the United States from South and Central America. And yes, it's true. Many of them are in gangs and criminal organizations. Why is that? Is that because, that's because Latino people are all just dirty, criminal, ugly people and we got to build a wall and keep them out? No, it's because of globalism, imperialism. Now, the left just says, if you point out the problem, you're racist. Well, the problem's really there. And I mean, the people that those gangs tend to kill tend to be Latinos. So, pointing out that those groups are bad is not racist. But if you just blame people, you say, that's just how brown people are. That's just racism, right? You're scapegoating them for a problem that was created by globalism, imperialism. And same for Muslims. Al-Qaeda is an awful group that kills a lot of innocent people, right? ISIS is a horrible group. But again, is that just because Muslims are just bad? Well, no, these groups were funded and created by the U.S. government to fight against communism and to fight against Bashar Assad in Syria and to fight for their interests across the Middle East. And the governments we've overthrown in Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, they tend to be governments that fought against these terrorists. Again, if you just say, Muslims are just bad, right? That's a common right-wing feeling. Islam is just an evil religion. Immigrants are all just inferior people. And they're, and they pander to fear and they scapegoat certain groups and blame them rather than globalism, imperialism for the problem. And that's a really big problem in right-wing circles. Furthermore, the right wing often seeks to empower policing agencies to suppress dissent, specifically for opposing Israel or for standing with the BRICS countries. And this is something the right wing is actually getting better about. I was impressed to see Candace Owens and Ann Coulter and other people speak out in support of Mahmoud Khalil and say that, no, you can't deport somebody for being pro-Palestine. But there are a lot of right-wingers who think Islam should be outlawed, that want to ban mosques because they think all Muslims are terrorists. There are a lot of right-wingers who think that it should be illegal to protest Israel. There are a lot of right-wingers that want to deport Chinese students because they think they're all spies. Right-wing circles, there's a lot of pro-imperialist ignorance and such, On top of that, the right wing mistakenly tells people that the woke left are communists and equates China, Vietnam, Venezuela with toxic pro-globalist left. I do not know how this works. It drives me up the wall. But you look at China, you look at North Korea, you look at Vietnam, and you look at the George Soros fan club, you look at the transgender rally on your campus. Apples and oranges. blue and red, night and day, white, and they're not the same thing at all. You look at like the people in North Korea marching in perfect unison, waving the flag of their country, physically fit. You look at the Chinese Communist Party, and then you look at like, people with 5 nose rings, screaming about, you're transphobic, I'm triggered. It's not the same thing. It's not. It's got absolutely nothing to do. One has absolutely nothing to do with the other. And George Soros, who's the funder of so much of the woke left, he overthrew communist governments in Eastern Europe for the CIA. That was his whole thing. But yet, in right-wing circles, no. All the woke kids that are obnoxious and the Chinese government are the exact same thing. They're not the same. They don't believe the same things. The Chinese government's pro-growth. Woke kids are anti-growth. Chinese government's pro-family. Woke kids are anti-family. Chinese government promotes patriotism and loyalty to your homeland. Woke kids hate their country and burn flags and take a poop on the street. They're not the same thing. They're not the same thing. And it's beyond me. And this is so right-wing circles. We're not right-wing, and right-wing groups in America, conservatainment, whatever you want to call it, tends to be pro-Israel, demonize immigrants, demonize Muslims, promote insane free market policies, argue that somehow woke insanity is communism, is the same as anti-imperialist governments. So we're not right-wing either, right? The only answer is building a movement. Let me repeat that. The only answer is building a movement. I'm sorry. I'm really glad you're all watching. I really appreciate you all watching. But listening to me is not going to save you. And, a YouTube channel and a podcast is not going to save you, right? We need to build a movement. That is the only thing that we can do. We've got to build a community of people dedicated to building the anti-monopoly coalition, toward building a government of action. That we've got to build a real movement of real people who can work together and get real shit done. That's the only option. We've got to build a real movement to get real shit done. And a real movement involves teaching and teaching and teaching. And there's a lot of non-teaching going on, right? And I've got to tell you, if nobody is learning, if you're not learning, it's not helping you, right? If social media is just helping you feel more justified in your anger, if it's just making you laugh, if it's just, making you hate somebody you already hate, or making you feel more fired up about what you already think, if it's just pandering to how you already feel, it's not helping you. Organizing is about teaching, teaching, teaching. There are certain people that don't teach anybody anything. They just love to pander. And I mean, there's a huge amount of people. I mean, most of social media is nothing but pandering. Most YouTube channels, most podcasts, they don't teach anybody anything. They just pander. They just pander to what people already think. Oh, you already think this. Well, you must like this. Oh, you already think that. And that's not helping. It's all about teaching. On top of that, it's about standing with those who are under attack. The Uhuru movement, right? They had their homes raided by the FBI. And it was necessary. Everybody should have stood with them. And we are proud of all the hard work we did as an organization to stand with the Uhuru movement. And they were facing criminal charges. We were at their court dates. We raised their case at the UN. We raised their case in Russia. They were trying to throw them in prison for speaking up against war. And we stood with the Uhuru movement because you have to stand with people who are under attack. And Scott Ritter, they raided Scott Ritter's home. The FBI raided his home just because he's an anti-imperialist. But we stood with Scott Ritter, right? And whenever they start trying to make it illegal to stand against globalism, imperialism, we have to loudly stand with whoever they target and not ask questions and not quibble about, oh, do they agree with us on this? Or did they say this about? No, you stand with people that are under attack, right? And it doesn't matter if you're trying to outdo them on social media. Doesn't matter if somebody said this about them or that about them. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. If they come for them, they come for all of us. An injury to one is an injury to all. You must stand with those who are under attack. Next, visibly raising anti-globalist, anti-imperialist message everywhere. Everywhere. You must raise the anti-globalist, anti-imperialist message everywhere, as loudly as you possibly can. Raise it everywhere. And, you know, we found creative ways to do that, right? We wrote a book about Kamala Harris, and we distributed it in bulk at the Democratic Convention, and exploded when they tried to ban it. What else did we do? We unfurled a banner that said only peace can make America great again in the streets outside of Trump's inauguration, outside his rally in Madison Square Garden. Again, that was an intervention. Find a way to raise this message and reach people, and distribute pamphlets, distribute books, reach people, right? And we've got to then build community structures centered around innovationism. Our goal, right? We're focused on building for July, right? Building for the convention. Our goal after July is we need a building. We need buildings so that we can start organizing in neighborhoods, right? We need to have buildings, right? Right now we're on the internet and various people. We need a building. We need to have a center, innovation halls around the country where we are doing projects in neighborhoods. That's what we're trying to do. No, going someplace and going to a church that's doing nice things and taking a selfie of yourself, that doesn't count as organizing in communities. And no, showing up one day and giving people a bunch of free stuff and then taking a selfie of yourself and saying, look, we do work in the community, that's not doing things. In order to really do community work, you have to have the infrastructure to do it. You have to have a building. You have to have a network of volunteers. You have to have an organization to carry it out. A lot of people I've been hearing.
At the time the Vietnam War was happening, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., this is the holiday in his memory, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., he came out against it in 1967. And he was condemned by the NAACP for coming out against it. They told him not to come out against it. It was hurting the civil rights movement. He should just focus on civil rights.
Estimated that we spend $322,000 for each enemy we kill in Vietnam, while we spend in the so-called war on poverty in America only about $53 for each person classified as poor. The promises of the Great Society have been shot down on the battlefield of Vietnam, making the poor, white and Negro, bear the heaviest burdens both at the front and at home.
And he went to Riverside Church in Harlem in New York City, and he gave a very powerful speech condemning the Vietnam War. And in that speech, he said the following thing: these are revolutionary times. All over the globe, men are revolting against old systems of exploitation and oppression. And out of the wounds of a frail world, new systems of justice and equality are being born. The shirtless and barefoot people of the land are rising up as never before. People who sat in darkness have seen great light. And we in the West must support these revolutions. That was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. a year before he was assassinated. And what he was really saying there was that the Vietnam War wasn't about capitalism versus communism. It was about Vietnam, which is a deeply impoverished country historically, fighting in order to industrialize, fighting to take control of its country and build itself up. They were under the domination of the French, they were under the domination of American and British corporations, and they wanted economic independence so they could build themselves up. That was really what the issue was. And Noah and I, we got to attend the World Youth Festival in Sochi, Russia. And we actually got to meet people from Vietnam, representatives of the mass youth organizations of Vietnam. And right now, Vietnam is experiencing what the World Business Forum has called an economic miracle. They have given their country a high-tech upgrade, internet access all across the country. They have provided education on a massive scale. Since the end of the Vietnam War, they've seen their life expectancy go up by 17 years, and it just continues rising. The Vietnamese government has proceeded to raise people up from poverty. And it's not just Vietnam. I mean, you go to another part of the world, part of the reason we're pushing this bridge is because there is an economic expansion happening very, very rapidly. The rise of the BRICS countries. There's whole sections of the globe that we were taught about in school that they just kind of glossed over. It was like they weren't even important. Big sections, big land masses in Russian Far East, Mongolia, Central Asia, all these places that They just didn't used to matter. They're becoming electrified. And there's railway going through them. And there's people rising up from poverty and getting running water and electricity and modern technology. And what is happening in the Far East is very, very exciting. Meanwhile, here in the West, our economy is getting worse and worse and worse. I tell people that they're unpaving roads in the United States while they're paving roads in the most rural, isolated parts of China. They're literally unpaving the roads here in the United States. 27 different states have situations where local municipalities can't afford to maintain paved roads. They pull up the asphalt. We saw the Francis Scott Key Bridge that collapsed. Remember that? That was in this part of the country. More recently, we saw the wildfires raging in Los Angeles. And then we found out part of the reason that the wildfires got so bad is because the local Democratic Party, Samantha Power and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent a bunch of the fire protection equipment to Ukraine. And that, and so rather than having it there to provide and protect people, the fires were raging because they didn't have the proper equipment. Absolutely outrageous. And it seems that our leaders in the United States are not loyal to the United States. They're loyal to an international financial system. They're loyal to defending this British Empire, globalist, imperialist way of doing things. They're loyal to Atlanticism and the international financial system that concentrates wealth in great cities like Wall Street, New York, like the London Stock Exchange. And not only does it suck the life out of the countries under its domination, but it's sucking the life out of the heartland of America.
Let's try to understand, first of all, what racism is all about. Let's try to understand its source and who it benefits. Because I maintain that racism does not benefit the masses of white people, and that white people have just as much an interest in fighting racism as black people and Chicanos and Puerto Ricans and Native Americans and Asians and... First of all, let's ask ourselves, who does racism aid? And I don't think there's any doubt about the fact that the beneficiaries of racism are not the masses of white people, but the vast capitalist corporations in the country. And you see, when I talk about capitalists, I'm not talking about the small businessman, the person who has a corner drugstore or a corner grocery store. See, that's what Richard Nixon wants us to think black capitalism is all about. But you see, capitalism today, when we talk about capitalism today, we have to look towards the General Motors, the Standard Oils, the IT&Ts, the General Electrics, the Bank of Americas, and I could go on and on. But actually, I couldn't go that far, because the number of people in this country who control the majority of the wealth is extremely minute. If you take the 100 largest corporations in this country, they already control 50% of the wealth. And then you take the 200 largest, and you find out that they control practically all except 15% of the wealth in this country. But then 70% of all income taxes are paid by working people. Does that sound right? Sounds like there's something wrong with that. But let me try to explain for a moment how racism affects people of color and black people, Chicanos, Puerto Ricans, and all people of color in this country. If you take working people of color, and if you compare the wages which we receive to the wages which white workers doing the very same jobs, and I'm using government statistics that the government has given us, you find that there is a $28 million differential. That is to say, black people alone account for a $21 billion super profits. And so I'm talking about the profits that the capitalists get over and above what they would get if there were same profits. But then if you add Chicanos and Native Americans and Puerto Ricans and all other people of color in this country, you end up with $28 million in extra profits that the capitalists put in their pockets just because of the existence of racism. Just because of the existence of racism. And that's a lot of money, because we could buy a lot of houses and build a lot of schools and a lot of child care centers and a lot of the things that we need in the ghetto and the barrio with that $28 million. But you see, racism serves yet another function, and that is the disruptive, divisive function. Because you have a situation where, while white workers can rant and rave about black workers, that makes them forget that the exploiter is also on their backs too. And what it does is it destroys the possibility of creating a movement that's going to be able to overturn the exploiter. And that's the divide and rule function. If we look again towards the past, back into the past, if we look at Nazi Germany, we can see that the function of racism can be very similar to the function of anti-Semitism in promoting and encouraging fascism and allowing fascism to develop to its full-blown state. Because you see, while the masses of Germans were being busy being anti-Semitic, the German capitalists were squeezing more sweat and blood out of them. And if white people don't watch out in this country, that is exactly what is going to happen. Because there's already been the wage freeze. And there's already been this massive unemployment. And there's already been the assault on workers' right to strike. And we have to try to put all of these things together to see where we're going.
So we just loaded up the banner and the PVC pipes, and we're headed up to Central Park. Let's see how this goes.
Away, 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 away.
We have the banner out, and now we're getting the zip ties on. How's it going, guys?
All right.
All right.
1, 2, 3.
Beautiful. Nope, it's not gonna hold. So now we want to cut some poles in, cut the other pole in half. All right, so we're here at Trump Tower. Noah and I made it. We seem to have lost track of Phil along the way. He stopped to buy some water. Hopefully he's with us soon, but mission is accomplished. We got the banner to Trump Tower. Only peace can make America great again.
This is the man that we want Donald Trump to be. Here on this banner, you will see the greatest thing that Donald Trump did in his entire presidency. He went and became the first president to ever visit the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, North Korea. This is a country that's been technically at war with the United States since the 1950s.
Donald Trump shaking hands with oligarchs told you we're our enemies. They told you these people are horrible. They told you these people are terrible, that they will never do anything good for us. There's a reason for that. It's called money. It's called power. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No. Understand, Peace is possible, but you must give it a chance. Giving peace a chance is giving yourself a chance.
We are here to say that only peace can make America great again. And that what Donald Trump did on North Korea, that was awesome. And we want that to continue. We want more peace negotiation. We want more trade. We want more diplomacy.
The real America is not with the bankers, it's not the criminals on Wall Street.
We don't control our government anymore. That our republic is being run by powerful forces that very much are unelected or subverting our democracy.
Rebuild America. Rebuild our country instead of bombing countries around the world. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the military-industrial complex. We need Donald Trump to stand up to the war lobby.
We want to put America first and not the criminals who are lining their pockets on Wall Street with American taxpayer money to go bomb children overseas. Believe the oligarchs at your own peril. Believe them and sleep under a bridge. Believe them and not have a job. Believe them and understand you'll never have health care. Believe them and see what you get. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
It's going good. I mean, people have been reacting well. Small crowds will form when we have the bullhorn out, and then we'll take a break for a little bit and they'll disperse. Earlier, the Secret Service came by. I thought that was interesting. I think we're making an impact.
Russia's not our enemy. China's not our enemy. North Korea is not our enemy. Our enemy is the war lobby. Our enemy is the military-industrial complex. And if we really love America, we should demand that they take all the money they spend on bombs and tanks and weapons and rebuild this country.
Only peace will make America great again. We need to go back to this moment when Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, went to a country that we have technically been at war with since 1952 and said, let's give peace a chance. We want Trump to be a peace candidate. Every poll says that the American people want peace. We're out here doing amazing work today, speaking out loud and proud about what we should be doing about making the world a better place. I'm really excited about it. Everyone has been amazing. Our message is getting through to people. I heard people actually talking as I walked by, saying give peace a chance.
We need jobs and schools and healthcare and education in this country, not wars around the world, not death, destruction, and militarism. Only peace can make America great again. Why is it that people in North Carolina are left stranded while the National Guard is in the Middle East? America's working families have been left behind while our leaders focus on wars in other countries. America first means working families first. It means no more wars. It means offering a hand of friendship and cooperation to countries around the world.
We are out here in front of Trump Tower today to say we deserve that and we do not want World War III.
That's right. They want to weaken you mentally. They want to capture your spirit, stomp you out, and tell you, why bother? Why get out of bed in the morning? Why do anything worthwhile? No! Americans don't want their tax dollars to be dumped into a hole, funding wars around the world so that bankers on Wall Street can play a game of dominating the economies of the world, while Americans are starving in ditches all across this country, while there are homeless people sitting 3 blocks from the White House. In the richest country on the face of the earth, so-called, you have homeless people on every block, on every street, on every city. Why is that?
Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again.
If Donald Trump wants to get back in the White House, he's saying that he needs to do what the American people want him to do, and that is to make peace around the world. Let's stand up for each other. Let's believe in one another. Let's believe that peace is possible.
Only peace can make America great again, and this is the man that we want Donald Trump to be. This brought tears to my eyes. I was so moved when it happened. To see the President of the United States and the President of North Korea shaking hands. This is what the new world could be. This is who we want Donald Trump to be. We want him to be a peace president. We want him to be a peace candidate in this election.
I'm hungry. I'm really, really hungry. I mean, it was hard work walking it over here. It was like, what, like a 2-mile walk?
Yeah.
Felt like it. And it's the wind. It's like a big sail.
Challenging but rewarding.
Yeah.
You know, we actually had fun.
We're the Center for Political Innovation, and we are out here saying only peace can make America great again.
For the longest time, why don't we do something like Fred Hampton's free breakfast program? I've heard that a lot. And the problem is that in order to do it, you have to build an organization to carry it out, right? If you just go to some other group that's doing it and help them do it, that doesn't really build anything. It just helps whatever group that is that's doing it. And if you just do it one time and take a picture of yourself, that accomplishes nothing. It's about having it's about having a building, a space that is reliable. It's about carrying it out on a regular basis. You have to build a machine to carry these things out, right? And, don't be fooled by certain people that are playing this game, right? And they go to somebody else's charity work and take a selfie. Look at me. They're not doing Fred Hampton's breakfast program. It has nothing to do with that. And don't be fooled by people that show up one time and do a staged social media performance of themselves handing shit out. They're not doing Fred Hampton's free breakfast program. They're building a social media brand to make money, and it's disgusting. Fred Hampton building the free breakfast program was about being in the neighborhood, having a consistent way to get the food, having the food program every day, having a whole network of volunteers who would keep it going and feed those kids every day, doing the outreach so kids in the neighborhood were coming to get the free breakfast program. You had to have an organization to do what Fred Hampton did. Now, I'm not saying that that's what we should do, but before you can do anything, you have to have a building, right? And the Uhuru movement, they do all kinds of amazing things. And the reason they can do it is because they have a building. And they have a building in Florida, St. Petersburg, Florida, and they have a building in St. Louis, Missouri. And they are an amazing group because they have a building. And I look at, other groups around the country, right, that have buildings, and I see how they're a 24/7 operation. There's a church out in Los Angeles I really look up to. And this church, it's not a Sunday morning thing. It's a 24/7. I went and visited that church. I said, this church is a beehive. This church is a beehive. Every day they're hitting the streets and doing outreach, or they're fundraising, or they have a prayer service at night, and they wake up in the morning, and they have and it's a 24/7 operation. That's a real organization, right? That's a real organization. And if you're gonna build a real organization, you have to have a building, and you have to move into neighborhoods. You have to build structure to have real organizations. Real organizations don't come into existence by just taking pictures of yourself or just doing something one time and getting on social media. Building a real organization is not going to make you internet famous. And that is not the goal. The goal is to build a movement for a government of action that fights for working families. That's the goal, right? And, it means that our social media is going to get smaller probably in the short term. It means that other people are going to get all the glamour and get famous on the internet. The goal is not to be famous on the internet. The goal is not to be loved and celebrated by this system. The goal is to build a network of people to get stuff done. The goal is to have the ark finished so that when the flood comes, you can be dry and not drown. That's the goal. We must build the ark before the flood and the storm comes, right? That's what we need to do. We are Noah, and we are trying to build the ark before the flood comes. We're not trying to be famous on the internet. We're not trying to be popular. We're not trying to make ourselves feel good. We're not trying to take on the most communist identity or whatever. We're trying to build the ark before the flood comes. And the flood is getting closer every day. The flood is coming. And I hate to be pessimistic. I'm optimistic because I believe we're going to do it, and we're winning, and we're getting a huge amount done. And I'm really impressed with all that we've done. But I have to also say the flood is coming. The flood is getting closer every day, and we have got to build the ark. We've got to build the ark. There is no substitute. There's nothing that is more pressing than building the ark. We've got to build the ark. And if you get distracted by all the bullshit, you're not building the ark. You got to focus on building the ark. We've got to build the ark. We need a network of anti-imperialists. We need organizational infrastructure ASAP. Now, how do you stay on the revolutionary road? How do you stay on the revolutionary road? It's not easy. And people come and go. Right? And that's something I've just learned to deal with, right? You can't save every soul. You can't make everybody do everything. Well, the important thing to remember is that most people are living biologically. Now, what does that mean? It means that they are alive. A plant is alive. A bird is alive. A rat is alive. An ant is alive. They are technically alive. but they are not alive in the human sense. They are only alive in the biological sense. And that is the reality. There are all kinds of people, forces, most of humanity is only living biologically. They're going upon a preordained path. They're not exercising agency. They're not asking questions about why am I here, etc. They're just going along with things. They're living biologically. Our job is to awaken people and get them to not be only living biologically. Our job is to awaken people and get them involved, and get them involved in building a movement, and get them involved in imposing imperialism, and get them to understand the crisis their country is in and try to change the world around them and exercise agency. And it's much easier to live biologically, but you're not going to be happy because most people are not happy. Look at the suicide rate. Look at the drug addiction rate. Look at our society. People are not happy. People are not happy because our rulers are putting out a pessimistic message, because our rulers are saying that you're a cancer on the planet. Our rulers want you to fade away into nothing, right? And most people are not happy. And in order to find any level of happiness, you have to start to assert your humanity. You have to awaken and not be asleep and not be living biologically. You have to say, I'm going to get involved in the future. I'm going to fight for a better world. And it's not easy to do. It's not easy to do. And staying on the revolutionary road is a daily battle. And we should just recognize that not everyone can do it. Jesus Christ said, straight is the gate and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and there are few that find it. Stalin said, we communists are people of a special mold. We are made of special stuff. We are those who form the army of the great proletarian strategist, the army of Comrade Lenin, and there's nothing higher than the honor of belonging to this army. However, Mao Zedong said, the masses are the real heroes. We ourselves are often childish and ignorant. And without this understanding, it is impossible to acquire even the most rudimentary knowledge. When shit gets real, and I hate to talk that way, I sound like some kind of crazy radical or whatever, but when shit gets real, we aren't going to do it. Right? I'll just be honest with you. When shit gets real, a lot of what we're going to be doing is watching it happen. It's going to be way bigger than us. All we have the ability to do is teach people and lay the foundations, build the apparatus, the structure, the programs that can give the guidance so that when shit gets real, it gets real in the right way. There's a giant boulder that's going to be rolling down the mountain. We have the ability to nudge that boulder so that it rolls in the right direction and goes in the right place. That's what we have the ability to do. But it's a huge boulder. And in order to nudge that boulder, we have to build something very, very big, and something very, very big that can nudge that boulder. But at the end of the day, we're not anywhere as near as the boulder, near as big as the boulder. The boulder is what's going to do it. It's the masses of people. It's the millions and millions of people in this country. One day, they're going to not be able to take it anymore. It's going to become very, very clear that they can't live this way. And our job is to build enough of an apparatus, do enough education, have enough community programs, have enough educational centers, have enough of an apparatus and a network of people that when that boulder starts rolling down the mountain, we can nudge it in the right direction. But the masses of people are the real heroes. And don't doubt that for a minute. And that's why we should never be elitist. We should never be thinking we're better. Oh, they're all a bunch of sheep. We're better. That's not how we think. Yes, they're living biologically for now. Yes, we have an understanding that they don't have. Yes, we are more advanced, if you want to put it that way, but that's not what's going to change the world. It will be their heroism and their brilliance and their bravery, their foolish bravery in some ways, their ability to just go out and sacrifice. That is what is going to change history when the time comes. And all we can ever hope to do is lay the foundations, teach.
Yes, I mean, we have to really salute Caleb Martin and the Center for Political Innovation. I mean, you've seen him all around the world, saying so, right? So you see him in Russia standing up, bringing us to the world stage. So we talking about them elephant stomping, right? And the people coming in support. That's Caleb Martin and the Center for Political Innovation.
It's really humbling to be in this room with so many lifelong fighters against imperialism. It's really an honor to be here. And I'll be brief, but I just want to say this. I'm an Irish American. I'm a Protestant Christian, but on my finger you will find an Islamic Akek ring. The reason that I wear that is because when I visited the Islamic Republic of Iran in 2015, I learned the origin of this, and that apparently the temple at Mecca, before it was conquered by Islam, was full of idols. And so the Prophet Muhammad, his followers smashed the idols. And he wore a piece of one of the idols on his finger to commemorate the victory of the one true God over falsity and idolatry. And when I heard that story, I was forced to think of what I read in the work of Thomas Carlyle, the Scottish philosopher.
Yep.
About why it was that so many of the great prophets, Jeremiah, Moses, and so many of them smashed idols. And he said, we don't really believe that ancient people were stupid and they thought they could just carve a piece of wood in their backyard and it would be God. No, originally these idols stood for real truths. But generations went by, generation after generation, and those real truths were forgotten. So the prophets returned to earth to smash those idols, to connect people with the truths that those idols once stood for, with the truths and the principles that they once stood for. And so I've always worn this ring since I visited Iran, and I've always looked up to people who I see as idol smashers, as returners to truth, and that's Chairman O'Malley. Chairman O'Malley, the Democrat Party is an idol. The white left is an idol. And I am high time ready to celebrate and stand up for those who smash the idols that hold us back in the struggle to defeat colonialism.
It is an honor now to be joined by our comrade Belinda Parker Brown.
Wow, it feels good up in here.
The joy isn't only in accomplishment, right? There is that joy, that moment where you've achieved your goal, right? We set out to get this banner to the Trump rally, and we got it to the Trump rally, and mission was accomplished. We got it to the Trump rally. But there's also that moment when you're in the heat of it, when you haven't fully achieved your goal, but things are going well, when the train is moving ahead, right? You haven't reached your destination yet, but the train is going at full speed. And that is a very satisfying feeling as well, right? And I would say that's almost the height of satisfaction. When you have achieved your goal, that is almost, that's the post, that's, we can rest. Yes, the goal has been achieved. But really, the climax is not when you've achieved your goal. It's when you're speeding toward the finish line, right? I think about, there's the old song about John Henry, right? It's about the steel driver, John Henry. And there's a line in the song. There's one of the verses to the song, which I really like because it kind of captures the essence of speeding towards your goal. Captain said to John Henry, "What is that storm I hear?" John Henry, he said, "That ain't no storm, Captain. That's just my hammer in the air," right? When the hammer is coming down at full speed, right? And you are rushing towards your goal and it's pounding and the storm. I mean, that is the moment, right? And that can be the most satisfying moment is not when you've reached your goal. It's when you are rushing toward the finish line. I used to run cross country when I was in junior high school, believe it or not. We had a 2-mile race and I was a cross-country runner. I was not a very fast runner, I'll be honest, right? I wasn't the fastest kid on the team. But one thing that I noticed was for me, right? You're running a 2-mile race, right? You can't be sprinting the whole time. You got to pace yourself. And so I would pace myself running the 2-mile race, but I always, when I could see the finish line, right, which sometimes was pretty far ahead, right? We'd be running out in the field and you'd have to run around, you know, the finish line would be pretty far ahead. But once I could see the finish line, I would think, I am going to give it all I've got. I am going to give it everything I've got, and I am going to reach that finish line, right? Even if I don't have anything left when I come to it. And I would usually pass 5 or 6 people on my way to the finish line because at that point, I could see the finish line, right? The finish line was ahead of me, and I thought, all right, the finish line is within view. And if I can just speed forward, if I can just endure, if I can just give it everything I've got until I reach the finish line, then I'm done. And so I could see the finish line and I would run. And I would feel all the moisture in my body come up into my chest. And it was like, it would be intense, but I would give it everything I had. And sometimes I would vomit after I crossed the finish line. And I would cross that finish line and I would vomit. I would puke because I had given it everything I got. But that is an important thing because some people don't know how to give it everything they've got. Right. And I had coaches who would get frustrated with me. They'd say, why are you able to, as soon as you see the finish line, you go so much faster. You need to pick up the pace throughout the race. Well, that's just not how my mind works. Right. I mean, I could make myself run and pace myself. But once I saw the finish line, I knew I only had so much further to go. And so I could then give it everything. I could just throw all the coal onto the fire and go full speed ahead. And that's just how I operate. It's not how everyone operates. Some people, it doesn't work that way, right? Other people, but when I could see that finish line, then suddenly I was able to increase my level of physical endurance because I could see the finish line, right? You know, and that's an important thing as well. And that moment, you know, that's the best part of the race. Once it's over, right? Then I'm at the end of the race, I'm puking, I'm catching my breath. That's not as fun. But that moment, even though you're giving your hardest sacrifice, right, as you're running towards that finish line, and it hurts, and all the moisture in your body is up there, and everything within you is just saying, oh my God, but you're just giving it all you have. That is the most glorious moment. It's not when you cross the finish line. It's when you're on the verge of crossing the finish line. It is the home stretch that is the most satisfying, right? That is the most satisfying part of the race. The captain said to John Henry, what is that storm I hear? He said, John Henry said, that ain't no storm, Captain. That is just my hammer in the air. That is the most satisfying part of the race. When you are on the verge of ending the race and you are throwing everything you have into it and you are just going full speed ahead with everything you've got, that is the best part of the race. It really is. And if you look at your life, the best moments in your life are not when you've achieved, it's when you're struggling, when you're on the brink of achieving, when you're pushing yourself to achieve that goal that you think you can achieve, but it's going to take a lot out of you. It's not satisfying to win easily, right? If you play a soccer game and you beat the other team 15-0, is that satisfying? No. But if you play a soccer game and you beat the other team 4-3, that is very satisfying. Right? And you will find in your life, the times in your life when you are most happy are the times in your life when you are speeding towards the finish line with everything you've got. Those are the satisfying moments in your life. Those are the times in your life where you feel really alive. Those are the moments in your life when you feel powerful and you feel that you are fulfilling yourself, when you are challenging yourself, when the finish line is just ahead and you are giving it everything you got to get to that finish line. That is what happiness is. It is the thrill of battle. And you know, I mean, we don't want to think about war and violence and killing. I mean, that's an awful thing. But it is that when you are in conflict with the world around you and challenging yourself and pulling more strength out of yourself, when you are forcing yourself to cross that finish line with all you've got, that is when you will achieve the most in your life. Those are the moments when you're achieving the most. Those are the moments when the best comes out of you, and not just athletically, but spiritually. Those are the moments where you will impress yourself with how kind you will be to other people. Those are the moments when you will impress yourself with how much wisdom comes out of your mouth. You are the smartest. You are the most caring and compassionate. You are the most dedicated when you are trying to cross that finish line. That is the spiritual and physical and intellectual height of human existence, is that moment where you are giving it all you've got to achieve the achievable goal. All right? When you are throwing your body and your mind and everything you have into a mission, and you are losing yourself in that mission, that is where you were meant to be, I believe. That is the moment that God created us for. When we are in that state of existence, when we are giving everything we've got and putting it all on the line and lunging toward the finish line, that is when you will blow your mind. When you are in that position in life, when you are in that position in life, you will do amazing things. You will be there for people. You will outperform your own expectations. You will do amazing things in that state of being.
We're running a little over, and that's fine because we came all the way from around the country, and we have to go a little late tonight. You know, I'm not heading back to New York. My Airbnb, I don't have to check out till 10 tomorrow morning. So, you know, hey. But next, we're going to hear an activist report because Noah was holding this banner for many hours in the freezing cold this morning. And Noah's a very hardworking guy. He's a bodybuilder, so he's strong enough. He can do it. And he's a postal worker, so he's had many arguments, so he knows how to do it. So, Noah, why are you still a lot of behind? I think Penny's going to read us a poem, right?
No.
All right. Yeah.
So, anytime we go to like one of these events where we're talking to Trump supporters, and I guess it's because like I live in like a pretty liberal like Northeast city, I'm like always shocked at the response we get. Like it's really, really surprising to me because we're all told like, oh, Trump supporters are all like evil, racist monsters who have never had independent thought in their life. And we had like such support, like everybody was buying what we were selling, it felt like. We had a guy come up to us, and this was like, I don't know why it was shocking to me, but it was. He came up to us and he said, I really like what you're saying, and what makes me so happy about the fact that we elected Trump is that we just got a ceasefire in Gaza. I never expected to hear that because, we've been told that like Trump is the Israel president or whatever. We were getting like retweeted by huge conservative accounts on Twitter. They were filming us, they were cheering us. So many people were paying attention to us that even like mainstream media was coming up to interview us, take pictures of us. I think even the Washington Post took a picture, and hopefully they posted it. Like it got to the point where like there was a NATO official was giving like an interview to like one of the MSM outlets like nearby. And some of the passers-by, they were like egging us on. They were like, yo, there's a NATO official over there. Start yelling into the megaphone about how NATO's a scam. So, I guess I was shocked by it, but I really shouldn't have been. And I was thinking about, why it is that we got all the support it is, and beyond all the things you guys are saying about how, the economy's shit, and people are tired of the wars, et cetera, et cetera. And, to understand, like, why it is that so many of these people are so supportive of what we're selling, I got to tell a little story, I'm sorry. That story is about Horace Greeley and Abraham Lincoln and their relationship. Right, so why was it that Abraham Lincoln was able to act like a Bonapartist, and why was he able to defeat slavery? That's very simple. It's because there was a class of people, they were called the Free Soilers. And the Free Soilers were opposed to slavery. Why were they opposed to slavery? It was because everybody just woke up one morning and decided that slavery is wrong. That would have been nice, but that's not what happened. Right? The Free Soilers were opposed to slavery because they owned their own farms. And they had to compete with, farms that had free labor, and that
really fostered a lot of resentment in them. And Horace Greeley, he ran the Republican Party newspaper in New York City. It was called the New York Tribune, and Karl Marx wrote for it. And he was really the voice of the free soiler in America. He spoke to the free soiler in America. And he had a phrase that he would use. It was like his catchphrase. And it was, go west, young man, and grow up with the country. And the more I thought about it, the more I thought, you know, Trump is a lot like Lincoln, and what we're saying is a lot like what Horace Greeley was saying. Because what Horace Greeley was really saying was like, right now, the reason that the slaveholders have such disproportionate power in this country is because they're holding back development. And by going out to the West and doing settlements, by holding these settlements, what you can do is you can gradually diminish their power over the country. And when you do that, they won't have power anymore. And a big reason why Trump is so popular, especially among young men, is because of sort of hustle culture and the gig economy. So you have a whole class of young men in this country who they don't have traditional jobs. You know, they work for Uber, or they DoorDash, or they're a middleman for Amazon, and they have to spend all their lives thinking about how they're going to make a buck, how they're going to sell this or sell that, how they can scrape by. And they have a lot of resentment about the fact that they're being held back. And we're saying, go west, young man. We're going to go so far west, we're going to go past Alaska. We're going to go past Alaska, and we're going to toward the west. We're going to go west, young man. We're going to go west, young man, and we're going to grow up with the world, with the BRICS economy. And that speaks to them, because that's how you diminish their power. So before I get done, I know I've been rambling, but so we had a lot of speakers talk about how hard it was to do this. And, you know, that's important to say because there are a lot of people that think that this stuff happens magically. And it does. Yes. It takes a lot of hard work from a lot of dedicated people. But what really makes me angry, I guess, when I do sort of this stuff is how easy it is. Like, we had 10 people, we walked down the street with a sign, and we have like mainstream media covering us, everybody supporting us. And what is the so-called anti-imperialists in this country doing? We have way more money, we have way more funding, they're joining in with the anti-Trump hysteria. Like, think about what we could do, and we are so small, we do so much. Peter mentioned like Caleb's end of the year report. If you watch it, it's just thing after thing after thing. CCI did this, we did that, and it's a lot. We do so much, and we're able to enact change. We went to Madison Square Garden. The New Yorker was covering us. If we're so small, we can do that much. That should make you feel really, really powerful.
Yeah. Amen.
So, people at home who are watching this, you know, I really hope that you can join CPI because it's not cheap to do stuff like this, and obviously that's helpful, but also it's an amazing way to empower yourself, to feel a sense of community, and to really feel like you're changing the world, and we are changing the world.
Yes.
That was tremendous.
Hey friends, how you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's gonna be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's gonna be musical performances, dance performances, there's gonna be great speeches, and it's gonna be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and
what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you. Build a network, build community projects, build the structure that can guide their explosion in the right way. The explosion is coming. We can nudge the boulder in the right direction. And that's a really, really important thing to understand. No, we're not just going to sit back and wait for it, right? The kingdom of God does not come through observation. The kingdom of God is within us, but it's within all of us. It's within all of us. It is the masses of people in their millions. God is within the people, and the people will awaken. Our job is to lay the foundation so they can be awakened in the right way. That when the boulder rolls down the mountain, it rolls in the right direction. When the explosion comes, it blows up in the right way. And that's all we can do. And do not ever think we can put ourselves in place of the masses. That is one of the biggest mistakes that revolutionaries make. They think that if they can go and do something heroic, they can go commit some act of terrorism or commit some act of violence. Wrong. You cannot put yourself in the place of the masses. And that's called adventurism. And when somebody does something like that, it makes things worse. It alienates the masses. It confuses the masses. You know, we are opposed to that. We are about teaching people. We're about building structures. We're about building a network, etc. That's what we're about. We're about putting the apparatus in place so that when the crisis intensifies and when the masses can't take it anymore, we can nudge their explosion in a good direction rather than simply a destructive or confused one. The masses are the real heroes. That's really important. Now, how can you keep yourself on the revolutionary road? All right, there are a few things you need to do. First, what are these? These are icons. The Russian Orthodox Church, for thousands of years, has used icons, images of great saints, characters from the Bible, and people have them in their homes. And they pray to these icons, and they learn the story of the great saints, and they talk to them. And this is a really beautiful part of Eastern culture, right? Is they look up to great people of the past, and they seek their approval. They look to them almost like a parent, like they want them to be proud. They want to please that person. They want that great saint to be looking down on them in heaven and be thinking right about them. You know, all of us, we're all children at one time, and the deepest need that a child has is the love of their parent. And that's a vulnerability that all of us have, right? We all want a parent's approval, a parent's affection, a parent's love. It's you could say it's a weakness, but it can be a strength too. We all have a voice in our head, a conscience that is telling us when we're doing right, when we're doing wrong. Like Freud called it a super ego. But that's a good thing, not a bad thing. And if you're going to stay on the revolutionary road, you need to cultivate your conscience. You need to cultivate your super ego. You need to cultivate the part of you that is a child that wants to please their mom and dad and have their mom and dad be proud of them. That's what you want to do. And
for thousands of years. People in the East have used icons to do that. In Russia, they use these Russian Orthodox icons. In Eastern countries, they practice ancestor worship, right? And that's one way of doing it. And they draw strength from their relationship with an icon. So now you see this picture. This is a Russian Orthodox parade in Russia. I'm going to show you another picture. Do you think this is a coincidence? Do you think it's a coincidence that communist governments that proliferated in Russia and China, having a big picture of the leader became a big thing? Of course it's not a coincidence, right? This was icons, right? This picture from China, I'm all marching with all these pictures of Mao, just like these pictures here. It's the same psychological concept, right? And if you go to China today, cab drivers all have big pictures of Mao in their window, right? You know, in Russia and even here in New York, you know, if I take an Uber, sometimes my Uber driver is an Russian Orthodox guy and he has a bunch of icons on his door. Well, if you go to China, they've got this. It's the same kind of psychological thing, right? Is you're cultivating your superego. You're cultivating your superego. You want to be loved. You want to be approved of. You're thinking, what would this great saint or this great leader, what would they think of what I'm doing? How would they approve of what I'm doing? That's basically, you're cultivating your superego, right? So that's one thing you can do. Another thing is classical music, right? And people sometimes don't agree with me, and that's fine. No one's required to agree with me. But modern music, rock, country music, jazz, R&B is very emotional. And it's very sexual. It's very angry. It's very heart-wrenching. It's very sentimental. It's very emotional. And that it is very difficult to focus when you're feeling super sexual or super fired up or super angry or super sad or, However, classical music often is more rational. If you listen to a lot of the Bach stuff, right, it's very mathematical. It's manipulating patterns. It's rooted in patterns and changing patterns, etc. And it's more rational. It has a more intellectual appeal rather than an emotional appeal. So if you start your day every day with classical music, you end your day every day with classical music, you can keep a much clearer head. I have been doing this for 8 years now. I've been doing this, and it has done wonders for my ability to get shit done and focus, right? Bach, Mozart, Beethoven, Haydn, Handel. Start your day with some classical music, and it will make a difference. It will make a difference. Now, the next thing to do is find certain phrases or words that you can memorize. If you're a Christian, find words from the Bible. If you're a Muslim, find words from the Quran. If you're really into communism, find words from Lenin or Stalin. But find words that mean something to you and memorize them and recite them to yourself. And have those words when you're stressed out, when you're worried, have those words be something you can go back to. Say those words so many times that the words just come out. You don't even have to think about them. One time I was on the train, and there was a woman on the train, and she had this counter, and it was like a click, right? And she told me that what she was doing is she was reciting a prayer to herself, and she was trying to do it so like 100 times in a day. That's a great thing to do, right? Find a phrase that is meaningful to you, that gives you power, and try to say it to yourself 200 times in a day and count. Have a little counter and try to count and just say it to yourself, and just say it to yourself until the words are just part of you, until you can just rattle them off. You don't even have to remember them. They just come out of you. Make those words your own, and then you can go to them when you're stressed, when you're worried, when you're trying to find the answer. You can deflect back to those words, right? It's a very, very powerful spiritual technique. There's a reason that monks and priests.
Well, I'm an American, and I love my country, I'm a Christian, and I try to live according to the teachings of Jesus Christ. But if you look at the way our government is operating right now, it's not in the interest of the American people. They're working to protect an international financial system. They're looking to dominate the global economy and hold back development around the world. Meanwhile, the United States is crumbling. Our bridges, our highways, our roads are falling apart. Our education system is a joke internationally. We don't have the engineers and the scientists we need. We don't educate our people properly. And our leaders are more concerned with protecting an international financial system based on speculation and banking than they are with actually making sure that the United States develops, making sure that people in the United States have the resources and the services that they need. And that is certainly disturbing to me. And if you look at Russia, Russia's a country that broke out of the Western financial system. I think Lenin called it imperialism, the highest stage of capitalism. Some people talk about Atlanticism and thalassocracy, the empires of the sea that are about dominating global trade. That international system is a threat to the entire world. And the countries that are targeted, whether it's Russia, Iran, Venezuela, Cuba, these are countries that have broken out of that system. And because they have broken out and tried to build up their own economy and develop and industrialize, they become targeted. Everyone knows the future of the world economy is in the BRICS countries. These are countries where economic growth is being carried out. It's not speculation, it's not some financial rip-off scheme of derivatives. It's based on real solid economic growth. Oil and gas, steel, and manufacturing. And the BRICS countries are growing and they're expanding, and the Western financial system is dying. And it is a big mistake on the part of our leaders to just continue to attack the BRICS countries and separate the United States from them, because as they expand, we're not going to gain from that expansion. And our country is going to deteriorate along with this dying Western financial system. I tell people that America began with a revolution against the British Empire and free trade, and it was a revolution demanding our right to develop and have our own economy. The British wanted the United States to just be a trading hub in their global empire, but we wanted development. And Alexander Hamilton built a national bank and constructed, and the idea of America was that we could have independent economic development and build up our own economy, and that's what Russia wants. Russia wants independent economic development. It wants to build up its own industries, and that's what many countries around the world are striving for. So I think the future of the United States is breaking with this international financial system that comes out of the British Empire, that comes out of the World Bank, the IMF, the SWIFT system. We need to join the new emerging economy around the world so that we don't get left behind. One thing I was curious about is the use of icons in religion by the Russian Orthodox Church and by Russian spirituality, because I see that icons are very important, and I know this goes back thousands of years. They have icons of the saints, and then after the Russian Revolution, you saw icons of leaders. You saw the face of Lenin, the face of Stalin, and this is repeated in many communist countries. You see the pictures of the leaders of the revolution, etc. And I'm curious about the roots of this tradition. I don't know much about it, but I do know it is something that our Western leaders really don't like. We are taught that, cult of personality, this is a dangerous thing. In the United States, we're always warned against anything like this. They want us to be very, very afraid of it. We're almost indoctrinated to be very, very afraid of anyone who holds up a picture of a leader, a picture of someone they admire. And it seems like this is a very big part of the Eastern culture, in particular in Russia. And so I'm curious to learn more about the history of icons. I know that the Lenin Mausoleum is just over there, but also, we have the church, the Russian Orthodox Church, with many icons of many saints and exalted figures. So I'd like to learn more about this tradition. One thing that is very apparent to me is in the West, they very much want to inculcate people with the notion that there is no truth. There is nothing to believe in, there's nothing to sacrifice for, and that if you believe in some kind of truth, if you believe in God or you believe in a political movement or a political cause, you're being foolish, you're being a sucker, you're being taken advantage of. And that in reality, it's just a matter of individuals struggling against each other. It's just a battle of individuals and selfishness. This is very much the ideology coming out of the West. You can talk about philosophical irrationalism, Friedrich Nietzsche, Ayn Rand, Leo Strauss, the father of neoconservatism. This belief that there is no truth, there's nothing worth standing for. And here in the East, you see that the opposite is the case. People are very, very committed to their culture, to their nation, to their land, to the struggle to hold their society together. I saw that at the World Youth Festival, all these young people, thousands and thousands of them coming together and doing a lot of very, very hard work to put on events that help better and strengthen their country's international ties around the world. I see opposition to this philosophy of liberalism and atomization that is coming out of the West. And that's what attracts me to Russia and other countries that are struggling against the Western imperialist system. In theory, one of the great things about America is supposed to be freedom of religion, the right to practice your own religion and live according to your own conscience, follow your own beliefs and traditions. But we see increasingly a notion in the United States that if one is of a religious faith, Christian, Muslim, Jewish, Hindu or whatnot, that rejects certain lifestyles and practices, that's not permitted. In the past, the argument for LGBT rights was centered around the idea that people had the right to be who they are. And that's different. But when you're saying that certain things have to be imposed on people, especially vulnerable people, children, and that parents don't have the right to raise their children as they choose, that's very different than saying that people have the right to live as they wish and practice their sexual behavior in their own private manner with other adults. So that's what's very disturbing, is that people feel like certain lifestyles, certain ideas are being imposed on children at a young age, and that parents don't have the right to separate their children from that. So I can understand why many people are coming to Russia, because they see that Russia is pushing back on that kind of thing, and that parents have the right to protect their children in Russia, that the school system, the media in Russia doesn't promote these things, doesn't publish them and promote them to children. Hey folks, so I'm here in the Moscow subway system, and I wanted to just show you this beautiful mural, this painting that they've got behind me here in the subway system. This is just the normal subway system that people take on their way to work, on their way home from school, to get through the city. This is just the normal subway system. You can hear trains going by. They have this beautiful banner, but there's actually some very important significance to this banner. I want to point this out. This is a banner commemorating the victory over fascism, and it actually includes traditional Ukrainian dancers celebrating the victory over fascism, right? You see the banners with Lenin, you see the soldiers, and this is the victory in the Second World War, what they call the Great Patriotic War. And it has traditional Ukrainian dancers, because Ukrainians are considered to be part of Russia. And they have no opposition to Ukrainian culture, they have no opposition to the Ukrainian language or Ukrainian traditions. And here in Moscow, you see traditional Ukrainian dancers celebrating, and this mural celebrating the victory, the defeat of the Nazis during the Second World War, with banners of Lenin and the Red Army. But this is a monument in Kiev, in the Ukrainian capital, and traditional Ukrainian dancers participating in the mural. So this is something I wish more Americans were aware of. Tucker Carlson and others have reflected on just how beautiful the subways really are here. And compared to our New York City subways, I mean, this is like a palace. This is like a palace. It's so clean, so beautiful architecture, etc. But it's also important to understand the political significance of these banners. So all around me here in the Moscow subways, you see these statues of working people, right? Of soldiers, of construction workers, all around me, right? And that's one of the beautiful things about social realism or socialist realism, is it makes ordinary people into heroes, right? This is a sailor over here, right? This is a guy with a disc in his hand, and he's a machinist, right? And it makes ordinary people who do the work of the world, it makes them into heroes, and it kind of beautifies and celebrates just kind of the glory of ordinary people. I'll show you another one here. This guy's got a disc. And apparently all of these statues are actually based on real individuals. But the reason this is important, right? This is a woman, feeding a chicken, right? A woman feeding a chicken. The reason this is important is because this kind of art, social realism or socialist realism, this was not only the art that was popular in the Soviet Union, it was also popular in the United States. When President Roosevelt hired millions of unemployed workers to build hospitals and schools and post offices and libraries across America, they put social realist paintings and social realist murals and statues in these new buildings that were being built in the United States. And it was in the 1950s that the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States, the CIA, decided that they didn't like this kind of art. They decided this kind of art was fascist, this kind of art was dangerous propaganda. So the CIA began funding modern art or abstract art. And because they wanted to counter this kind of beautiful art that glorifies and celebrates ordinary people, the CIA started funding the work of Jackson Pollock, who just kind of throws paint on a canvas, you know, splattering paint, or art that is just abstract shapes, because they're threatened by the power of social realism. And it was the left, you know, the socialists and revolutionaries that promoted social realism, but it's because of CIA meddling and the Congress for Cultural Freedom program of American intelligence. Now the left no longer celebrates this kind of beauty. Now the left, you know, glorifies, you know, splattering paint on a canvas, modern art, degeneracy, these kinds of things. But that was a conscious manipulation by American intelligence. You know, it's really wild to think that American intelligence agencies are funding art projects and funding music, but they did. They didn't like this kind of beauty. They wanted to steal it from us. So we're here on 34th Street, and the crowds have lined up. They're going in to see Trump speak. We've got our banner. We're handing out our palm cards, spreading the message.
Like a concert, but bigger. I see people, I see the lines of people going block after block after block after block, and it makes you wonder, is the media, the mainstream media, really telling you the truth about how unpopular Donald Trump actually is?
This administration is evil, and we need to bring America back to and make America godly again, make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This was a great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. And we need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America great again. Yeah, you think Trump could be a peace president?
I think he can, as long as he surrounds himself with people who have peace in mind. My concern, I'm a voter, I'm concerned about everything. He's surrounding himself with a lot of people from big tech, and big tech has pretty much been now part of the military-industrial complex, so that's slightly concerning, but I think if Trump surrounds himself with good people, I think so.
I appreciate Trump and all his efforts.
You like the banner, huh?
I do.
Yeah, are you worried about war, the danger of war?
I am, and I know I'm confident that Trump can put an end to it.
They're marching us toward World War III, and they're taking our freedoms away. While they do it, we have got to stand up. Kamala Harris represents the most vile factions of the deep state, the regime change apparatus. Yeah, what do you think about how Kamala Harris, I mean, it seems like she's locking up her political opponents, trying to put people in jail, you know, trying to put Trump in jail so she can win the election?
They'll do anything to stay in power.
You're a Kennedy fan, I can see, huh?
I am, yes.
Yeah, he's bold, sticking up about the vaccines and all of that. Telling
He
the truth.
is, but I think it's important. When you have a lot of mainstream publications who refuse to report on a lot of the stories that people have, I think it only adds more validity to what Kennedy's been saying about big pharma, big ag.
This is a man of peace. This is a man that can do it. This is a man that can make things happen. Everybody saying war, war, war. This man is for peace, he's for unity, he's for the black, he's for the white, he's for everybody. This is a man alive. Don't worry about what the fake media say. 100% the right man for the job.
We want peace between all different races and nationalities in the world.
This is how they are. I'm here advocating peace and he's calling me a Nazi. Didn't the Nazis start a big war? Didn't the Nazis take people's freedom away? This is how they are. This is exactly how they are. You're a Nazi if you want peace. This is how sick they are. You're standing here saying you want peace and he's calling us Nazis for wanting peace. I'm standing here for peace and they call you a Nazi. This is how sick the woke left is. It's Nazism to want peace. I'm a patriot. I love my country, and loving your country means you don't want a war. I am a patriot. I love America, and I don't want World War III. Only peace can make America great again. Trump wants to negotiate. He wants to trade with countries around the world rather than bombing them. He wants to end these insane sanctions that are weakening the dollar around the world. And he wants to open up trade and friendship. Peace starts with trade and doing business.
Obama couldn't do it. Bush couldn't do it. He did it. For that reason, I'm giving my vote for him. I'm from New York City here. I'm voting for him.
About yourself, you and I go back to Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah, we go back to Occupy Wall Street. I started off with the Jersey City Peace Movement. We're all about saying no to wars. And that's why I've come out to stand here with this sign, because World War III is a bad thing to get ourselves involved with. And seeing who Kamala Harris these days is surrounding herself with, the likes of Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney and these neocon warmongers that just won't leave us alone.
What do you think? What do you think?
Excellent. Excellent.
That was a great moment when he met with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, he has the respect of people around the world, unlike Kamala.
Absolutely.
No one has any respect for her.
I say America first, not Ukraine first. I say America first, not Israel first. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This is the... No problem. How are people liking it? Good? He's a deal maker, and this should just be the beginning. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Putin. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Xi Jinping. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with the Iranians and with the Cubans all around the world. Only peace can make America great again. And it's time that we do business. There's a whole new economy in the world. If you look at the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, all these countries are rising up from poverty and building new railways and all that. We should trade with them. We should get some of that money for America. America shouldn't be trying to lock the world out. Our dollar is losing value because of this silly policy.
بلکه تنفر از اسلامی که هست که در اونجا تبلیغ میشه و تلاش میکنن یه چهره خشن و خطرناک از اسلام ترسیم کنن. این مسئله به ویژه در شهر نیویورک بسیار رایج هست و چهره بسیار خطرناکی از مسلمانان ترسیم میشه. چند تا دلیل داره. یکی از دلایلش این هست که تعداد مسلمانای شهر نیویورک بسیار زیاد هست و این شهری هست که تردد زیادی در اون انجام میشه و همونطور که استحضار دارید این مشکل اسلام هراسی فقط در شهر نیویورک نیست، بلکه در سراسر ایالات متحده مشهود است. در سراسر اروپا هم اینو می‌بینیم. خبرهای ویرانگری که هر روز در مورد مسلمانان و اسلام پخش میشه از رسانه‌های مختلف غرب هم مؤید همین مسئله هست و اینکه این جریان تا چه اندازه گسترش داره. میدونید که بعضی موقع افرادی هستن که خودشون نجات پرست هستن، به مسلمانان حمله میکنن، زنان مسلمان، کودکان مسلمان و حتی افراد سالخورده رو که مسلمان هستن هدف قرار میدن. خب نشون میده وقتی که شما زن یا کودک یا فرد سالخورده ای رو هدف حمله قرار میدید، آدم شجاعی نیستید. قطع نظر از این مسئله، توجه به نکته‌ای که بسیار مهم هست و نباید ما از اون منحرف بشیم، این هست که چه سیاست‌هایی در حوزه اسلام هراسی داره ترویج میشه. مصاحبه هم که من انجام دادم دقیقاً ناظر بر همین صحبت بود. باید توجه داشته باشین که پلیس شهر نیویورک یه برنامه پایش و کنترل مخصوص مسلمانان اجرا میکنه و کی کمک میکنه به پلیس نیویورک؟ سازمان اطلاعات مرکزی آمریکا یا سازمان CIA، در حالی که بر اساس قوانین آمریکا درگیر بودن سازمان CIA در این فعالیت‌ها کاملا غیرقانونی هست. افسران پلیس شهر نیویورک وقتی که دوره آموزشی رو طی می‌کنن در اون دانشکده خاص خودشون، فیلم‌هایی به اونها نشون داده میشه که فیلم‌های تبلیغاتی هست در جهت منافع و اهداف اسرائیل. یکی از فیلم‌هایی که اشاره شد فیلم موسوم به جهاد سوم هست که یه فیلم بسیار مضحکی هست. شما میتونید ببینید خودتون روی آنلاین روی اینترنت نگاه کنید و ببینید چقدر این فیلم مسخره هست. مطالبی در مورد توهم توطئه و امثال اون رو مطرح میکنه تو این فیلم. نکته که شاید بسیار تأسف آور هست این هست که مجری این برنامه و میزبان این برنامه فردی است به اسم جاسر که خودش مسلمان هست و ایشون از اهل ایالت آریزونا هست و به صورت مرتب میگه که من مسلمان واقعی هستم و حتی تو یکی از برنامه‌هاشون تو دومین فیلمی هم که ایشون پخش میکرد منو هدف قرار داد چون منم تو اون فیلم حضور داشتم و میگه افرادی مثل من جزو مسلمانای افراطی هستیم و خودش و افرادی مثل خودش رو به عنوان مسلمان واقعی ترسیم میکنه. علی ای حال این سیستمی هست که در آمریکا وجود داره و اطلاعات نادرستی که منتشر میشه و سیاست‌هایی که در این زمینه هم وجود داره. همونطور که اشاره کردم سیاست پایش و کنترل مسلمانان که پلیس نیویورک اجرا میکنه یا آزار و اذیت مسلمانان که موارد متعددی از اون وجود داره.
خب برگردیم به آقای کالب. خیلی ممنونم آقای سرویس. برام جالبه که آقای کالب چرا ایشون درگیر مسئله یعنی چرا تظاهرات یا سخنرانی یا جو سازی یا مقابله با ظلم در این سطح که چرا اوباما میخواد موشک‌های کروز بفرسته به طرف سوریه، چرا درگیری همچین ماجرایی ایشون میشه و این بحث مسلمین در اون طرف دنیا چه ارتباطی به یک جوان 26 ساله داره که از ایالت کشاورزی و یا مثلا مرکزی اوهایو اومده به نیویورک؟ این چه صحنه‌ایه که این جوونا خودشون درگیرش کردن؟ Caleb, I'm concerned about why would you be concerned about cruise missiles that Obama is going to send into Syria? Why would a young man from Ohio be in New York and get involved with these scenes? What's going on?
Well, I was part of the Occupy Wall Street protests that took place in 2011. And those protests, those were young people who were expecting that they would have a kind of higher standard of living that the U.S. has had for a long time. But right now, the U.S. is rapidly transitioning into a low-wage police state. And there are many young people who are upset about it. And in response to their peaceful demonstration, the leaders of the United States came and bashed people's skulls in, maced people with pepper spray, and were very repressive. And, you know, that same police department, the New York City Police Department, that attacked me and my friends when we went out to peacefully demonstrate, is closely linked with Israel and its crimes against the Palestinian people. The New York City Police Department actually has an office in Tel Aviv. Part of the training, as Cyrus mentioned, is watching this hateful anti-Islamic film. The New York City Police Department is devoted to persecuting Muslims in New York City. And they have attacked mosques, they have committed crimes. And so as someone who saw the response of the government to the peaceful protests of myself and my friends, and the links it had to the crimes being committed against Muslims and the crimes being committed against the people of Palestine, I see these links. You know, we share a common enemy. The youth of the United States who are outraged about unemployment and the rising police repression in the United States. We share a common enemy with the people of Palestine, with the people of Iran. We have a common enemy. It's the same forces that are seeking to destroy, just simply to destroy humanity. And these are forces that only care about profits and money and really don't care how many people they kill in the process of doing so. And so, you know, that's why I'm so honored to be here in Iran. Youth in Iran should be very proud of the history of their country because all over the world there are people admiring the Islamic Republic of Iran and how it stands with oppressed people all over the world. As an Irish American, I was moved, just truly moved to see that there's a street in this city named after Bobby Sands, the martyr of Irish resistance. You know, Iran is a great country with a beautiful history.
Thank you, Gil.
من یکی از فعالان جنبش موسوم به اشغال وال استریت بودم که در سال 2011 تظاهراتی را در شهر نیویورک و دیگر شهرهای امریکا برپا کرد. شرکت کنندگان و اعضای این جنبش از جوانان بودند و اعتراض داشتن به وضع زندگیشون، می‌خواستن سطح زندگیشون افزایش پیدا کنه. به تدریج شاهد اون هستیم که نوعی حکومت پلیسی در آمریکا داره حاکم میشه و بسیاری از مردم آمریکا از این وضع ناراحت هستند. وقتی که ما تظاهرات خودمون رو شروع کردیم و تظاهرات بسیار آرام و مسالمت آمیزی بود، واکنش اونها چی بود؟ اونها اومدن جمجمه معترضان رو شکستن، سر اونها رو شکستن، با اسپری های فلفل به جون اونها افتادن و اونها را سرکوب کردن. ما یک سیستم سرکوبگری رو داریم که در اعتراضهای آروم رو به این شیوه باهاش واکنش نشون میده و مقابله میکنه. و کی این کار با ما میکرد؟ اعضای پلیس یا همون دستگاه پلیس نیویورک و اونها بودن که با من و دوستانم همچین برخوردی داشتن. پلیس نیویورک ارتباط بسیار نزدیک و تنگاتنگی با اسرائیل داره و جنایت هایی که اسرائیل مرتکب میشه. نکته جالب توجهی که فکر میکنم باید بهش توجه داشته باشی این هست که پلیس نیویورک در تل‌آویو دفتر داره و در برنامه‌های آموزشی اون مشارکت میکنه و یکی از بخش‌های برنامه آموزشی افسران پلیس آمریکا یا پلیس نیویورک این هست که نفرت و انزجار از اسلام و مسلمانان رو ترویج میدن و به همین خاطر هست رویدادهایی مثل حمله به مسلمانان، حمله به مساجد مسلمانان اتفاق میفته. من فکر میکنم یه ارتباط بسیار نزدیکی وجود داره بین نوع برخوردی که اونها با تظاهرات آرام و مسالمت آمیز ما دارن با جنایت‌هایی که علیه مسلمانان رخ میده، جنایت‌هایی که علیه مردم فلسطین رخ میده. در مجموع باید بگم که ما نوعی دشمن مشترک داریم. اگر اعتراض جوانان آمریکایی به بیکاری و مشکلاتی از قبیل این هست، ما در جوامع دیگه هم میبینیم که همون دشمن مشترک داره مشکلاتی ایجاد میکنه، چه برای مردم فلسطین باشه، چه برای مردم ایران یا مناطق دیگه. و هدف این دشمن مشترک نابودی بشریت هست و تنها هم و غم اون سود و منفعت بردن هست و برایش به قول معروف تفاوتی نمیکنه که در این مسیر چه تعداد افراد بیگناه کشته بشن. من فکر میکنم جوانان ایرانی باید به تاریخ خودشون مباهات کنن. اونها باید افتخار کنن که جمهوری اسلامی ایران در کنار مظلومان جهان ایستاده. من وقتی که مطلع شدم که من به عنوان یک ایرلندی آمریکایی ایرلندی تبار دیدم که یکی از خیابان‌های ایران با نام یکی از مبارزان ایرلندی نامگذاری شده، من باید بگم که بابی ساندرز، بله، و مردم ایران و جوانان ایران باید به تاریخ بسیار ارزشمند خودشون مباهات کنن و مفتخر باشن.
واو. It's quite something. خیلی واقعا خوشحالم که این دو جوان رو اینجا داریم، چون این یک جریانی است که باید بدونیم در اتفاق میفته. ما دو تیپ آدم اینجا داریم که مطمئناً اینها خیلی خیلی بیشتر از این هستن. یک نمونه داریم ما اینجا امروز مشاهده میکنیم، هم مردم ما هم جوانای ما بدونن که اتفاقاتی که افتاده، سختی‌هایی که برای مردم تو ایران اتفاق افتاده تو این 35 سال تأثیر داشته. این بیدارباشی که رخ داده همه دست به دست هم داده. الان صحبتی که آقای کالب کرد گفت ما یک دشمن مشترک داریم.
Here outside Trump Tower in Manhattan, where hundreds of pro-Palestine protesters stormed into the building. It appears that 90 protesters were arrested for their demonstration inside of Trump Tower, and it got pretty rough and intense as the crowd of protesters who came unannounced as a surprise raised the case of Mahmoud Khalil, condemned U.S. support for Israel, and made a ruckus inside of the property of the President of the United States. What happened inside the tower?
So today, over 300 Jewish New Yorkers took over Trump Tower to raise our voices, to call to free Mahmoud Khalil, somebody who was demonstrating for Palestinian rights and was kidnapped from his home. We see the Trump administration is working to stifle dissent and to attack communities that are speaking up for justice for Palestinians. This administration is platforming Nazis while saying that it's combating anti-Semitism by attacking people taking action for Palestinian liberation. We say, get our name out of your mouth, not in our name. This is not about anti-Semitism. We refuse to allow this government to take a fascist turn to repress rights, and we will continue to demonstrate to support until Mahmoud is free and until the U.S. stops arming Israel while it continues to carry out genocide in Gaza.
The case of Mahmoud Khalil, a Palestinian who is facing deportation for his role in organizing protests at Columbia University. His case was certainly raised among the protesters, and in the moments afterwards, the NYPD swung into action. We see the area pretty much locked down. A lot of police presence, a lot of police barricades have been erected, and a lot of media is still on the scene in the aftermath of what appears to have been a very dramatic flash mob.
Is that they try to present these conflicts that are taking place, like the people in Bahrain struggling for democracy, like the people of Yemen trying to control their own country. They've tried to portray this as if this is all because of Iran, right? The people of Bahrain, they don't want to be free. They're getting money from Iran. They're out there fighting because Iran did it, right? People of Yemen, they don't want to be free, right? They just want to remain a Saudi colony, but the Iranians are there. And doesn't it remind you of how when Martin Luther King Jr. was marching for civil rights in this country, they said, oh, he's a communist, he's a Russian agent, it's the Soviets that are behind him. It's the same kind of rhetoric. People can't be free, they're just puppets of a foreign agitator. And I went on a ship, as was mentioned in my introduction. I went on the Iran Shahid ship with the Red Crescent Society of Iran. I got on that ship, and it was a life-changing experience. I was on that ship for 13 days, and when you're on a ship, you know, in the middle of the Gulf of Aden, you know, for 13 days, and there's very few people on that ship who speak any English, and you're like me, a product of our great American educational system, and you don't speak any foreign language except English, you know. You have a lot of time to talk, right? You have a lot of time to engage with people, and we talked about everything. And you know, I remember some of the younger people from Iran, they were saying to me, we were talking about television or something, and they said, you know, and they mentioned The Message, a film about the life of the Prophet Muhammad, and I had never seen it. You've never seen The Message? How can you have not seen The Message? And then later I said something, I made passing conversation to Elvis Presley, the rock singer, and they said, who? And I said, you've never heard of Elvis? So, you know, it was kind of an interesting time. But we didn't get to Yemen. And the reason we did not get to Yemen was because we were scheduled to arrive at the port of Hodeidah. And on the day we were scheduled to arrive, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia bombed that port 8 times in a single day. You know, just demolished the place, killed all kinds of dock workers. They then bombed the medical university in Hodeidah, where there were medical students who were just trying to learn how to take care of Yemeni people and provide aid in the middle of just a horrendous war. They were killed. I mean, it was horrendous. And it was in that situation that we ultimately had to turn our ship around. We went to Djibouti. We ended up docking in Djibouti. The ship was unloaded. The claims that were all throughout Western media that we were somehow smuggling weapons were disproven as they unloaded our ship. UN workers unloaded our ship and saw we had nothing but flour and medical supplies and humanitarian aid. It was a humanitarian mission with the Red Crescent Society. And, you know, I ended up in Djibouti and ended up getting back to Iran. And when I got off the plane in Iran, I remember I was picked up at the airport by a very prominent Iranian filmmaker. And I remember I was just like, wow, that was 13 days, and I was just kind of overwhelmed with everything. So I got into the car with this very prominent Iranian filmmaker, and we're driving, you know, through the streets of Tehran, and we're talking about all kinds of things, and he's telling me about, we're just talking about movies and just life. And I remember one thing came up in the conversation, and this conversation stuck with me. He said to me, he said, Caleb, he said, do you think there's any chance that Mel Gibson would ever come to Iran? And I paused for a moment, being a Westerner like I am, my mind immediately went to the bigoted things that Mel Gibson has said. And I said, I'm not sure you would want that and all that. And he looked at me funny and he said, Caleb, he said, have you ever seen Braveheart, the movie? And I said, yes. He said, have you ever seen The Patriot? And I said, yes. He said, have you ever seen The Passion of the Christ? And I said, yes. And he said, those movies are so well loved here in Iran because it really incarnates what Shia and the revolutionary Islamic tradition is about. And I said, whoa. And I just paused there for a moment. And I thought about how I had gotten where I was.
And I thought about, long before I was an activist, long before I was a journalist, you know, I was a little boy in Ohio who loved the movie Braveheart and loved this ideal of people who go out and struggle for justice. And maybe they're so committed to their ideals and they believe in what is right so hard that they would give their life to fight for justice in the world. And I thought about that, and I thought about, wow, you know, there's not that much of a gap between the people of the United States and the people of Iran. You know, as much as they try to demonize Iran and tell us the Iranians are our enemies, deep down we have very similar ideals. We both love justice and we both hate tyranny. And I got to tell you that there are a lot of kids like me, you know, from Ohio. And I think all across the United States, a lot of people are starting to realize that we've been sold a bill of goods as Americans. We've been told a lot of lies. And you know, we know that the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia doesn't represent the people of the Arabian Peninsula, that it was selected. The House of Saud was picked by Western bankers and corporations. It was selected to rule over that area. And let's be real, you know, those same corporations and big bankers, they dominate and control the United States. And the standard of living across the United States is dropping. And people are getting angry. And, you know, they talk about the rise of Trump. They talk about the rise of Bernie Sanders. This is just the beginning. Because people here in the United States are tired of what's going on, and they're fed up with the same global order that is fomenting all this injustice throughout the world and in the Middle East. So I think that this is an optimistic moment, and I think that there are many Americans that if they heard the speeches that we've heard here today, if they were able to hear the message and understand the reality of what's going on here, they would be open to having peace with so many forces around the world, and they wouldn't buy into the lies used to spread war and deception. So I thank you for giving me this opportunity.
We've been doing this for thousands of years. There's a reason people were doing it in Eastern mystical countries. Exactly. You know, I mean, you know, as well. It's a spiritual practice, mantras. That is a very, very powerful way. Some people call them affirmations, right? Of using words to give yourself power. Find a phrase, find a few sentences that you could just memorize and get power from them. Next. Next, consistency. Now, I've got a list here, right? In front of me. I've got a list of things to do, and I'm scratching them off. Today, I emailed somebody I was supposed to email. I messaged somebody I was supposed to message. I talked to Noah earlier on the phone, and so I crossed it off, and I crossed it off, and I crossed it off. And I'm supposed to send somebody some books. I'm having lunch with somebody tomorrow after church. And I'm working on making a banner about something, and I'm working on an email that needs to be sent out. And I make a list, and I find it very satisfying when I cross things off my list. And it's really important if you say you're going to do something and you do it, that is exercising agency. You're no longer living biologically. You said you're going to do something and you did it. You didn't just go along with the flow. You didn't just do whatever. I went this way, I went that way. No, you said, I am going to do this. I am going to start exercising. And then you go and you start exercising. That's called power. And you feel strength when you do that. When you make yourself do something, even something simple, right? If you say, I am going to make my bed in the morning after I get up, and you actually do it, that gives you power. And every time you say you're going to do something and you do it, you get more powerful and you assert your agency more. And every time you say you're going to do something, but then, you get distracted or you focus on something else, then you lose your power, right? When you make a promise to yourself or to your friends and you do it and you fulfill it, that is a way to gain power, right? And that learn to sacrifice, right? To give to a cause you believe in. Give your money, give your time, give gifts. Learn to make promises to yourself and fulfill them. Learn to make lists that you do and you cross off everything on the list. All of that is empowering. If you can give, if there's some cause you really believe in, and you give to that cause, and it actually deprives you in a way. You think, wow, that's more money than I intended to give, but I gave to that cause. You will feel good about yourself. You'll feel powerful because you exerted force. You exerted willpower towards something you believe in,
right? If you promise to your friends, I am going to do this thing, and then you go and do it, that's exerting willpower. If you make a list of things to do in the morning and you scratch off all those things on that list, you feel more powerful, right? That is not living biologically. That's taking the bull by the horns. That's asserting your humanity. It's a good thing to do, right? It's part of living as an innovationist. So be consistent. Take control of your life. Not for everyone else. For your friends, it's important. People want to be friends with somebody who's consistent, reliable, who thinks about them, is concerned about them, who keeps their word, but also do it for yourself. Do it for yourself. Stay engaged. This is the most important thing. Stay engaged. Stay engaged. When you're not feeling well, when you're feeling hopeless, when you're feeling pessimistic, it is your instinct to isolate. You think, I can't talk to anybody now. I got to be all by myself. And then it gets worse. If you're fighting with somebody who's a friend, who is part of your community, and you're feeling angry with them and you isolate from them, it gets worse. And the resentment gets worse. And the gap between you gets worse. You've got to stay engaged, right? You've got to stay engaged, right? If you're doubting, if you're worrying, that's when you need to get engaged. When you feel like not getting engaged, when you feel like not getting involved in activism, when you feel like not calling your comrades, when you feel like what's the point and it's hopeless, that's when you need to get engaged. You need to go against that drive. There is a drive in all of us. We all sometimes feel hopeless. We all sometimes feel like we can't do anything. We all feel like it's not going our way. And that is when you need to get more involved. You need to fight back against that impulse. You've got to stay engaged. When everything's going great, that might be a good time to take a break. But when you're having doubts, and when you're feeling hopeless, and when you're feeling tired and worried, that's when you got to go all in. You've got to push back against the drive to go back to living biologically. When that drive to go back to living biologically comes up, when that part of you that says, what's the point? There is no hope. That's when you need to get engaged. That's the opposite of the way you're feeling. You shouldn't get engaged when you feel like it. When you feel like it, it's easy to get engaged. You don't have to, it doesn't require any effort. You should get engaged when you don't feel like it, right? You have to push back. It's a daily battle to not go back to living biologically, to not be pessimistic, to not be hopeless, to actually take the bull by the horns and try to change the world. And you have to fight the battle. And it's not easy. It's not easy to fight the battle. It's hard. But if you don't stay engaged, if you isolate, if you cut yourself off from it when it's hard, it's only going to get harder. I mean, I talked about people, that when they were in college, they missed class, right? They skipped class, right? They slept in, they missed class. Well, when they miss one class, they're a little bit nervous to go to the next class. And then if you miss two classes, it's even more nervous to go. That's what it's like. You have to push back against your fears. You have to push back against any negativity you have. And the more you isolate yourself and the more you cut yourself off from it, the harder it is. The harder it is to get back involved. So you have to fight against the negative impulse, the destructive impulse, right? Everyone needs a break. We all need a break sometimes, and that's fine. But I'm telling you that if you are feeling hopeless, if you are feeling like there is no point, if you're feeling like there's not a way to get involved, if there's no point, that's when you need to be involved. If you are happy about things and you're confident, but you just need to take a break, to slow down, that's fine. But if you're having doubts, if you're feeling hopeless, then you really need to get involved. Then you shouldn't break away. And again, that goes against what you're trying to do. A lot of this is not living biologically. That's living biologically. It's just doing whatever you feel like, right? Just whatever you feel like doing. That's how that's how monkeys in a zoo exist. They just do whatever they feel like, right? That's how the weed in my garden exists. Just does whatever it feels like, right? Being human means not just doing whatever it feels like. It means actively making decisions and deciding to push back, not living biologically, right? That's what we're trying to get at. And the organization is the most precious thing. The organization is the most precious thing. Nothing can keep you on the revolutionary road like an organization. right? Nothing can help you stay engaged, can help you be consistent. Nothing can give you the fulfillment and give you the awakening and give you the empowerment that being in an organization is. Being in the Center for Political Innovation, being part of our movement is being alive. It is the most precious thing. So that is my slideshow for tonight on living as an innovationist. And I hope you all found it useful.
Hey, welcome back to our special continued coverage here for the Russian election 2024. Rory Souchet, Rachel Rubel, and Caleb Maupin, our senior U.S. correspondent. If you're not in Washington, you're in New York. If you're not in New York, you're in Washington. You're always up and down the eastern seaboard, mate. Look, it's a predictable first question because you're the best one to ask it too. How is the Russian election result going down in D.C.?
Well, they're not thrilled, as you can imagine. In the lead up to this election, it was pretty clear they didn't want it to happen. They don't consider it legitimate. We actually heard the U.S. State Department go as far as saying that they would hold accountable those who observed it, like myself. I was an observer of the election. And it's pretty wild because the argument they have against the election really just comes down to the fact that the Russian president has been in office a long time. And I always remind people that in the United States, we have a very beloved president named Roosevelt. And he was elected in 1932 and 1936, elected again in 1940, and elected again in 1944. And why? Because one, he enacted a lot of economic reforms that really improved people's lives. And number two, he unified the country to defeat the Nazis and, you know, stand with the Soviet Union and China against fascism. So he was widely loved. And, you know, both of my grandparents on both sides, they were Republicans. But for them, Roosevelt was just the president. He was above politics. He was kind of a symbol of what had gotten them through the period of the Great Depression and the Second World War. And so if you look at that and you look at that history, you know, we're not taught in the United States that Roosevelt was a dictator. No one considers him to be a dictator. It's just that he was a leader that stood and, you know, seized the moment and delivered and achieved great things and became kind of the symbol of national victory and national recovery. And I think that's a way we can look at this election when looking at it through an American lens. Of course, U.S. leaders don't want to put it that way.
Putin has been in power for a long time. This will be his fifth presidential term. I know that you, Caleb, you took part in the World Youth Forum earlier this month in Sochi. A lot of young people, they don't know a Russia without Putin. And Putin, let's be honest, he's not a young guy. He's 71 years old. How do young people feel about him?
Well, I got to tell you, when I had the opportunity to be in the room with the Russian president, with 300 other young people in the Atom Hall there in Sochi at the World Youth Festival, and I got the opportunity to ask him a question, there's just something about him. He has this way of engaging with people. He has this charm that it's really hard to put your finger on. I don't think it comes across through television. You have to be in the room with him. You can see this is somebody who really takes politics seriously and has a really deep understanding of how human beings relate to each other and how societies develop over time. I thanked him for his very dynamic interview with Tucker Carlson because I said it showed a different kind of leadership. In the United States, politics is all about sound bites and scandal and gossip. That's not the approach he takes. He draws from the history of this country and of this region going back thousands of years, you know, developing a more scientific view of statecraft.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to jump in quickly because, you know, when you go back to Tucker Carlson sitting down with Putin, one of the things I think, one of the big tsunamis that came off that was the fact that people in the West, particularly Americans, were given the opportunity to realize that Putin is a very well-spoken man. He's a very intelligent man, very well-educated. He knows his history. He knows all of his economics. He throws out numbers all day long. And there's poor old Joe Biden, who doesn't know what he had for breakfast today, right?
Indeed. I mean, it's frightening to see Joe Biden. And also, what's even more frightening is his vice president, Kamala Harris, is less popular than he is.
Yeah, terrifying.
Which is how can you be less popular than Joe Biden is? So, you know, it's very frightening to look at. And, you know, you have Kamala Harris and you see her on the cameras where she's just kind of repeating these phrases.
And cackling.
Yeah, I mean, this is very disturbing. And, you know, people look at Donald Trump and, you know, there's a possibility that he could win coming up. I think it's a very big possibility he could win at the polls. But it seems like our political establishment in the United States has circled their wagons and said that won't happen. Now, a lot could change between now and November when we have the U.S. presidential election, but it's not looking good. And, you know, being here and seeing the election here and then contrasting it to the election I'll be covering in a few months in the United States, it makes one do a lot of thinking about different types of civilizations.
You know, Caleb, the Communist Party candidate in this election came in second. I know in the West, when we hear the term communist or communism, we go, ooh, bad, scary. But I'm just wondering, wondering, what's the appeal here with the communist legacy in the country? I mean, is it the legacy really, or is there a new appeal to this?
Well, it's interesting because the Communist Party is one political party. But you can see, especially in light of the special military operation, there's a lot of nostalgia for the achievements of the Soviet Union and defeating the Nazis, inventing space travel, industrializing the country. It's funny because in the United States, you'll have people say, well, haven't you ever talked to anyone who actually lived under communism? Well, if you're here in Russia, many people refer to the Communist Party as being the party of the pensioners and the retirees, people who do remember, and that the fall of the Soviet Union was certainly a devastating moment in Russia's history. So you can understand the widespread nostalgia. But at the same time, this is not the Soviet Union anymore. I mean, that's very clear. I mean, and I see a lot of religious imagery here, too. The Soviet Union was a very atheistic state, but I see a lot of love for Christianity. I see a lot was religious imagery and religious references.
All over the place.
Absolutely.
Gorgeous churches here.
Absolutely.
Sorry, carry on.
Oh, no, I was just saying, I mean, it's interesting that, that Russia draws from many aspects of its past
it really does.
to present itself in our time,
And you talk about the past, but, the present and the future. You were down at the annual Youth Forum Festival down in Sochi. I was there as well. 30,000 students, basically, and 5,000 volunteers. It was an enormous turnout. And you think, was it 10 years or more ago, that you had the Winter Olympics down there in Sochi? So you have all this infrastructure, these stadiums, and all this. So you can send thousands of people there. One thing that touched me was that when I was speaking to the students, they weren't just Russian. They had come from all over the world. When I was speaking to them, there was this energy. I could feel this kind of enthusiasm, this optimism. It was like they were looking at like a sunrise. They had this amazing excitement for the future. Where is that coming from? How do you read into that?
Well, I would say that probably a big source of that was the crew of young Russian volunteers that were there. They mobilized young people from all over this country, from many different regions, to be there and guide us around and take us to different places and to be full of enthusiasm and giving us high fives every morning as we're on our way to the festival. And I thought about, in the United States, I don't know if our government would be able to get a crowd of young people to be that way, to work together, to deal with the stresses of that festival, because it was certainly, I can imagine when you have, 188 different countries, delegations from them, getting them everywhere, getting them where they need to go, getting everyone their food and getting them to the hotels and getting them their badges and their identifications could be very stressful. But that crew of young people, thousands of young patriotic Russian volunteers who made it their mission to kind of solidify Russia's friendship with youth from different countries around the world. I was very, very impressed with the enthusiasm, with the endurance, with the patience of those volunteers.
Yeah, well said.
This, of course, this election is very important, a big election here, of course, but of course we have the U.S. presidential election coming up later this year. Do you think the result of this election will have any impact on the U.S. presidential election? And how will the U.S. election have an impact on relations with Russia, you think?
Well, I think one thing that's very clear, and I think a good sign of this has been Victoria Nuland's recent resignation.
Oh, yeah, goodbye.
Is that this Ukraine conflict is not something Joe Biden wants to take to the polls with him in November. The American public is just not with him on this. Billions and billions of dollars for Ukraine, while our roads and bridges are falling apart, while our education system in the United States is a joke. This is not something Joe Biden wants to be a topic of conversation in November. Now, I'm curious, because Donald Trump seems to be having it both ways. He says, well, the conflict never would have happened if he'd been president. Well, I mean, it's happening. So, that's kind of a moot point. He says, well, he can resolve it. But then other times he's saying he wants more weapons in Ukraine. It's not clear where Trump really stands on this. But what is interesting to me is that the American foreign policy establishment has decided they don't like Donald Trump. John Bolton said that if Donald Trump were ever reelected, that would be the end of the NATO alliance. So that's shocking words to me.
Well, look, there may be some truth to that. Frankly, Trump has said if you don't pay your part, then what's the point? But this is one of the things. All right, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a fan of Trump, okay? But I am going to say this: when it's become so blatantly obvious that the establishment hates him, if the establishment hates Trump, then you know what? I like him.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way of putting it when you look at it, because at this point we have an establishment in Washington that is so out of touch with what the American people want and is so determined to antagonize and isolate and do everything they can to hurt Russia. So anything that might hurt that establishment has a strong argument in its favor.
Yeah, along those lines, Putin kind of made a bit of a dig in his speech last night, saying that the Russian election was more democratic than the U.S. election. Is there any truth to that?
Well, yes, because
I would say so.
in this election, every region was included. Every single one. Every part of Russia got to vote. In the United States, our presidential elections, Puerto Rico has no say in who the president of the United States is. Guam, American Samoa, U.S. Virgin Islands. There's millions of Americans who live in these territories. They have absolutely no input. And also, let's add that the voting for the president was direct. Every vote was counted. Whereas in the United States, we have this thing called the Electoral College, where you vote for your state and then your state casts their vote. So it's not a direct election. I also was surprised to know that here in Russia, if you've been convicted of a crime and you're doing time in prison, they have a special voting booth in the prison so that you can vote. If you're in the hospital getting medical treatment, they have a special voting booth in the hospital. We don't have anything close to that in the United States. In many states in the United States, if you commit a crime, you can't vote for the rest of your life. Just forget about voting for the rest of your life. Now, some states are changing that. It's different by state. So this election was far more inclusive. You know, just basic things. It was a national holiday and a weekend. Right, you had 3 days to vote, national holiday weekend. In the United States, we have one day to vote, unless you want to vote absentee. And that day is a Tuesday, and it's not a national holiday. It's a work day. And in big cities, there's huge lines in the morning before work to vote, huge lines in the evening. Russia wanted participation on the part of its population.
It tells you something, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it really does.
It really does.
Just quickly, let me ask you this, Caleb. You know, you live in America, you work in America. I know it's not your first time here in Russia, but flying in from the United States here, getting into the airport, going through immigration, passport control. Have you had any issues? Have you had any problems, any complaints, any eyes wide open moments?
Well, when I went to the planning meeting of the World Festival in November, on the way back, I had my bag searched and got the special treatment from U.S. Customs.
Welcome home.
Yes,
right?
You know, U.S. officials have made it clear they don't appreciate the work I do at RT, and they don't appreciate the fact that I'm coming here. And I mean, we just heard the State Department saying how much they really appreciate our U.S. observing of this election. And I think it's really great that other Americans have come here to observe. You know, Dan Kovalik, Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney, and others. I think it's really great that we're here observing this election and telling the truth about it, because when you really get down to the details of how the election was carried out, this was very clearly a legitimate and fair election. They want to just kind of cast innuendo and present this story of, oh, Putin's been in office for so long, that can't be democracy. But if you look at the details, this was a very, very clear, fair election, very transparent process. I was in the civic chamber. I saw how every polling station has cameras in it, 2 cameras in it, monitoring it 24 hours a day to make sure there's no foul play. I mean, there's a huge level of transparency here. U.S. officials don't want that version of events out there.
Yeah, they don't want anyone seeing through cameras who's stuffing the ballot boxes and all this kind of stuff. Rachel, any more questions for Caleb?
I just really quickly wanted to ask, because it's not a surprise that we have not had words of congratulation coming out of the White House for President Putin's victory. I do remember when the last presidential election, when Putin was reelected, Trump's staff gave him a note saying, do not congratulate. And then Trump got on the phone and called Putin and congratulated him. I mean, what are your thoughts on the difference here?
Well, again, there are differences within the U.S. establishment when it comes to Russia. Now, there are a lot of folks in the Trump camp that say the USA could get along with Russia and then team up with Russia against China. But anyone who knows anything about economics knows that's not going to happen. Russia and China are closer than ever in terms of economics right now. It's a relationship based on trade. You know, during the Cold War, it was a political difference and the Sino-Soviet split and Henry Kissinger. We can talk about that in history. But right now, Russia and China are economically closer together than ever. And that bond has been solidified by U.S. sanctions on both countries, right? You cut off both countries, they're going to trade more and more with each other. So there are differences within the U.S. establishment about how to deal with Russia. Some of it could just be basic. I think, you know, China is an industrial manufacturing hub. So the manufacturers in the USA see China as more of a rival, whereas Russia is an energy giant, oil and gas. So I think maybe the big oil companies and the natural gas companies see Russia more as a competitor and more of a threat. So it's just a question of who's paying the piper, which sections of the establishment are having the upper hand. But at the end of the day, I mean, there is a faction in the Pentagon, and you have the neocons and others that they just want U.S. dominance, period. They don't care if it's Russia, China, Venezuela, Iran, North Korea. They don't want any country around the world that'll challenge them. And the BRICS, the rising new economy coming out of the East and coming out of all these different countries that are trading with each other and kind of saying no to the sanctions regime and international finance, this is the future, and it's a future that I think U.S. leaders need to just kind of come to terms with. There's a new economy rising, and we'd be better off trading with it.
I think they're terrified, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, just quickly, China is the factory of the world. Russian energy is fueling the Chinese factories, basically, all right? So, we see they're so intertwined now, but you talk about the multipolar world and the global south and how it really is. Look, already the BRICS group already represents more in global GDP than the G7, and yet there are now 20 or 30 more countries that want to join the BRICS. So forget it, G7. You're done. You're done and dusted, mate. It's a whole new multipolar world, and good luck jumping on the train that's already left the station. Caleb Maupin is our senior U.S. correspondent, always up and down the eastern seaboard. It's so good to have you here, back at the mothership in Moscow. Caleb Maupin, do stick around. We'll speak to you soon, all right?
Sounds good.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Hey, friends. How you doing today? I'm letting you know, the Center for Political Innovation, we are about to do, on July 12th, the biggest event that we have ever done. It will be our national gathering in Chicago on July 12th. And it's going to be really, really special. We are talking with a number of important anti-imperialist voices, a lot of different communities. There's going to be musical performances, dance performances, there's going to be great speeches, and it's going to be a whole day gathering dedicated to anti-imperialism. I am committed, and CPI has always been committed to building an in real life network of people. And we carry out real operations. We were at the inauguration of Trump with our Trump and Kim banner saying only peace can make America great again. We were on the streets of Chicago at the Democratic National Convention with a book exposing what Kamala Harris and who she really is and what she's really about, and it was really, really important. We have 1,000 copies of our book about the Houthis that are being distributed with the poster of the convention on the back to people who would never go looking for this. We are putting door hanger flyers on doors of people, again, that would never go looking for this. We're not performing and trying to make ourselves feel good. We're actually trying to build a network of people that can be anti-imperialists in America. And it's not easy to do. It's very difficult in these times to build a real in-life organization. People have their issues. We live in a very strange time, but we have to do it. And we are committed to continuing this project. This video is basically me telling you we need your support. In order to pull off our convention that includes our 7-day program for our members around the country to come to Chicago, includes our huge convention on July 12th, where we're gonna fill up the Midwest Convention Center, in order to have an effective national planning meeting and gathering in Chicago the day after on July 13th. In order to do what we need to do, we need to fill up that auditorium and we need money. And there's really no way around that. We need you to donate to the Center for Political Innovation. We have set up a GoFundMe, and a lot of people have already contributed. We already raised a couple $1,000, but it's not enough. In order to really pull off our July activities and really have a win for anti-imperialism, we need your support. We need you to go to the GoFundMe right now and donate $5 or $20. We need you to go to the donate button on the CPI website and send us $100 or $50, whatever you can do. If we're gonna do what we need to do in July and build the organization and have the mega anti-imperialist rally that needs to happen on July 12th and solidify the network that we're building to continue to carry out the great operations that we do, we need you to help us out. Every cent that we raise goes into building this group. I'm lucky I have a paycheck with everything that's going on. I'm surviving, and I have consistently put a huge amount of the money that I have, my own resources, my own funds, into CPI because I believe in it, because it needs to happen, because this organization is necessary. I'm looking at what I've got and my own resources and my own bills and all of that, and I'm looking at what's already been paid for, and it's not enough. I mean, it's just not enough. I can't just pay for everything myself. We have membership dues and other things, but we need a special gift. We need a special gift to make July happen. We need you to give us a special contribution so that we can make sure the July events go smoothly, that the housing for the people coming in out of town is covered, that the speakers that are being flown in, their airfare is properly covered. We need you to make a special one-time gift to make this July gathering, this anti-imperialist summit that we are organizing. We need you to help us make it happen and help us make it a success. Small gift, big gift, whatever you can do. We need you to help us with it. But you know what? I'll just say this. If it's a matter of send us a gift or come, we'd rather you come. We'd rather you be there. It's much more important that you be there on July 12th. If you can't afford to give us a gift, but you can afford to come to town, if there's one event that you come to this year, make it July 12th. CPI, Center for Political Innovation, we're doing something that nobody else is doing, and we're doing it right. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to win the internet. We're not doing it in a way that we're trying to make ourselves feel special or act like we're cool. We're building what needs to be built. We are building the real connections. And if you can understand why what we're doing is so important, if you can understand why anti-imperialism is the future, but we have to break out of the narrow niche circles and internet culture and get to the masses of people with real outreach. If you can understand that, please give us a gift. We're trying to build an actual movement to win new people to anti-imperialism and continue to carry out operations to change the conversation in America so that we have a country where there's a mass movement demanding justice for working families and an end to these wars, that we're saying no to World War III, we're saying no to the emerging low-wage police state. That's what we urgently need. So if you can help us in any way, send us a gift. If you can be there on July 12th, be there. This is the biggest endeavor CPI has ever done, and it's going to lead to even bigger things. We don't back down. We don't go away. If we were going to back down, we would have done it a long time ago. And if we were one of their plants or one of these fake anti-imperialists, they would be making it a lot easier for us. We have been facing a lot of challenges, but we continue to achieve great victories. So we need your support. Please send us a contribution. Please be there on July 12th at the Midwest Convention Center in the Chicago area. It's right near the O'Hare Airport. It's going to be awesome. We need you there. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a todos. La obra de Víctor escrita por Carlos Zamora, estrenada por ustedes esta vez en honor.
So this is the Uhuru House, and the rally here is in response to the fact that the People's Democratic Uhuru Movement has been charged as being Russian agents. The trial begins Tuesday, September 3rd, and it is alleged that their activism in the black community is somehow acting as a foreign agent of Russia. It's a very dangerous case with very extreme implications for freedom of speech, freedom to protest, freedom to be anti-war here in the United States. It was a beautiful rally that was held. Here are some of the highlights of that demonstration.
Come on, put your hands together and stomp your feet. Come on and praise the Lord.
Yeah, we've been messing with each other for a very long time. Yeah, this is CPI. This is Caleb Baldwin and John. Yeah.
Good to see you.
This our guy John.
Yay,
Thank you so much. CPI and his Green Party. These people are out.
He's Green Party.
This is just a sort of a research lab to open up some.
Well, I think this is where I'm going.
This is Wade. This is Wade. She's Secretary General.
As was stated, my name is Jesse Neville. I am also a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee and the chair of our mass organization. And I am also one of the Uhuru Three, along with Chairwoman Penny Hess and our leader, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And many of you have probably seen the video footage of what this very parking lot and area and staging ground where we are right now looked like on July 29th of 2022. It was filled with FBI agents, dozens, and if not over 100 FBI agents with vans, with armored vehicles, with battering rams, with flashbang grenades. At this location, here in St. Petersburg, at the home of Director Akile Anai, who also want to salute, at the home of Chairman Omali Yeshitela and Deputy Chair, as well as at their home in St. Louis, Missouri, to have that many FBI agents and that many assault rifles when they could have sent one guy with a briefcase and a little badge and a warrant to say, I'm here to execute a search warrant. They did that because they wanted to intimidate Chairman Omali Yeshitela. And think about that.
On Tuesday, you have this trial coming up. You know, what sparked this, and what is the message you really want to get across?
The message is that black people have agency, that we don't require anybody to tell us that we are oppressed. We are not employees of Russia. And I think the big problem is that the U.S. government has is that we won't be employees of the U.S. government. We are free people. We are fighting for the freedom of African people.
There's only one interest for imperialism and colonialism, and it's seated right in Washington, D.C., whoever is sitting in the White House. So we got to understand that. So we just came to be here with y'all, and to be here with Comrade Omali, and the party, and the movement, and the supporters, because this is where we needed to be.
This morning you oughta clap your hands. Come on, put your hands together and stomp your feet.
So we got to find out what's happened. So they made me read Marx. They forced me to read Lenin. They forced me to look at Trotsky and all the others who represented what was characterized as scientific revolution. And it was helpful. I read Marx. And having read Marx, I came to damn different conclusions about so much using the science that Marx provided. Because Marx told us, he said, you have to have an understanding of how capitalism came into existence. He said, in order for there to be capitalist production, there must be accumulation of capital. He said, but how do you get an accumulation of capital if there's no capitalist production? He said, the only way we can get out of this is to presuppose that there was an accumulation of capital that preceded the production, capitalist production.
He said that accumulation of capital came about as a consequence of turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of black skins. He said it came and turning the indigenous people in this land into the mines, bringing up gold and silver and what have you for the Europeans. He said it had to do with the attack that was going on at what they call East India at the time. We're talking about the India in that particular area of South Asia. Hell, he just described a mode of production. That is a mode of production for the first time in history with the enslavement of African people, with the attack on Africa, the Portuguese. 600 years we've been fighting this struggle. 600 years ago, 1415.
I have a question. If Jesse and Penny and the chairman are foreign agents, then who are the elected officials who are receiving money from AIPAC? Are they not foreign agents also? Why aren't they going after them? The hypocrisy of this government is absolutely, it makes you want to toss your cookies, to coin a phrase, okay?
People understand what this means in terms of the threat to free speech of everybody. So that's why people are here, and that's why we are here. So we expect many, many more people to arrive here, and people like Charles Barron, who you may know for years and years was on the City Council in New York and the State Assembly in New York.
Turning 50 plus years old, I can't keep singing outside on the street corners. And then someone told me there was a new radio station called Black Power. I said, they called my name. Black Power. They called my name. I'm black and I got power. So I wanted to go out, and I came and I said, I want to be a DJ. And I never forget the person that was here, manager at the time, say, you want to be a DJ? I said, yeah. He said, aren't you blind? I said, yes, I am. He said, well, I don't know if you can do it. I said, well, give me a chance, man. Give me a chance. And he said, okay, I guess I'll give you a chance. And Deputy Chair, she urged me on. And next thing you know, I was playing music and I was DJing and I was finding love for my community. And they was finding love for me, most importantly.
Okay, CPI is honored to be here because we understand how important this case is. What's at stake is not just a life sentence for Chairman O'Malley. What's at stake is a death sentence for humanity. Because imperialism has pushed us to the brink of a world-ending nuclear war between the United States and Russia. And what these demons are saying with this prosecution is that it's illegal to organize to try to stop that war, and it's illegal to even talk about it. That's right. Go ahead. And we got to talk about it. We got to organize against it because it's a threat to everybody. We're not here defending Chairman O'Malley. He's defending us, our children, everyone we've ever met, and anyone we ever will meet from a world-ending war, from imperialism to colonialism, and the final war that they are leading us to. So we have to do everything we can to help him win that fight. We got to do it like our life depends on it, because it does.
This is a case that's using law in pursuit of political objectives, that this is a political trial. These are political charges that they're making against us, and they're using the law. So we have incredibly good lawyers who will represent us in the court.
There's not really much that I can add, but I just want to turn around and say, look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Look what Chairman O'Malley built. Chairman O'Malley is not a hashtag revolutionary. He's a cement and bricks revolutionary. He is a builder, and he constructs and he lifts people up. And we look on him with absolute admiration for what he has done and what he has accomplished and why they are targeting him. Yeah, that's right. And I must say, if you look at what they're doing, this is a test case. They have already raided the home of Scott Ritter. They just recently targeted Danny Shaw, the journalist, at the airport when he was coming back to the United States. And they have gone as far as to prosecute Sue Mi Terry, the top Korea scholar, a longtime shill, just because South Korea won't go along with the provocations against North Korea that the United States is demanding. There is all kinds of abuse and efforts to impose and utilize the Foreign Agents Registration Act in the works. There have been calls to prosecute organizations that march for Palestine under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. And this is a test case. And that is why standing up and taking this to trial and saying that you will not surrender is so important. It's really important. And we should all look in absolute admiration to Chairman O'Malley, to the Uhuru Three, and all that they are doing. And I must say that Chairman O'Malley is a builder. And that's why he has been targeted, is because he has built and he has constructed. And if you look at what their system is doing, monopolistic capitalism is in a wrecking, destructive period. But we are builders. We are people of the land. We are fighting back. We are resisting. We resist their global system based on fake wealth and usury and global domination of world markets. And we stand for building and construction and popular power. Thank you very much.
And if, in fact, this trial is based on law and the Constitution, we'll win it, hands down. But the problem is that it's political, and so therefore is extremely important for the people who are the most incredible, most significant factor in any kind of political situation, the people. And so that's what's really important, for the people to come forward and say that we recognize that black people have been historically oppressed in this country. The Russians didn't have to tell us that.
The party, the chairman has stood with every struggle. We recently found a photograph of Jainaba's father, the incredible Biko Lumumba, speaking at a rally in support of Leonard Peltier in San Francisco in about 1983, 84, the party stood with Leonard Peltier for his freedom then, who has been in prison for 50 years on his own stolen land. So I just want to say we are confident. We want everybody to be there who can. The trial starts next Tuesday. It is powerful to see the people. And it's just, we will win. We will win. Only the people can do this. Salute to Chairman O'Malley. Deputy Chair on this nation, tell the African People's Socialist Party.
And I'm saying this as somebody who's a communist. I'm as Comrade Charles Barry. No, I'm a materialist. You understand? I'm a materialist. But saying I'm a materialist does not keep me from appreciation of what we've seen here today. Because African people came to Christianity for different reasons. African people came to Christianity because it was the religion of the oppressed. Right. That's why there's go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell Pharaoh, let my people go. You weren't hearing that in the white church. You were hearing that in the church of the oppressed. And that's the thing that brought us to this relationship with these wonderful people who bring the culture, African culture. We've had to learn how to even sing songs and express our feelings in ways that's not necessarily obvious to the oppressor. When Harriet Tubman come in the middle of the night to get the people, what she say? Steal away, steal away. And Africans understood exactly what that meant. It's time to bounce. You understand? And so people got together and did exactly that. So that's our relationship. That's a different Christianity than what Trump is talking about. That's a different Christianity than what Biden is talking about. That's a religion that's facing resistance. That's the way we approach that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
Also, did I say anything about the Center for Political Innovation? I want to, because these comrades were some of the first out of the gate. When this attack happened, they were first out of the gate. They didn't ask any questions or anything like that. They were the first out of the gate, and not only in words. They began to take actions everywhere they were located. We can see the actions they were involved in, defending the Uhuru 3 and opposed to what the FBI was doing to us, trying to do to us. And they understood the relationship that it had to the whole question of free speech for everybody. In Brooklyn, New York, the first tribunal on reparations for African people, the first world tribunal where we use international law, including the Genocide Convention. This is so wild because they charged us with being under the leadership of the Russians around genocide. And Comrade John had a splendid response to that. He said the guy who, the Russian we're supposed to be working for, was only 7 years old when we had that conviction, so they've done some time trial, in Russia to be able to make that, that claim. But I just wanted to say that the CPI, John, and then Caleb and John, Center for Political Innovation, I saw Caleb in this video, Comrade Caleb, and he was on a platform. Vladimir Putin, President Putin, was on the stage, and Caleb was in the audience, and he raised his hand and was recognized. And he said that what was happening with the Uhuru 3, and that they were using the Russia kind of thing as the basis for that, and he put it before them, and I thought that was really powerful and really great.
Things between our two countries are not good at this point. Before we left, we had to have a press conference at the United Nations. We are concerned about being prosecuted. There are 3 Americans that have already been charged and are facing prosecution, possibly 15 years in prison, simply because they attended a conference like this in Russia, the Uhuru movement, they're called. And we are concerned because I know that I speak for the majority of the American people when I say that we do not want our tax money dumped into this conflict in Ukraine any longer. We do not want our country to continue to deteriorate internally while our leaders waste money on prolonging this war. I'm frightened by what the Biden administration is doing, not just in Ukraine, but also on Taiwan and on the Korean Peninsula. And I really do see gatherings like this as a potential road to peace.
I don't want to say too much. I spoke earlier, but I just want to tell you that Tara Reid, the journalist who was sexually assaulted by Joe Biden and is currently living in Russia, wanted me to send her greetings to today's rally and to express her support. And I want to also say that, 2 years ago, I live in Brooklyn, but I was in Chicago, and we were going to have a conference, and we were going to honor Tara Reid at our conference. It was 2 years ago, and I was in Chicago helping prepare for the conference. And then my phone started blowing up because everyone started telling me from around the country about what was happening here in St. Petersburg and in St. Louis. And we heard about what was happening, and we immediately thought we need to do everything we can to support the Uhuru movement. And so we were all over social media raising the case and raising awareness. And we made a phone call, and we decided we were going to dedicate the opening of our conference to the case. And members of the organization drove from St. Louis to Chicago, and we opened our conference honoring the Uhuru movement in the immediate aftermath of those raids. And Tara Reid was there, and she had not heard about the raids and what had happened, but she heard about it, and she was able to speak with many of her associates and people that she's known through her efforts to expose Joe Biden. And we were able to make some connections, and that's something we're very, very proud of. We have from the beginning seen how dangerous this case is. And I have yelled at many people that I know that are anti-imperialists, many people that are claiming to be anti-war, claiming to be against the FBI, about how dangerous this case really is. And we have seen one of our roles as an organization of just highlighting the importance of this case, because there are many people who just don't seem to grasp how serious this case is. the attitude of the anti-imperialist movement, the attitude of the anti-war movement and the labor movement was an injury to one is an injury to all. And if they come for one of us, they have to deal with all of us. And that is the attitude of solidarity that we've been trying to bring from the beginning about this case. And so I want to urge people to go to their networks and demand people take a stand around this case, explain to them why it's so important, and don't let the issue go. Don't let them drop it. Don't let them just put out one statement, okay, we support them, and then move on and do something else. Explain to them how all of our rights are on trial here today. That's what I want to make clear. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Elliot.
Now more than ever, it's time to get organized. You and I both know that institutions like the African People's Socialist Party are crucial in advancing our struggle for liberation.
That even the First Amendment that the prosecution has attempted to prevent us from using as a defense, even that First Amendment was not ratified by the United States Congress until 1791. At the time where African people were still living in the worst kind of slavery imaginable. So it certainly wasn't even made for us, but African people in this country have been the ones fighting harder for the constitutional rights than anybody else. So we are the ones who made the struggle for universal suffrage. We are the ones whose churches were bombed, our children killed, our leaders assassinated, just pursuing the right for the democratic rights that's associated with the First Amendment and the Bill of Rights. So we didn't need any Russians to tell us that.
I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody always telling me no.
When Jesus was healing people on the Sabbath, the local Jewish leaders confronted Jesus about it, and they said, how dare you heal people on the Sabbath? One of the most important rules of Judaism is to observe the Sabbath and never work on the Sabbath. So healing people on the Sabbath is unacceptable. And Jesus told the Hebrew scholars, he said, the Sabbath was created for man. Man was not created for the Sabbath. In addition to that, at one point, Jesus was confronted by the local Jewish leaders, and they asked him which of the 10 commandments was the most important. He said the most important commandments are to love your God with all your heart and soul and love your neighbor as yourself. And that is the essence of what the prophets of Judaism were saying. And it seems like the solid difference between the movement that was started by Jesus and the traditional religion of Judaism that existed in his day was that one was concerned about details. One was concerned about, observing the Sabbath, circumcision, which of the letters of the law you followed, the law of Leviticus, the law of the Old Testament. Whereas the message of Jesus was to love one's neighbor as oneself and to honor and obey God, and that he was focused on the primary message, the essence of the teaching of the Hebrew prophets, while the Pharisees and the others of his time, they were focused on the details, and they had forgotten the actual principles. They did not love their neighbors as themselves. They were not honoring God, and instead they were focused on the details, but they had lost the essence. Well, that's the Marxist movement of today. For me, being a Marxist or a socialist or a communist, for me, it always meant opposing the global system of imperialism, where big banks and corporations dominate the world and make themselves rich by keeping the world poor. In addition to that, Marxism, to me, always meant that we should have a rationally organized economy so that human growth and creativity could be unleashed to even higher levels, and we could reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world of vast abundance, the higher stage of communism. Now, I still believe in those things, but I no longer call myself a communist because communists overwhelmingly do not believe in these things. They have lost the essence of Marxism. They stand with the U.S. government against Russia and China. They don't believe in economic growth. They don't believe in a planned economy. But they claim that because they quote Marx, because they march around with red flags or whatever, that they are the real communists. And we, who are doing what is in the revolutionary essence of Marxism, opposing imperialism.
The global imperialist system is oppressing people across the planet, and it's also oppressing people right here. We are against the imperialist system. We are for a new America where working families have what they need and growth and innovation is promoted beyond the rule of profiteers.
Support sending billions of taxpayer dollars to Nazis in Ukraine to start a nuclear war with Russia. China is not our enemy.
I need you to leave, please, ma'am.
China's not our enemy. Russia's not our enemy.
Out, please.
No more money for rich men's wars.
Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes. Houthis are heroes.
And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina.
They claim that we are not the real communists. Well, you know, after a while, the followers of Jesus Christ eventually decided to stop fighting to say that they were the true Jews and to just call themselves a new movement. They called themselves Christians. In order to preserve what the Hebrew prophets had stood for, they had to break with this legalistic, phony movement that spoke in their name. And that's where we're at, right? In order to oppose imperialism and build the movement that is desperately needed to oppose imperialism here in the United States, and in order to unleash human creative power and raise living standards so we can reach that ultimate goal of a stateless, classless world, we have to stop associating with communists. Because communists no longer believe in that, and if you do believe in that, they will persecute you. The so-called communists of this world that are propped up by the old order, just like the Jewish leaders that persecuted Jesus were propped up by the Roman Empire, they will persecute you, right? There's a reason that the Communist Party USA has been set up, and that's to persecute people who believe in the genuine revolutionary essence of communism. There is a reason that certain people have come to dominate social media, and that is to persecute people who believe in the revolutionary essence of communism. So in order to build the movement that this country needs, to really oppose imperialism and to really unleash human growth and creativity, we must break with communism. Because what we believe, which is the revolutionary essence of Marxism, they no longer believe, and they control and dominate the aesthetics of Marxism. They control all the communist spaces. They control and fight to own the communist aesthetic. We have no interest in owning spaces or aesthetics. We want to build a movement to do what needs to be done. So we're not communists anymore. We're innovationists, and we're holding on to the revolutionary essence of Marxism.
According to the tables which we have assembled, it is our estimate that 4% of the American people own 85% of the wealth of America, and that over 70% of the people of America don't own enough to pay the debts that they owe. How many men ever went to a barbecue and would let one man take off the table what's intended for 9/10 of the people to eat? The only way you'll ever be able to feed the balance of the people is to make that man come back and bring back some of that grub he ain't got no business with.
Under this oak, where one of our forebears, Evangeline, waited for her lover, Gabriel, who never came. This oak is an immortal spot. The entire world knows about this oak from the poem of Longfellow. But Evangeline is not the only one who has waited here in disappointment. No, no. Where are the schools that you have waited for your children to have but never come? Where are the roads and highways that you have sent your money to build but are no closer now than ever before? Evangeline wept bitter tears, but that only lasted one lifetime. Your tears in this land and around this oak have lasted for generations. Will you let me dry the tears of those who still weep?
Now, how are you going to feed the balance of the people? What's Morgan and Baruch and Rockefeller and Mellon going to do with all that grub? They can't eat it. They can't wear the clothes. They can't live in the houses. Give them a yacht. Give them a palace. Send them to Reno and give them a new wife when they want it. If that's what they want. But when they've got everything on the God's living earth that they can eat and they can wear and they can live in, and all that their children can live in and wear and eat and all their children's children can use, then we got to call Mr. Morgan and Mr. Mellon and Mr. Rockefeller back and say, come back here. Put that stuff back on this table here that you took away from here, that you don't need. Leave something else for the American people to consume. And that's the program. We're not going to destroy the Gulf Refining Company. We're not going to destroy the Standard Oil Company. But we're going to say that the limit of any one man's stock ownership in the Standard Oil Company is from $3 to $5 million to that individual, and that the balance of the people of America own the balance of what the Standard Oil Company is worth. All right.
My name is Huey P. Long, Jr. Like any good patriot, I was born in a log cabin. I would get up before the sun to help my daddy, and my sympathy has always gone to those who toil, and I have endeavored to help them. They say I'm the Karl Marx of the hillbillies. I'm no Karl Marx, but I do love the working man. Now you get that, type it up, and bring it in here when you're done.
Every people out there, every neighbor of friend, turn out their masses of America, 75 to 80 to 85% of the people not only give up their property year after year, but they go further and further and further into economic slavery to where the flesh and blood of the born and the unborn will never be able to raise the debt, let alone come back and rescue the property that they